Chapter 311. What? Iwasaki won't be around for long? And the next golden heron? Me? The moment he heard this sentence, Tsukujiri Kyoji was stunned. But he was a smart person, so he reacted a few seconds later and said in a low voice, "You plan to kill Iwasaki? You want me to replace him as the golden heron?" "Of course." Colored Glaze nodded and said coldly, "If we don't remove the root of the problem, it will grow again. Since we've already broken all pretenses, let's just do it to the end. Either do it or do it to the end." This was Colored Glaze's current style of doing things. It could be said that 3 days ago in that small restaurant, when she found out that Iwai wanted to deal with her mother, she had already made up her mind to get rid of that golden heron, and all her subsequent plans revolved around this. Iwasaki Yanasuke had to die. His death wasn't just because she didn't want to leave an enemy alive. It was also a warning to the entire Yatsuki organization and the other 2 golden herons. Just think about it. Iwasaki had just decided to deal with the Kanzaki family, and then he was defeated in the voting with an overwhelming 11-0 vote. Not only that, he had even disappeared in the blink of an eye. How terrifying would that be? After all this, whether it was the other 10 dark crows or the 2 golden herons, they should have a better understanding of the triangle formed by the Kamiyoshi, Black Hand Alliance, and Tsukujiri Corporation. The connections of the Kamiyoshi, the wealth of the Tsukujiri Corporation, the violence of the Black Hand Alliance. After the 3 of them worked together, what they could do was far beyond everyone's expectations. Even killing a golden heron would be a piece of cake. And the last step of this plan was to let Tsukujiri Kyoji replace Iwasaki as the golden heron after his death. As the CEO of the Tsukujiri Corporation, Kyoji was one of the 10 richest people in the country. He had an important position in the business world, and even in the Dark Crows, he was a very outstanding member. Kyoji had the qualifications to become the next golden heron, especially after receiving the full support of the Kamiyoshi and Black Hand Alliance. If Tsukujiri Kyoji could become the golden heron, then for Ryudo and the others, the Yatsuki situation would be completely stabilized. With him in the golden heron and Rue Hui in the Dark Crows, this organization would no longer be a threat to Ryudo them. They might even be controlled by them. Of course, all of this began with Iwasaki Yanasuke's perfect curtain call. Not long after, the golden heron, the Yatsuki-s Kamaitsuki, under the bombardment of the large group of reporters outside, cars left the Iwasaki mansion and returned to their daily lives. Among them, Ryudo and Colored Glaze's Golden Dragon Spins the Sky black car was deliberately driven very slowly, so that the reporters inside could clearly see and take photos of the 2 sitting together. Although they knew that Kanzaki and Colored Glaze and Ryudo Kiryu were classmates at Doichi Daiichi High School, seeing them appear in this kind of situation at the same time, and in the same car, was very newsworthy. Kajiri. Click. So the reporters quickly took photos of the 2 sitting in the car, faithfully recording the scene of Ryudo and Colored Glaze leaving the Iwasaki mansion. Of course, they didn't notice that the face of Ryudo, sitting in the back seat, was a bit stiff, as if he couldn't make a normal expression. In fact, this was indeed the case. The current Ryudo couldn't make a very rich expression, because, after the 2 returned to the Rulon Group headquarters, Ryudo, in the room, took off the special mask connected to his face, revealing the familiar face of Dancing Costume. Phew, this mask is really hot. I used to be afraid of wearing this when I was training. Dancing Dress couldn't help but complain when she took off the character disguise mask that she had meticulously made. "Thank you for your hard work. Quickly wipe your face. Look at your sweaty face." "Huh? Is that so? I'll go right away." After being reminded by Milady, Dancing Costume quickly ran to the bathroom next door to wash his face, while Colored Glaze turned her head and looked in the direction of the Iwasaki mansion that the 2 just came out of not long ago. Ryudo should be almost done. Farewell, Iwasaki Yanasuke. When looking in that direction, Colored Glaze couldn't help but think of Iwasaki's fake smile, and at the same time, she secretly thought so in her heart. Indeed, the Ryudo who came back with Colored Glaze in public was disguised by Dancing Costume. Then where was the real Ryudo? The answer was self-evident. Just when Colored Glaze and Dancing Costume returned to the Rulon Group headquarters, in the Iwasaki mansion, Iwasaki Yanasuke, who had just suffered a big loss, was lying on the bed, and the private doctor and nurse next to him were helping him to breathe oxygen. Huff, hiss, huff. After continuously breathing for a few minutes, the suffocating feeling in Iwasaki's chest barely recovered a little, and his breathing became much smoother. Lord Iwasaki, although your body's condition is not bad, please don't be so angry. It's very dangerous for you at your age. Seeing that the boss's expression was still very bad after taking off the breathing mask, the private doctor next to him couldn't help but try to persuade him. But Iwasaki didn't even look at him, and he just waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. You can go now." Lord Iwasaki sighed. Knowing that the old man didn't intend to listen to his advice, the private doctor could only sigh and leave with the nurse, leaving the room to Iwasaki and his subordinates. After the doctor left, one of the subordinates quickly said, "Lord, the doctor is right. You should rest well. Don't think about those things. Don't think about it." How is that possible? Iwasaki heard this, but he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that the entire Yatsuki is laughing at me now. If I don't do anything, my prestige will be trampled to the bottom, and then it's all over." As an experienced businessman who has been in the business world for a lifetime, Iwasaki knew very well the importance of prestige to him. In the end, Yatsuki was actually a loosely structured organization. Although Golden Heron was the highest superior, Golden Heron, Dark Crow, and Final Feather didn't necessarily have a direct superior-subordinate relationship. Even if he was the prime minister of the inner cabinet, some large companies would still not give him any face. Not to mention Iwasaki. As a businessman, if he didn't have any prestige, then his position as the prime minister of the inner cabinet would be meaningless. After all, Nippon was a typical strong society. People would only follow the strong and despise the weak, and this was the case from top to bottom. And as a strong person, if someone punched you, you have to return at least double the punch, otherwise, you will be looked down upon, and the strong will no longer be the strong. When the strong are no longer the strong, they will be looked down upon, and when they are looked down upon, they will be attacked from all directions. People who offended before were good. People who wanted to take advantage of the situation were good. People who wanted to take advantage of the situation were also good. In short, if Iwasaki was looked down upon, everyone would swarm at this time, tear him apart, and devour his flesh and blood. So no, this matter couldn't be let go no matter what. After the humiliating defeat not long ago, even if Iwasaki was lying on the hospital bed, he still resolutely arranged many strategic missions for his subordinates. He planned to mobilize all his forces to attack the Kamiyoshi and the Black Hand Alliance. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Moreover, Iwasaki had just been defeated, and it wasn't time for him to die yet. At this moment, before the situation fully escalated, the connections, wealth, and influence that he had accumulated over the years as the Golden Heron were still unshaken. As long as he fought back as soon as possible, there would still be a chance for him to restore his prestige. Just after Iwasaki finished arranging the counterattack mission, one of his subordinates asked, "Boss, about the marriage between Reiko and filial piety Kanzaki. Are we still going to hold it?" It had to be said that today's unprecedented engagement banquet was indeed so embarrassing that it would make one explode just thinking about it. Although Iwasaki managed to save some face in the end, Reiko and filial piety Kanzaki still became the laughingstock of Nippon. When he opened the website, basically every forum was discussing Reiko's evil fetishes and the huge scandal that was exposed during her engagement banquet. Especially after that, Iwasaki Reiko's past scandals that were caused by her bad temper, such as beating up the servants, throwing things at the stewardesses on the plane, bullying her classmates in school, and so on, were all pulled out one by one and whipped. This made Reiko's reputation even worse. Actually, this marriage was originally initiated because Iwasaki wanted to rely on Yoshiyuki and his father to take over the Kamiyoshi tribe. However, now that Rue Hui still had a firm grasp on power, this marriage had completely lost its value. Let's not hold the wedding. Let them go get the marriage certificate early tomorrow. When this matter was mentioned, Iwasaki felt a slight headache. However, there was no turning back once the arrow was shot, so he could only hastily arrange for Reiko to marry filial piety Kanzaki, and treated as finding a son-in-law for Reiko to marry into the family. Not long after, Iwasaki had arranged everything properly, and his subordinates left one after another, allowing their boss to have a good rest in this luxurious ward. However, just as Iwasaki closed his eyes and was about to take a nap, a young, familiar voice suddenly rang out from beside his bed. "Have you finally finished handing over the funeral? Geez, you made me wait for a long time." "What?" The moment he heard that voice, Iwasaki thought that he was having a nightmare. However, when he quickly opened his eyes and looked at the side of the bed, he realized that a handsome face that was so annoying that it made his teeth itch had unknowingly appeared here. He was even giving him a devilish smile. Chapter 312. At that moment, Iwasaki Yanasuke really thought that he was having a nightmare. He pinched his thigh and realized that it did hurt. Only then did he realize that it was not a nightmare but real. Tongsheng, Ryudo. Although it was only 4 words, it was extremely difficult for Iwasaki to say. It was as if every word required all his strength. How is this possible? Why is this guy here? How did he get in? When did he get in? For a moment, Iwasaki Yanasuke's mind was filled with questions. Even so, he reached out his hand and smashed a special button beside the bed as fast as he could. As the president of the Great Japanese Bank, as well as the Golden Heron of Yatsuke, Iwasaki had encountered countless assassinations, kidnappings, and threats in his life. Naturally, he had his own way of dealing with them. As long as Iwasaki smashed the button, his bed would immediately sink down and fall from the 3rd floor to the absolute safety of the basement. It was guaranteed that his life would not be in danger. At the same time, the hundreds of bodyguards outside the mansion would swarm in. The 3 police agencies nearby would also immediately rush over in their police cars. They would not let a single criminal escape. In the past many years, this perfect safety measure had saved Iwasaki's life countless times. Unfortunately, it would not work today. Before Iwasaki smashed the button, Ryudo had already reached out his left thumb and middle finger and lightly flicked his shoulder. 2 fingers, just 2 fingers lightly flicked. But Iwasaki, who was flicked on the shoulder, felt his right hand go numb. His entire arm drooped down rapidly as if it was injected with an anesthetic. He could not even move a finger. But, damn it! After realizing that he could not press the emergency button quickly, Iwasaki quickly took out a pistol from under his pillow with his other hand and pulled the trigger at Ryudo's head without hesitation. Click! However, before Iwasaki could pull the trigger, a strong gust of wind swept past, and the small handgun in his hand completely disappeared. Only the handle and the trigger were left. It was as if it was a magic trick. Seeing Iwasaki's astonished expression, Ryudo couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think? What other tricks do you have up your sleeve?" It wasn't that Ryudo looked down on Iwasaki, but he was already strong enough to ignore most firearms. This was especially true for an ordinary old man who had not undergone much special training. It was simply impossible for him to deal with him with a pistol. In Ryudo's opinion, it was no different from a 3-year-old child stabbing someone with a toothpick. This is bad. This is bad. With Iwasaki's intelligence and understanding of the evils of society, how could he not know what Ryudo was up to when he returned and even sneaked into his bedroom? There was no doubt that Ryudo was here to kill him this time, and it wasn't an assassination, but an open one. What to do? This bastard is too strong. I have no way of escaping from him. I can't even call for help. Is this the only way? No matter what, Iwasaki definitely didn't want to die. So after thinking for a second, the president of the Great Japanese Bank did something that he was very familiar with. In front of the young Ryuto, Iwasaki quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm very sorry. I beg you to let me live. As long as you don't kill me, you can have anything you want." The world was bustling, and everyone came for profit. The world was bustling, and everyone went for profit. As a businessman, Iwasaki didn't believe that there was anything that couldn't be solved with money. If it couldn't be solved, then it meant that the money wasn't enough. So even if Ryuto was in his bedroom, Iwasaki still planned to pay a price in exchange for his life. And he believed that Ryuto would accept it. Oh? Ryuto heard this and laughed happily. He laughed and mocked. Are you an idiot? Don't tell me you think that you can deal with me with money at this time? Listen to me first. Iwasaki was also a ruthless person. He proposed without hesitation. In order to show my sincerity, I can hand over 10% of the shares of the great Japanese bank. The market value is more than 10 billion US dollars. Is this enough money? 10% of the shares of the great Japanese bank? The market value is more than 10 billion US dollars? It had to be said that even with Ryudo's current wealth, he couldn't help but hold his breath when he heard this number. 10 billion US dollars. What kind of concept was this? Half a year ago, the 10 million US dollars he had robbed from John was equivalent to 1 billion Japanese yen. This 10 billion US dollars was 1,000 times the 10 million US dollars, which was equivalent to 1 trillion Japanese yen. If you couldn't understand how exaggerated this amount of money was from this number alone, it was as long as 110,000,000,000,000, which was an astronomical number. Although 10 billion US dollars of shares was not equal to 10 billion US dollars of cash, just holding so many shares of the great Japanese bank was already a super powerful force, a force that could shake the country. Speaking of which, this 10% of the shares of the great Japanese bank could be said to be the greatest achievement of Iwasaki's life. Even excluding the shares, all his remaining assets added together may not be as valuable as these shares. It could be said to be his lifeblood in the true sense. But at this time, in order to survive, Iwasaki did not hesitate to give away his lifeblood. After all, if he lost his life, what was the use of his lifeblood? This country bumpkin must have never seen such a large amount of money. He would definitely be tempted. After seeing the slight change in Ryudo's expression, Iwasaki finally felt relieved. But in the next second, the young man smiled and shook his head. He sneered and said, 10 billion US dollars worth of shares is indeed not bad. But compared to making a deal with you, I'd rather take your life and then slowly raid your house. At that time, I think I'll make more money. Raid my house? When he heard this, Iwasaki was shocked. He didn't think that there was such a thing as raiding in this modern society. Wasn't this too ridiculous? So he quickly shook his head and said, wait, I can promise you, if something happens to me, the things you get will definitely not be as valuable as these shares. At least, you won't get these shares. Is that so? I think after killing you, I can get these shares. Anyway, the beneficiary of your assets must be your daughter Iwasaki Reiko, right? Just start with her. She's the daughter-in-law of the Kamiyoshi clan. Hehe. Huh. The moment he heard this name, Iwasaki couldn't help but widen his eyes. Indeed, Iwasaki did not make a will, and his wife had already passed away. If he mysteriously died, all his assets would definitely go to his daughter Reiko. Coincidentally, Iwasaki Reiko's fiancé was filial piety Kanzaki, a member of the Kamiyoshi clan. In a situation where Iwasaki Yanasuke couldn't interfere, if Reiko and filial piety got married, it would be equivalent to joining the Kamiyoshi clan and becoming a member of their clan. At that time, when Iwasaki Yanasuke died, Reiko would naturally inherit the family business, and the Kamiyoshi clan could use all kinds of methods to rightfully harvest all of Iwasaki's assets. It wasn't easy to steal from Iwasaki, but it was different to steal from Reiko. It was like picking it up from the ground. How could this be? After understanding the meaning of Ryudo's words, Iwasaki's head drooped, as if he suddenly aged 10 years. Originally, he wanted to find someone from the Kamiyoshi clan to be his son-in-law so that after Rue Hui's fall, he would have a legitimate, reasonable reason to annex the Kamiyoshi clan. Who knew that this plan would unexpectedly become a foreshadowing, a tool that Ryudo used instead. Thank you for publicly holding the engagement banquet between Reiko and filial piety. Thank you for giving us a legitimate, reasonable reason to annex all of your assets. You're a good person. Rest in peace. Wait. I still have something to say. Boom. Before Iwasaki could finish his sentence, Ryudo's palm landed on his heart like a bolt of lightning. With one strike, Iwasaki fell onto the bed with lifeless eyes. Although he didn't die on the spot, he wasn't far from death. After killing Iwasaki, Ryudo picked up the phone and quickly dialed Rue Hui's number. Hello, Ryudo-kun, are you done on your side? After the call connected, Rue Huey's elegant and mature voice came from the other side. Done. That old man Iwasaki will die in an hour. Now go and arrange the marriage between Reiko and filial piety. No problem. The registration will be completed in 15 minutes. Also, how's Yoshiyuki? Perhaps he was too traumatized and has some mental problems. I've arranged for someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. You don't have to care about this person anymore. Although Rue Huey's words were very tactful, it wasn't easy to say how Yoshiyuki ended up with mental problems. Ryudo was too lazy to ask. After all, he was just a traitor. Even if he died, he wouldn't die in vain. Just like that, after settling the matter on Iwasaki's side, Ryudo quietly jumped out of the window and left Iwasaki's mansion along the path he came from. Not long after, Iwasaki's personal doctor noticed his boss's abnormal condition and hurriedly sent him to the hospital for emergency treatment. Unfortunately, due to Iwasaki's old age and the unknown condition of his heart, the hospital declared that the emergency treatment failed after an hour. The life of the Golden Heron thus came to an end. Before Iwasaki was declared dead, the marriage registration between Iwasaki Reiko and filial piety Kanzaki had been completed. This also meant that the career that Iwasaki Yaosuke had worked so hard for his entire life would soon belong to the Kamiyoshi. The Golden Heron had fallen, and the hidden dragon had soared. From this moment onwards, Ryudo, the Supreme Emperor, had truly reached the pinnacle of his life. He had become a top-notch big shot with assets in the tens of billions. Of course, it would take some time to complete this invasion. Moreover, Ryudo had other things to do that night. Or rather, the colored glaze had other things to prepare for him. Chapter 313. When Ryudo returned to the Rulon Group HQ, the sky was already completely dark. Colored Glaze was currently in his room. She was furiously writing at the familiar desk while thinking hard. She would even rub her head from time to time. Although she had received news from Ryudo that Iwasaki was dead, even if Iwasaki was dead, they still had a lot of things to do. It was far from time to rest. For example, how to push Tsukujiri Kyoji to the position of Golden Heron, how to swallow all of Iwasaki's family's assets, who should fill the vacant position of Dark Crow after Kyoji's departure, and so on. Thinking about it carefully, there were just too many problems. Especially after Iwasaki's death, the other two Golden Herons and 10 Dark Crows would inevitably be in danger. They had to be split up in advance before they formed a united front. Even though Lapis Lazuli now had the 3 trump cards of the Kanzaki family, Black Hand Alliance, and Tsukujiri Group, in this complicated period where undercurrents were surging, it was easy to capsize in all kinds of places if they didn't make good arrangements. Phew. After thinking for a long time, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. Although she was much more resourceful than ordinary people, it was still very tiring to think so much every day. But recently, when Colored Glaze was tired from thinking, she would raise her left hand to look at the dove blood red ring that looked like it was flowing with flames. This is an engagement ring. I actually have an engagement ring. It's quite unbelievable. For Colored Glaze, in the past year, too many things had happened. A year ago, she was just a canary living in a birdcage. She seemed to have a noble identity, but unfortunately, this identity could only lock her future deep in the shrine, becoming a noble chess piece. Just like her mother before and her aunt now. She didn't know when it started, but Liuli had lost her desire for love and the future. Instead, she became numb to it. Every day, she would just casually get by and forget about it. But a year ago, ever since the kidnapping incident in the warehouse that was emitting the sea breeze, Lu Li's life finally took a turn for the better. In just a year, a shiny engagement ring was on her finger. This was something that Liuli didn't even dare to dream about in the past. Just as Colored Glaze was staring at the ring on her finger in a daze, a pair of warm hands quietly reached out from behind and covered her clear eyes. Guess who I am? The person's voice came from behind Colored Glaze. His childish words made her want to laugh, but she still shook her head and laughed. I don't know, probably a kidnapper with bad intention. Good fellow, you're still thinking about this even after so long. After hearing Colored Glaze's words, Ryudo curled his lips in puzzlement. He picked up the girl sitting on the chair and sat on the chair himself. Then, he put the girl's perky butt on his lap and sat down. It's been hard on you recently. At this time, Ryudo held colored glaze in his arms and leaned his head on her shoulder. But his eyes were looking at the large pile of folders, diaries, phones, computers, tablets, and other tools on the table in front of him. Because there were a lot of things to do recently, Colored Glaze's work was also very heavy. She even took a long leave from school and stayed in the office for many days. At this time, Colored Glaze reached out and touched Ryudo's face without turning her head and calmly replied, "At least you still have some conscience. You still know to come and greet me. Of course, you're my virtuous wife. How can I not care about you?" Virtuous wife. What about those two? Who are those two? When Colored Glaze mentioned those two, there was a slight fluctuation in her tone. It was obvious that she still had some resentment in her heart. Usually, when Ryudo and Colored Glaze were together, they wouldn't talk about Dunya and Yunyan. After all, there were some things that were better left unsaid. There was no need to say it out loud. However, it was clear that because of the two previous trips, Lu Li's resentment had been especially obvious recently. Even though he had given her a ring first and confirmed her identity as his legal wife, she would still occasionally feel dissatisfied. After feeling Colored Glaze's dissatisfaction, Ryudo, who was hugging her, smiled and said in her ear, "Those two are my lovers and you're my wife. There's no contradiction in this, right?" "Who's your wife? Shameless." Suddenly, Colored Glaze turned her face away, as if she didn't want to talk to this shameless guy anymore. That's right. Judging from the situation after Long Do took the other two on a trip, Yuli obviously knew what the three of them were doing outside. It was nothing more than a hole-in-one thing. As for this so-called home run, a dignified, generous, and classic young lady like Colored Glaze wouldn't think about it. Probably not. Especially when Ryudo hugged her like this. Colored Glaze couldn't help but think of the other two women he hugged like this. As for those two women, Ryudo probably didn't just hug them. Maybe he did this, that, and this and that. Thinking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh slightly. Although Colored Glaze's sigh was very light, Ryudo still felt it. As expected, Colored Glaze still had some issues with me, Yunyan and Durnia. Fine, I still have to do this. After feeling the dissatisfaction in the girl's heart, Ryudo took a deep breath, suddenly reached out and grabbed Colored Glaze's back and legs, and carried her up in a princess carry. Sigh. Before Colored Glaze could react, her body flew to the side of the bed and landed on the soft bed. This was Ryudo's room, so the bed was naturally Ryudo's bed. When Colored Glaze was placed on the bed, Ryudo took advantage of the situation and pressed her firmly under his body. "Stop fooling around. I haven't finished my work." After being suddenly pushed, Colored Glaze couldn't help but frown. Some things are more important than work. For example, the wedding night. Long Do, on the other hand, kissed Lu Li's cheek, then reached out and hugged the young girl's slender waist. Nuptial night? What do you mean? Colored Glaze showed a puzzled expression when she heard this. After all, there was no such thing here. Naturally, Long Do wasn't stingy with explaining to this adorable young lady what a bridal chamber was and what a candlelight night was. First of all, the wedding night is the bridal room where the bride and groom sleep during the wedding. And then? And then on the wedding night, what the two of them will do. I don't think I need to say it, hee. Oh. After understanding Ryudo's meaning, Colored Glaze's pretty face flushed red. Wasn't it obvious what the bride and groom would do on the wedding night? Of course, the bride and groom would cover themselves with a quilt on the bed and discuss the origin of mankind, the development of mankind, and the future of mankind. Although Colored Glaze did think about this, she didn't expect Ryudo to suddenly make this kind of request, this kind of hole-in-one-shot request. But Colored Glaze still hurriedly said, "Wait, didn't we say we would do it on the wedding night?" That was because we were worried about the inventory of the Kamiyoshi and the pressure of Yatsuki. Now you think these two problems are still a problem? Forget it, then why do we have to wait until the wedding? From the beginning, Colored Glaze, as the next vegetarian king, had to maintain her purity, or else she would be punished by Yatsuki. Therefore, No matter how good their relationship was, they could only hug, kiss, and touch each other, and couldn't really do anything. But now it was different. The situation was different. Today, when Ryuto, Colored Glaze, Rue Hui, Kyoji, and the others worked together to kill Iwasaki, Yatsuki would enter an era where these forces could be seen with the naked eye. In this kind of situation where they could cover the sky with one hand, what was the problem of vegetarian king chastity? Even a year later, whether or not this inhumane vegetarian king system would still exist was still a question. So now Ryuto could be said to have thrown caution to the wind. After he heard Colored Glaze's sigh, he decided to give her the same treatment as Yunyin and Dunia, the same treatment of transforming from a girl into a woman. This. After hearing Ryuto's words, Colored Glaze realized that he seemed to be serious. In essence, Colored Glaze didn't dislike being hugged by Ryuto, but this sudden request was a bit too sudden, and the girl didn't know how to react for a moment. On the soft bed, the girl's body trembled slightly, like a little white rabbit that was about to be eaten by a big gray wolf. Although Colored Glaze didn't know about the matters between men and women, when she thought that she was about to experience it, she couldn't help but feel nervous. After feeling his first wife's nervousness, Ryuto reached out and held her chin and gently smiled. "It's okay, just relax. If you're too nervous, you might not be able to go in." Wait, I feel like I'm still not ready. Why don't we?" Just when Colored Glaze was about to say, "Why don't we come back another time?" Ryuto had already lowered his head and kissed her, and took out a small steel ball and directly hit the light bulb switch on the wall not far away. Pa! Accompanied by a soft sound, Ryuto's room was suddenly shrouded in thick darkness. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The air was already cold in the winter. But as Colored Glaze in the room gradually entered the zone under the guidance of a skilled person, the pitch-black bedroom was filled with a feeling of spring that even the moonlight shyly hid in the clouds. 3,000 words omitted. Chapter 314. That night, just as Ryuto was gently bringing Colored Glaze up the stairs of the Lord's mansion, on the other side of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, a woman who looked quite similar to Colored Glaze was looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky with a thoughtful expression. Although it was the middle of winter, the moon was still as bright as ever and wasn't covered by the cold wind and dark clouds in the air. "What's going on? I keep feeling uneasy, as if something is about to happen." Currently, the woman who was standing in a garden in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden and looking at the moonlight in the sky was naturally the owner of this place, Kaneshiro Ruehue. Currently, Ruehue was wearing a very simple white robe with long sleeves, which set off her elegant figure and made her seem as elegant as a fairy under the moonlight. Today, Kaneshiro Ruehue could be said to have welcomed the first great victory in her life. Originally, the motion that Iwasaki Yaosuke had initiated against this Kamiyoshi was completely rejected, and the Golden Heron Yatsuki was also facing the end of his life. At the same time, Ruehue also secretly cleaned up the Kamiyoshi clan that followed Yoshiyuki and his father. She also threw Yoshiyuki into a mental hospital and let him spend the rest of his life there. As for Kaneshiro filial piety, he was going to be used as a chess piece to take over all of Iwasaki Reiko's assets. If he cooperated, she would let him live. If he didn't, then she could only send him to the mental hospital to reunite with his father. After finishing all of her work, the current situation could be said to be great. Even Ruehue herself didn't expect that the Yatsuki would be defeated so quickly under the continuous attacks. Of course, the Yatsuki couldn't be blamed for being useless. It could only be said that Ruehue, Colored Glaze, Ryuto, and Kyoji were too powerful when they worked together. Especially Ryuto, his unscrupulous style of doing things with the Black Hand Alliance made many people feel true fear. After Iwasaki's death, people were even more worried about this monster organization that could easily assassinate the Golden Heron. But it didn't matter. What Ruehue needed to do next was to rope in some of the Yatsuki and suppress some of them. Before the other two Golden Herons could organize a countermeasure, she would push Kyoji to the position of Golden Heron. This way, the situation would be settled. Until now, up to this point, Ruehue didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the current situation. So, she should be drinking in her room to sleep, happily and having a good dream. She shouldn't be here in the cold wind in the middle of the night. But for some reason, Rui Hui had a feeling that something was about to happen. This feeling didn't make any sense, and there was no evidence to support it, but she still felt that way. Since ancient times, the Kamiyoshi kings were believed to have strong spiritual power and could predict the future. Although Rui Hui, who had once been the vegetarian king, knew that the so-called spiritual power was actually nonsense, she still had the ability to foresee the future. Just like tonight, Rui Hui could clearly sense a strange aura in the air. It was as if a sharp blade would pierce through the darkness at any moment and take away her life as the leader of the Kamikaze clan. But that shouldn't be possible, right? Not to mention the perfect defense system around the Kamiyoshi Imperial Garden. Just the dozens of carefully trained guardian ninjas inside the garden was enough to make all assassins in the world despair. After all, when it came to assassination, ninjas were the true experts. And the guardian ninjas, who protected the Kamiyoshi tribe for generations, were not only proficient in assassination, but also in all kinds of methods to counter assassination. So, ever since Rui Hui fell out with Ayam, she had suffered countless assassination attempts, but she had never been touched by the assassins sent by Ayam. Ayam, come to think of it, that guy should be attacking soon. Thinking of the girl who was only in her 20s, but had already fallen deep into the bottomless abyss, Rui Hui couldn't help but sigh. After all, a long time ago, she had experienced an unforgettable time with that little girl, but unfortunately, in the end, the fate of the two still stepped into the reincarnation of their ancestors. Unknowingly, Rui Hui was immersed in the memories of the past, immersed in the memories of herself and Ayam. Even if more than 10 years had passed, Rui Hui couldn't forget the strong shock she felt when she first saw the young Ayam. It was a meeting in the unseen world, a meeting between Golden Osmanthus and Black Rose that shouldn't have happened. It was a night 18 years ago. Even the colored glaze hadn't been born yet, and Rui Hui had just taken off the burden of vegetarian king and broke free from nearly 20 years of house arrest. And just when Rui Hui walked alone in the cold night, came to the osmanthus tree next to a lake in the suburbs of Tokyo to enjoy the flowers, she unexpectedly met the little girl who was standing alone by the lake. In the remote suburbs, the night is deep as the abyss and the lakeside. Under Rui Hui's surprised gaze, the little girl was waving her tender little hands, nailing beautiful butterflies to the tree with mallets and nails. "You, what are you doing?" Seeing the hundreds of wings nailed to the tree, which looked cruel and full of strange beauty, Rui Hui couldn't help but ask the child. Catching butterflies and then playing with butterflies. Facing Rui Hui's question, the little girl, who looked at most 6 or 7 years old, turned her head slightly, using the pair of clear pupils to look at the big sister who suddenly appeared. Even now, Rui Hui had to admit that when she first saw Ayam, she really had a feeling of being attracted by the girl's unusual beauty and strange temperament. At that time, Yongji was still a delicate little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked very petite and cute. Her facial features were so delicate that people suspected that a finely crafted doll came to life. Her black and beautiful long hair was casually draped behind her back, and her expression was indifferent. She didn't look like an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old girl. Under the moonlight, the lakeside, under the osmanthus tree, the silver light was everywhere, and the lake water was flowing. The girl quietly bathed in that layer of brilliance, as if integrated into this beautiful dreamlike scene. Even though Rui Hui was a woman, she couldn't help but think that this little girl was really too beautiful. She was like a legendary lakeside fairy or a moonlight fairy. It was hard to imagine how beautiful this little girl would be when she grew up. Of course, the legendary elves wouldn't do such a wicked thing as catching so many butterflies and nailing them to the tree. Therefore, Rui Hui made the initial judgment of the girl, a naughty child with an impeccable appearance and temperament, but with a very strange temperament. But even if the girl did such a thing, Rui Hui didn't have any prejudice against her at first. After all, many children would do things like crushing ants and throwing stones at birds when they were young. After all, the 3 views of young children hadn't been formed yet. No matter what they did, the first blame had to be carried by the parents. It could only be blamed on the parents for not giving the correct guidance. Thinking of this, Rui Hui, who had just come out of the Tianjai Divine Palace, became excited and started chatting with the little girl by the lake. You can catch butterflies, but after catching them, don't nail them to the tree. That way, the butterflies will die, understand? Like a young mother educating her little daughter, Rui Hui pulled her to sit under the tree and patiently guided her. But after hearing Rui Hui's words, the girl asked in confusion, "Butterflies will die. Is there something wrong with that? All living things will die. So will you. So will I. So will all living things." Hearing the girl's reply, Rui Hui couldn't help but be stunned. After all, she didn't expect such a young girl to be able to say such philosophical words. But even so, Rui Hui still smiled and said, "Indeed, the birth and death of all things is a part of the heavenly cycle, but that's the law of nature. It's not something we should actively interfere with." In other words, I can't kill butterflies? The little girl blinked and asked again, "But people are clearly killing chickens, fish, and pigs every day. Isn't this against the law of nature?" It's not that humans can't take the lives of animals, but that's based on a need and not for a moment of fun. Seeing that the little girl seemed to be more intelligent than her peers, Rui Hui explained the meaning of the existence of chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. Rui Hui didn't object to killing for survival or other practical needs. She wasn't the kind of person who overflowed with Mother Mary's heart. She also knew that the survival of humans couldn't be separated from the demands of other creatures. But if it wasn't for survival or other practical needs to kill, this was a very bad situation in Rui Hui's view. It was absolutely not allowed. After telling these things to the little girl, she was silent for a moment, then said something that Rui Hui didn't expect. "The reason why I kill butterflies is not to play with them, but if I don't do this, I can't feel the feeling of being alive." Under the lush osmanthus tree, the little girl looked at the butterflies that she nailed to the tree, and a strong sense of malice flashed in her eyes. That's right, malice. It was hard to imagine that such a young girl would have such obvious malice. This also showed that she was fundamentally different from normal humans. From the beginning, the little girl didn't come to this world to live. The only reason she was born was to kill, the more the better, the faster the better, and the more ruthless the better. But unfortunately, Rui Hui didn't notice the malice in her eyes at that time. If Rui Hui saw his expression, she might have made a different decision. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. What a strange child. In the end, Rui Hui couldn't persuade the little girl to stop doing such things. She didn't even ask about her identity and only knew that she lived nearby. Seeing that the night was getting darker, Rui Hui, who was preparing to go home, made a promise with the little girl to meet here tomorrow night. The little girl nodded, turned around, and walked to the side of the winding path. Soon, she disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 3:15. What a strange child. But for some reason, I feel like I'm destined to meet her. After Rui Hui shook her head and left, she arrived at the lakeside the next day at around the same time as promised and saw the strange little girl again. But this time, Rui Hui didn't come empty-handed. She also brought her favorite toy when she was a child, Oshiki Featherboard. The so-called Oshiki Featherboard was actually a simple way to play badminton. It was said that during the Edo period, every first month, the adults would give a girl a rectangular drawing board with a pattern on it and a handle on the bottom. It meant to ward off evil spirits. Later, when the female officials in the palace were bored, they began to use the featherboard to play games. They would hit each other with the board, which made it less and less ceremonial. It gradually became a traditional game. What is this? When Rui Hui handed over the featherboard with the kabuki pattern on it, the little girl couldn't help but tilt her head, as if she had never seen such a strange thing before. This is called a featherboard. It's a game tool. Didn't you say you haven't played any games? I'll let you play with it today. When the little girl curiously looked at the featherboard that Rui Hui treasured since childhood, Rui Hui couldn't help but nod. From yesterday's conversation, the little girl seemed to live in a very strict family. Although she knew a lot of knowledge beyond her age and was very mature, she didn't know anything about children's entertainment. Ah, It's the kind of family that strictly educates children from a young age, but neglects the fun of childhood. Children growing up in such a family are easy to develop psychological problems. Because Rue Hui grew up in the Kamiyoshi family, she understood the little girl's feelings very well. This featherboard was given to me by my mother-in-law who worked in my family when I was young. Now I'm giving it to you. You have to cherish it. Looking at the traditional kabuki pattern in the little girl's hand, Rue Hui couldn't help but reach out and pat her little head. Although the little girl didn't say anything, from her expression, Rue Hui knew she was interested in this thing. So Rue Hui took out another featherboard and a badminton ball and began to teach her this strange game of using a table tennis racket to play badminton. In short, you just have to hit the ball back. I understand. After Rue Hui finished explaining how to play the featherboard, the little girl nodded. Although it's not easy to hit at first, you'll learn soon. In the quiet lake at night, Rue Hui threw the badminton ball in her hand and gently hit it in the direction of the little girl. Because the opponent was a pure newbie, Rue Hui played the ball very slowly and deliberately let it float in the air in a parabolic shape for a while. This way, the little girl would not be flustered. But it turned out Rue Hui was thinking too much. The next moment, the little girl's body, like a wild cat hunting in the dark, holding the featherboard in his right hand, he slammed it into the incoming feather ball. Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by a strong gust of wind, the flying feather ball brushed past the side of Rue Hui's head at an incredible speed, blowing her soft hair into the air. What is this? Am I dreaming? After this round, Rue Hui was still standing there in a daze. She couldn't believe what she just saw. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate little girl could have such exaggerated skills. The badminton ball felt like a professional badminton player smashing. Seeing that Rue Hui couldn't catch the ball and was stunned, the little girl asked in confusion, "How is it? Does this count as my win?" "Yes, so please." The corner of Rue Hui's mouth twitched, but she still picked up a brush dipped in ink and handed it over. The traditional punishment in badminton is that the winner can draw a stroke on the loser's face. Not too much, just one stroke. As if she had accepted her fate, Rue Hui leaned her flawless face over and pointed at her left cheek, indicating that she should draw there. It was the little girl's first time doing something like this. After thinking for a while, she picked up the brush with her slender white hand and drew a V on Rue Hui's left cheek. Okay, now you're familiar with the game? Let's continue. Although her face was drawn, Rue Hui still smiled and pulled the little girl to continue playing. However, she was still somewhat unsatisfied. Damn it, I don't believe that after playing badminton for so many years, I can't even beat a 6 or 7-year-old girl who is playing for the first time. See if I don't draw all over your face. Looking at the little girl who was about to serve, Rue Hui couldn't help but think. However, whoosh, you have some skills. Oh, again. Oh, woo. After more than 10 minutes, Rue Hui's tone changed from leisurely to irritable, and more graffiti appeared on her face. After the 26th stroke, Rue Hui, who was already a cat, couldn't help but support herself with her hands on the ground, as if she was too ashamed to face anyone. Trash. So I'm trash. I can't even beat a 6 or 7-year-old girl. Although she knew that her physical fitness wasn't very good, Rue Hui didn't expect it to be this bad. In other words, she didn't expect the little girl's motor skills to be this strong. Are you okay? Seeing Rue Hui lying on the ground, the little girl who still had a clean face couldn't help but squat in front of her and asked in confusion, "Do I look okay to you?" Rue Hui said as she raised her head to let the little girl see her miserable state. Now, that originally beautiful face had been drawn from top to bottom, from left to right. Coupled with Rue Hui's extremely bewildered expression, it was really very funny. As if she was amused by the big sister's miserable face, the little girl finally couldn't help but laugh. Ever since Rue Hui met her, this was the first time she saw the little girl's smiling face. She was already very beautiful. Even if her face hadn't grown, she could still charm people, making everyone's eyes unconsciously gather on her. At this moment, after being amused, she smiled sweetly, causing her cute little face to suddenly become a little more lively, becoming a lot more lively. That's right, little kids should smile more. It's not good to keep a straight face. Seeing the little girl finally smile, Rue Hui ignored the messy graffiti on her face and rubbed the little girl's face that still had some baby fat. Okay, let's continue playing. We can play. I'll go wash my face first. There's no place to draw anymore. Just like that, as Rue Hui ran to the clear lake to wash her face with a bitter smile, the two continued this interesting graffiti game. After that night, Rue Hui often made plans with the little girl to bring all kinds of toys to play with her. The two played from featherboard to sword jades, flower cards, top, kites, marbles, and so on. In nearly a month's time, they played all kinds of games that Rue Hui knew. As the two spent more time together, Rue Hui also had a deeper understanding of this little girl called Ayam. Although she only asked for a name and didn't know her surname, nor her family background, Rue Hui really liked this smart little girl. During their time together, she even discovered that Yongji possessed various talents that were so perfect that they were almost inhuman. This little girl's learning ability, thinking ability, reaction speed, insight, motor nerves, and almost all the indicators of human excellence reached the level of genius. The most terrifying thing was that she wasn't just a genius in one area, but a genius in all areas. This meant that if she wanted, Ayam could easily become a scientist, an athlete, a politician, an artist, and so on when she grew up. She could even become the leader of her profession. Child of God, Ayam was like a child blessed by God. There was nothing that she couldn't do. In this world, as long as she wanted to do something, there was almost nothing that she couldn't do. This child's talent was so terrifying that even Rue Hui couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Such a powerful child. Her future path might affect the future of the entire world. She had to guide her well. Whether it was because she hit it off with this child, or because she just finished being the vegetarian king and wanted to find something for herself to rely on, it was fine. In short, Rue Hui tried to communicate with Ayam step by step, trying to instill good values into her. As the days passed, the relationship between the two got better and better. If someone who didn't know the situation passed by, they might think that this was a beautiful and cute mother and daughter. However, such days didn't last long. Just as Rue Hui and Yongji were playing by the lakeside in the outskirts of Tokyo as usual, a middle-aged man dressed in a black, ancient kimono stepped into the night, as if a devil from hell had found them. When the man with a very ancient samurai tsukuyomi and a mustache on the side of his mouth appeared, Ayam, who was playing cards with Rue Hui, couldn't help but scatter the cards in her hand on the ground. Yongji, the servants reported that you've been disappearing a lot at night recently. So you've come here? The man slowly opened his mouth and said with a tone that seemed to despise everything. However, when Rue Hui saw the man's face, her body suddenly trembled violently. Rue Hui knew this man. Of course she knew this man. How could she not know? Because this guy was the current head of the Tianmu clan that had been enemies with the Kamiyoshi clan for generations. He was also known as the most terrifying Tianmu clan in the past 100 years, Tianmu Yongye. Chapter 316. Rue Hui, as the former house king of the Kanzai clan, naturally knew the history of the clan very well. A few hundred years ago, during the Warring States period, the demon king of the sixth heaven, Oda Nobunaga, was killed by his subordinate, Sensible Mitsuhide, in the famous Hanoji incident. Although Nobunaga died, one of his descendants inherited the demon king's beliefs and legacy under the surname Tenmu and became the dark side hidden in history. The ancestor of the Kamiyoshi clan was Sensible Mitsuhide, who started the rebellion against Nobunaga. It was said that when Sensible Mitsuhide discovered the existence of the Tenmu clan, he married his daughter, Tamako, into the Shinto clan Kamiyoshi and began to organize his family's forces to secretly fight against the Tenmu clan. At first, no one expected the two sides to fight for such a long time. From the Warring States period hundreds of years ago, to the Edo period, the Clear period, the Taisho period, the Showa period, the Heisei period, until today, there was still no clear victor. In the protracted battles, The Heavenly Eye race had been secretly improving the bloodline purity of their descendants through race modification, making their descendants more and more inhuman. As a result, they were able to gain an advantage in every battle. In the modern era, which was Rue Hui's generation, the Kamiyoshi clan was suppressed by their old enemies to the point where they couldn't even fight against the Tenmu clan. They could only rely on the Yatsuki clan's secret protection to survive. One of the main culprits that caused the gap between the two sides to widen was the current head of the Tenmu clan, Tenmu Youngya. The last time Rue Hui saw Tenmu Youngya was before she entered the Tenmu shrine as the Tenmu king. Although it had been more than 20 years, that meeting had left a deep impression on Rue Hui. She always felt that she wasn't facing a human, but an alien creature in human skin. That's right, an alien creature in human skin. That was how Rue Hui described Youngya. What's going on? Why is the head of the Tenmu clan here? And he even called out Iam's name. Wait a minute. Evernight? Iam? Could it be? Rue Hui instinctively shielded Iam behind her the moment she saw Yongyi. However, she immediately thought of a hair-raising answer. In order to make their offspring stronger, the Heavenly Eye clan had resorted to the outrageous method of breeding with the most ferocious criminals in every generation. Therefore, they had been improving the human race generation after generation. During this process of race improvement, besides the harsh training that every member of the Heavenly Eye clan had to undergo since they were young, it was said that they would use medicine, acupuncture, hypnosis, and even surgery to maximize the potential of the human body. Thinking about it from this angle, Iam's insanely powerful talent perfectly matched the results of the Heavenly Eye clan's genetic modification. Furthermore, her name was so similar to the current head of the clan, Youngya. All these clues clearly pointed to the same answer. Could it be that Iam was a member of the Heavenly Eye clan? Isn't this the former Zhai King, Dai Rue Hui? What are you planning to do to my cute daughter? Just as Rue Hui was shocked speechless by the sudden news, Yongyi looked at the woman who was shielding his daughter behind her and spoke in a tone that made one's scalp go numb. As the head of the Heavenly Eye clan, Youngya naturally knew Rue Hui. However, he didn't expect the former Zhai King to be with his daughter for no reason. As expected, Iam was this man's daughter. Damn it. After receiving Youngya's confirmation, Rue Hui couldn't help but grit her teeth. However, she immediately grabbed Iam's shoulder and shouted behind her, "Rabbit ball! Ryu! Chinin! Show yourself!" Yes, accompanied by a sharp voice that sounded like a sharp blade, several figures flew out from the small forest not far away like lightning, directly blocking in front of Rue Hui and Yongji. These guardian ninjas were the members who were usually responsible for protecting Rue Hui. Rue Hui naturally knew that they were nearby, so she summoned all of them with an order and put on a posture as if they were ready to fight at any time. However, when Youngya saw this, he only smiled and sneered, "Oh, you can't be planning to kidnap my daughter and use her as a hostage, right? Really, this generation of the Kamiyoshi clan has also fallen." Rustle, rustle, rustle. Although his daughter was in the hands of the enemy, Youngya didn't seem to be worried at all. With a wave of his hand, a few other figures in pitch-black tights flashed out from the shadows. Their speed was also as fast as lightning, not inferior to the people in front of them. The Kamiyoshi clan had the guardian ninjas that followed them for generations. The Heavenly Eye clan also had the black feather ninjas that followed them for generations. These two ninjas also came from the most powerful ninja legion in the Warring States period, the Wind Demon ninjas. It is said that the Wind Demon ninja village was divided into two after the defeat of Nobunaga. The two leaders followed the Heavenly Eye clan and Kenzaki respectively. They became two ninjas of the same clan, but were mortal enemies. They were the Guardian ninjas and the Black Feather ninjas. If the situation after the meeting between Rue Hui and Youngya was tense, then the meeting between the Guardian ninjas and the Black Feather ninjas was not tense at all. It was a situation where a fight could break out at any time. After all, in the past so many years, the two sides had been constantly killing each other on the front line, and the hatred had long accumulated to the point that the mention of the two words made them gnash their teeth in hatred. They couldn't wait to pull out their weapons and turn the other party into ashes on the spot. But even so, As the leader of the guardian ninjas, Rabbit Ball hurriedly said to his master, Rue Hui-sama, you should leave first. It will be very dangerous here after a fight. Okay. After nodding, Rue Hui said to Ayam, who was in her arms, Ayam, come with me. From the moment Youngya appeared, Ayam didn't say anything, and her attitude was very calm. This made Rue Hui not know what this child was thinking. But no matter what, Rue Hui couldn't let Ayam continue to stay with the Heavenly Eye clan. After all, she knew that the Heavenly Eye clan had a notorious coming-of-age ceremony. That is, all the children of the clan will be thrown into a building and let them kill each other. The one who comes out alive will be the next head of the clan. Thinking that Ayam will be involved in this kind of tragedy in the future, Rue Hui couldn't help but feel numb, so she wanted to take Ayam with her at this time. Go with you. Where to? After hearing the words of his big sister, Ayam showed a somewhat puzzled expression. To big sisters. Oh. Rue Hui originally wanted to say to big sister's house, but halfway through, she couldn't help but stop. Obviously, as Ayam was a member of the Heavenly Eye clan, the Kamiyoshi clan would not allow Rue Hui to take her in. After all, the current Rue Hui was only the former Zhai Wang, and the position of head of the clan was still in her uncle's hands. Although Rue Hui's words didn't carry much weight, she couldn't change the decision of the entire clan by herself. So if Rue Hui took Ayam back just like that, Ayam would only end up being caught by the elders of the clan and burned to ashes. Wouldn't that be causing her death for nothing? After sensing Rue Hui's hesitation, Youngya couldn't help but laugh. Rue Hui Kaneshiro, is there something wrong with your head? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with my daughter? Anyway, I can't just watch as your clan tramples on her. Trample? You must have misunderstood something. Youngya laughed coldly and said, her father is me, and her mother is a murderer who committed 23 murders in London. Do you really think that a child like her can integrate into the normal world? How would I know if I don't try? I'll use all my means to help her become a normal person, and whether it succeeds or not isn't up to you to decide. Rabbit Ball. Hold them back. Before he even finished speaking, Rue Hui pulled Ayam and ran backward, and the guardian ninjas, led by Rabbit Ball, immediately started fighting with the Black Feather ninjas. Hiss. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. The battle between ninjas was primitive and cruel. Every second could result in death, and injuries were common. Inhale. 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 But just as Rue Hui pulled Ayam and ran a few steps, the latter's small nostrils suddenly inhaled a whiff of blood, and then her feet suddenly stopped, revealing an intoxicated expression. Yong. Ayam? After realizing that she couldn't pull Ayam away, Rue Hui looked at the young Ayam with a surprised expression. Sorry, big sister. Compared to games like badminton, sword jades, and flower cards, I'm more interested in that. Hearing the sounds of the ninjas killing each other behind her and smelling the smell of blood, this little girl who was at most 7 years old couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. She was smiling. She was smiling. Yongji was smiling. Even in such a situation, she was smiling so brightly, as if she really enjoyed the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. And this cruel smile instantly shattered Rue Hui's heart. Ayam's current behavior meant that Rue Hui's guidance over the past month or so was meaningless. The girl was still the same girl, still the young demon who liked to nail butterflies to trees, liked to destroy lives like toys. Ayam, if you go back with him, you can't go back. When Ayam broke free from her hand and walked toward eternal night, Rue Hui couldn't help but shout behind her. Rue Hui rarely spoke so loudly to people, and her words even had a trace of pleading. But even so, Ayam still didn't stop. The little girl silently walked towards her father until she disappeared into the darkness along with the figure, leaving Rue Hui alone on the spot, feeling a sense of loss. After that, Rue Hui didn't even know how she returned home. It was obvious that the incident had a huge impact on her. The former Zhai Wang felt like a piece of her heart was dug out, and she always felt that some place was empty, and there was no place to go. After that, Rue Hui first went home and sat in boredom for 3 days, and then went to Europe to find a high-end company that specialized in test tube babies, and spent a lot of money to give birth to a cute daughter. Since she no longer had any sustenance, she would just have to find a new one. With this thought in mind, Rue Hui finally gave birth to a healthy girl 10 months later. Until when she held the newly born colored glaze in her arms, the emptiness in Rue Hui's heart was filled, and she felt that she was alive again. It was hard to imagine that colored glaze's origin was actually related to Iam. It was actually related to the witch who killed her father, Eternal Night, with her own hands, and had long since lost her humanity. For colored glaze, this was undoubtedly a huge insult. Of course, Rue Hui had already decided to take this to the grave and would never let her cute daughter know. Chapter 317. Although more than a decade had passed, Rue Hui would still feel uneasy whenever she thought of that melancholy night. Just like now. But on this originally quiet night, Rue Hui shouldn't have thought of that incident unless she had some kind of ominous premonition. This feeling, could it be? Forget it. I'm probably thinking too much. However, just as Rue Hui sighed and was about to return to her room to rest, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the darkness not far away. Whoosh! A black light, a sharp black luster appeared from the darkness and flew towards Rue Hui's slender neck as if it was going to cut her throat open. Bang! The next moment, another even smaller white light flashed at the same time and shot down the black light in midair. What? After hearing the collision not far away from her, Rue Hui finally understood why she felt uneasy today. Someone really wanted to deal with her. Before she could react, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from the wall not far away. Then two figures fell from more than 10 meters in the air and landed in the middle of the garden not far from Rue Hui. Who are you? After landing, the slightly old figure standing on Rue Hui's side, the leader of the guardian ninja, Cat House Bunnyball, couldn't help but frown and looked at the man in black in front of him with a serious gaze. Although the black-clothed man was wearing a mask that covered half of his face, judging from his exposed pupils and skin, this black-clothed man shouldn't be too old. At most, he looked to be in his 30s. But what surprised Bunnyball wasn't his age, but this man was really too strong. Just when he noticed the first sneak attack on Rue Hui, Bunnyball threw out a long needle to block the flying sharp weapon while attacking the enemy's hiding place. In just a few seconds, the two had actually exchanged more than 10 blows on the wall and in the air, but the result was a draw. That's right, the result was a draw. In other words, this young man actually had strength that wasn't inferior to Bunnyball. This was a bit too shocking. Is it the Black Feather Ninja from the Heavenly Eye group? But I don't remember there being such a strong person in the Black Feather group, and he looks very young. Also, how did he sneak in here? Kamishiro Imperial Garden has the tightest security around it. Even I can't sneak in without alerting anyone. Where did this guy come from? Rabbit Ball's slightly turbid eyes stared fixedly at his opponent. At the same time, many figures darted out from the surroundings like lightning, surrounding the black-clothed man in a pincer attack. Surrounded by the leader of the Guardian Ninja and several elite ninjas, if it was an ordinary person, they would have already panicked and prepared to escape in a hurry. But the man in black was different. He just looked at Bunnyball coldly, the corner of his mouth hidden in the mask raised slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Are you thinking who I am? It turns out that there are things that even the famous cat house spreading rabbit balls doesn't know about. In front of so many people, the man said with his abnormally hoarse voice that seemed to have been ruined by something. When he mentioned the words Cat House Bunnyball, his tone faintly became heavier. This made Rue Hui see that there must be some kind of personal grudge between him and Bunnyball. If there was a grudge with Bunnyball, then it was most likely the Black Feather Ninja from the Heavenly Eye group. After all, Bunnyball had killed countless Black Feather Ninja in his life, so the grudge was as deep as the sea. But even the current head of the intelligence department of the Heavenly Eye group and Black Feather Ninja leader, Zhong Hua, was a bit weaker than Bunnyball in terms of strength. It was impossible for him to make Bunnyball show such a serious expression. But even if he couldn't figure out the person's identity, Bunnyball still said faintly, "The technique you just used is the Black Feather Ninja's secret technique. Your identity is obvious, there's no need to think. Ever since the strongest Wind Demon Ninja was split into two, Each side took a part of this secret technique. So the Black Feather Ninja and Guardian Ninja's techniques were very different and could be recognized at a glance. Oh, is that so? Then you better watch carefully. But the man sneered again. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Bunny Ball. Rabbit Ball wasn't surprised that this guy had super god speed that wasn't inferior to his own, because he had already seen his strength. But what made Bunny Ball's eyes widen was the man's hand movements. The black-clothed man's right hand lashed out like a whip as he sprinted forward. His 3 fingers, index, middle, and nameless, were like the tip of a whip as he attacked the enemy in a half-stabbing, half-waving manner. In that instant, the air along the way seemed to be cut in half. The excessively fast arm movement caused the tip of the fingers to reach supersonic speed. Using this speed to stab out the 3 fingers, the power was enough to pierce 3 holes in steel. Such a powerful move, Bunny Ball was very familiar with it, because this was the Guardian Ninja's technique that he had used for most of his life, sacrificial blade. Putting the 3 fingers together in a shape, using a whip-like technique to swing out the arm, the tip of the fingers would reach supersonic speed, causing an almost unblockable penetrative damage. In the past many years, Bunny Ball had used secret technique, sacrificial blade, to kill who knows how many opponents, but this was the first time he personally experienced the power of this move. How was this possible? How could a Black Feather Ninja use the Guardian Ninja's technique? In the blink of an eye, although Bunny Ball was astonished, he still swung his arm and used a standard blade sacrifice that could be used as a textbook move to stab in that direction. Sacrificial blade against sacrificial blade. The 6 fingers collided in the air, but it gave off a strong wind-breaking sound like 2 whips colliding. Pa! The violent explosion spread like a shockwave to Rue Hui, who was dozens of meters away, making her unconsciously take half a step back. After the commotion, Bunny Ball and the black-clothed man respectively retreated. But the difference between the two was that the black-clothed man only took 3 steps back, while Bunny Ball took 5 steps back. How? How was this possible? He actually used the Guardian Ninja's technique that was passed down from generation to generation, and he could even force the leader to retreat? When they saw the scene just now, the surrounding Guardian Ninjas couldn't help but widen their eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. All ninjas know that secret technique is definitely not something that can be learned simply by imitation. It not only takes a long time to practice, but also requires some special auxiliary methods to practice. And these auxiliary methods to practice secret technique are absolute secrets. Only Bunny Ball and a few high-level ninjas can master it. So, secret technique is basically impossible to fall into the hands of the enemy. Who are you? After taking a few steps back, Bunny Ball couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked for the second time. For some reason, Bunny Ball always felt that this black-clothed man gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen this guy before. It's not strange that you don't know. After all, in your impression, I'm probably a dead man. Suddenly, the black-clothed man slightly smiled and finally reached out to take off the mask that covered half of his face. Under the mask, it was a man who looked at most 30 years old, with a handsome face, but the corner of his mouth raised with a strong evil aura. In terms of appearance alone, there was nothing special about this man's appearance. At most, he looked like an evil ninja who had just walked out of a brothel. This is... But when he saw that familiar face, Bunny Ball's eyes widened. Because he did know this man, and he really thought that this man was already dead, and this man's name was Mirage. You're actually still alive. In an instant, Bunny Ball finally shouted out this name, shouted out the name that he gave him, Cathouse Mirage. Indeed, the name Mirage was given by Bunny Ball because he was Bunny Ball's grandson. He was Bunny Ball's true blood relative. Mirage? Cathouse Mirage? It can't be? Wasn't he already dead? When Rue Hui heard this name, she frowned slightly as well. According to what Rue Hui knew, Bunkamaru originally had relatives, but his daughter and son-in-law had already died in the battle with the Black Feather Ninja, and the only grandson left behind was a freak with an abnormal brain. That's right, Bunny Ball's grandson Cathouse Mirage was a freak, or it could be said that he was too ambitious. As early as 10 years ago, the very young Mirage had already begun to gather his own forces in the shinobi, and he also planned to assassinate all the members of the Kamiyoshi clan, seize the foundation of the Kamiyoshi clan, and restore the prestige of the Wind Demon Shinobi. But because of the protection of the elite ninjas, including Bunny Ball, such a madman naturally couldn't succeed. In the end, Mirage was chased all the way to the edge of the cliff by Bunny Ball, and he fell off the cliff, leaving only a bloody corpse. So according to reason, Mirage should have died long ago. Then why did he appear more than 10 years later today? Could it be that the corpse that I found that year was fake? This kid actually faked his death? Thinking of this, Bunny Ball slightly gritted his teeth. Obviously, he already knew what kind of trick he fell into that year. Did you know? But it's already too late. Seeing his grandfather gritting his teeth, Mirage sneered. I have been working for Ayam-sama for the past 10 years, during which I have mastered all the skills of the Black Feather and Kanzaki ninjas. In other words, I am now the strongest ninja in the world. Chapter 318. Good. So that's how it is. After listening to Huan An's explanation, everyone understood why he was so strong. Originally, Black Feather and Guardian Deity were ninjas that split from Wind Demon Ninja. Both sides have mastered half of Wind Demon Ninja. However, Huan An had been practicing the inner technique of the Guardian Ninja ever since she was a child. Later on, she joined Yongji and practiced the inner technique of the Black Feather Ninja, becoming a monster who was good at two things. From this point of view, Jinan is indeed worthy of being the strongest ninja of the current generation, because he is the only one who truly mastered all the techniques of the ancestors of the Wind Demon Shinobi. So what? But when everyone was shocked by Huan An's situation, Bunkamaru coldly snorted and said, "It's not that the more skills you have, the stronger you are in the end, it's still strength that speaks." Yes, I like your way of saying it, so let's fight. After saying that, Huan An took a deep breath. His body trembled slightly, and an excited expression appeared on his handsome face. The reason why he trembled wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was too excited. For Huan An, this scene was without a doubt his lifelong wish. 10 years, 10 years. Do you know how I spent these 10 years? Ever since his plan to assassinate Kanai Ruehue failed, and he was chased by his grandfather, Huan An almost every day thought about the scene where he fought with his grandfather again. Resentment, strong resentment supported this man, and in these 10 years, he trained like a madman, regardless of the cost. As long as he could kill Bunkamaru, as long as he could destroy the Kamiyoshi clan, he would do anything. After 10 years, this man was like a poisonous blade that was soaked in poisonous water for 10 years. The blade reappeared, and the pitch-black blade almost merged with the darkness, enough to cut any light into dust. Protect Ruehue-sama? You still have time to care about others? Before the battle, Bunkamaru hurriedly shouted to the ninjas next to him, but Huan An couldn't help but laugh. Guardian God's inner technique, Wind Demon Step. Without waiting for the surrounding ninjas to reach Ruehue, they saw the figure of Huan and suddenly disappeared from where she stood. When he reappeared, countless streaks of jet-black cold light had already scattered around Rabbit Ball's body like stars. Black Feather inner technique, skeletal hand. Huan An's hands like a storm. The fierce attack suddenly forced Bunkamaru back, and he couldn't fight back. But even so, Bunkamaru was still the strongest among the Guardian God's ninjas. While his body slid back rapidly, 6 long needles shot out from his hands like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, piercing towards 6 vital points in front of Huan An's body. The long needle condensed with the powerful Dan force has the power to pierce a hole in steel. Even the Huan An can't do it. Under Rabbit Ball's astonished gaze, Huan An completely ignored his attack and continued to move forward, allowing the 6 needles to pierce into his chest, abdomen, and other vital acupoints. Bang! In the next second, Bunkamaru's figure flew up like a tree trunk hit by a car. When he landed, there was a deep wound on the left side of the old man's abdomen. Of course, if Bunkamaru didn't try to dodge, his internal organs might have been dug out. Huan Anne's current lethality was so amazing. Huanan, who was stabbed by the needles, was unscathed, as if Bunkamuru's needles couldn't break through his body's defense. How is this possible? My needles, actually. What era is it now? Still playing this kind of outdated trick. I am really ashamed of you. In front of Rabbit Ball, Huan and casually pulled out the long needle that was stuck in her body. Then, with a pinch of her palm, she crushed it into powder. Clothes? Is this guy's clothes strange? At this time, Bunkamuru looked carefully and found that the black tights Huanan was wearing didn't even have a hole, which means that the clothes have the ability to block the needles. Did you find it? This is Heavenly Eye Group, Weapon Department, spent a lot of money to create a special protective battlesuit. It is so tough that even bullets can't penetrate it, and it can dissipate most of the impact. Noticing Bunkamuru's gaze on his battlesuit, Huanan showed a look of disdain. With this special battlesuit, Bunkamuru's needles were useless. There was no way to pierce through Huanan's acupoints. On the contrary, Huanan could use Bunkamuru as a target to beat him up. As long as he hit him, he would be heavily injured. The attack and defense of both sides were not on the same level. Even in terms of skills, Huanan, who had mastered all the skills of the Wind Demon Ninja, was stronger than Rabbitoshi, and not just by a little. In this situation, there was no suspense in the battle. It was just a one-sided trampling. Huanan let out a crazy laugh while using all kinds of techniques to attack Bunkamuru. Bunkamuru could only dodge and run for his life. Too strong. Too strong. Is there really someone in this world who can compete with him? When the few guardian ninjas who stayed here saw their leader being suppressed, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. They even looked at Huanan with a trace of fear in their eyes. Originally, the Black Feather Ninja was good at a variety of killing techniques, that is, heavy damage and light body techniques. On the other hand, the inner skills that the Guardian Ninja was good at were mainly various body movement techniques, which were light and heavy body movement techniques. Both sides have their own strengths and weaknesses, so in the past hundreds of years, they have been fighting without winning or losing, and it is difficult to completely destroy each other. But now, this man called Cathouse Sherhuan and had completely broken the stalemate. Right now, Huan and had combined the heavy damage of Black Feather and the lightning-fast body movement of Guardian, together with the high-tech protective battle suit made by the weapons division of the Heavenly Eye clan. She had truly reached a level where her attack, defense, speed, and technique were flawless. How can he fight? How can he fight with such a monster? Thinking of this, those ninjas clenched their fists slightly, as if they were extremely desperate for the current situation. If it was in the past, to deal with this kind of monster, they could only use their lives to kill him. Groups of ninjas took turns to attack him, constantly consuming his stamina, and when he was tired, he could kill him. But Huanan wasn't a fool. If he was really besieged by groups of ninjas, he would definitely turn around and run away, and if he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Therefore, it was very difficult to deal with Huanan with the power of Guardian Ninja alone. But even so, it doesn't mean that no one in this world can defeat him. After all, Rue Hui had already picked up her phone when she left and called the man who could be of great help at this time. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, in the dim room of the Rulon Group headquarters, a familiar ringtone sounded. When she heard the ringtone, the woman who was lying in the man's embrace on a messy bed that seemed to have gone through a battle frowned and pinched the man's waist. Hurry up and answer the phone. It's so noisy. In the dark, Colored Glaze's voice sounded a bit hoarse. It was hard to imagine that she must have shouted herself hoarse just now. As for the reason, it was needless to say. Yes, yes, yes. After being pinched, Ryuto, who was lying on the bed and feeling the warmth of the body beside him, reluctantly got up. As a result, when he picked up the phone, he found that it was a call from Rue Hui. This was somewhat awkward. No way. I just ate Colored Glaze, and Mrs. Rue Hui called? Does she have Heaven's Eye? Looking at the name displayed on the phone, and then looking at Colored Glaze who was lying on the bed in a daze like a puddle of mud, Ryuto swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then he opened the call with trepidation. Originally, Ryuto thought that Rue Hui called to ask about Colored Glaze, so he quickly said that, Mrs. Rue Hui? Liuli is working here. I'll send her over in a while. Hurry up. Heavens, I sent a very powerful assassin. Rabbit Ball is no match for him. What? After hearing Rue Hui's urgent words, Ryudo suddenly widened his eyes. Then he jumped up from the bed. Such a big movement suddenly woke up Colored Glaze, so she shouted in an unhappy tone, "Annoying! Can't you let me sleep?" Huh. Hearing her daughter's voice from the phone, and those words seemed to have some other meaning, Rue Hui on the other end of the phone suddenly made a hut sound. So Rue Hui quickly asked, "Ryudo? Colored Glaze, she? That? Mrs. Rue Hui. I'll be there soon. You guys hang in there. This is troublesome." After knowing that Colored Glaze's voice was heard over there, Ryudo could only awkwardly hang up the phone, quickly put on his clothes and rushed outside. Ryudo? Dragon? Forget it. When the phone was suddenly hung up, Rue Hui couldn't help but shake her head, but she probably already knew the situation over there. He had already told him not to lay his hands on Liuli before they got married, but in the end, he still turned a deaf ear to it. For some reason, when she thought that Ryudo and Colored Glaze might be lying on the bed just now, Rue Hui's heart actually had a sour feeling. Speaking of which, the one in the dragon battle is so strong. Can Liuli take it? Pooey, what am I thinking about? As if thinking of her previous experience, Rue Hui's face couldn't help but blush at this time. But she also knew that now was not the time to think about those things. So she quickly walked to the emergency safe house under the escort of the ninjas around her. Chapter 319. Just when Rue Hui was about to call for reinforcements, she unexpectedly heard her daughter's strange voice. The battle in the garden, not far away, was like a prairie fire that was burning fiercely. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Do you only know how to hide? This is the style of the leader of the Guardian Ninja. In the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, under the cover of night, the arrogant voice of the cat house Jinan kept echoing, as if he was mocking the blood relative who almost killed him in the past. His every movement was lightning fast, and his attacks were so many that it was dazzling. It was as if there was a storm of blood in the garden. They couldn't intervene. Although the garden had attracted many guards and other guardian ninjas, all of them could only watch from afar. They couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. After all, Jinan's speed was so fast that even guns couldn't be aimed at him, and if they fired randomly, they might hit Rabbit Ball. But even if they wanted to shoot both of them together, Jinan's body was wearing a high-tech combat suit. Even if bullets hit it, it would be difficult to penetrate it. At that time, Rabbit Ball would die in vain. Bang! After a long time, accompanied by a crisp sound, the long needle in Rabbit Ball's hand broke again. Looking carefully, the ground of the battlefield had long been densely covered with broken long needles. It was obvious that this kind of weapon was almost useless against the illusory nunnery. It was as fragile as a toothpick. Huff, huff, huff. After this battle, Rabbit Ball, who finally managed to open up a distance, squatted on the ground and gasped for breath. The number of wounds on his body was frightening. Usually, Rabbit Ball always gave people the feeling of an elegant old gentleman. But now, this old gentleman was covered in blood. His clothes were torn everywhere, his hair was messy, and his glasses were long gone. Compared to Rabbit Ball, Jinan's face wasn't red and he wasn't panting, as if nothing had happened. Even his clothes weren't dirty. Just from this appearance alone, it could be seen how huge the difference in strength between the two sides was. Compared to Huanan, who was 40 years younger and had the advantage in terms of stamina, strength, speed, skills, equipment, and other aspects, Huanan was now 70 years old. Rabbit Ball, whose body had long been weakened, was simply no match for Huanan. "You're too old, old man. But even at your peak, you're still no match for me." Huanan couldn't help but sigh when she saw Tu-Wan gasping for air. She then said in a disdainful tone, although Huanan had been thinking of defeating Tu-Wan every day and night for the past 10 years, he still felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy when he saw the old man gasping for breath under his attacks. In Huanan's impression, Rabamaru was a perfect ninja. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he could kill any opponent with a single strike. His mastery of various skills had already reached the point of perfection. 10 years ago, the illusory temple was so weak and powerless in front of Rabbit Ball. The figure in his eyes was so tall and mighty. But 10 years later, just 10 years later, the situation between the two sides was completely reversed. Today, in Huan En's eyes, Rabamaru was so weak and powerless. He was just an old man who was about to set foot on the road to hell. Is he too weak? No, I'm too strong. Thinking of this, Huan En couldn't help but look up at the bright moon, raised his chin high, and put on a posture of invincibility is so lonely. Not to mention how pretentious his posture was, how disgusting it was. But this guy's strength was not a joke. It seemed that he was really qualified to act like this. Damn it. Has my body already weakened to such an extent? For Rabbit Ball, watching this grandson showing off in front of him, his mood was naturally quite indignant. At this moment, a guardian ninja next to him shouted, "Leader, let's go together. Kill this kid." Yes, no matter how strong he is, he's just one person. We can't let him leave alive. Bodyguard team, get ready to fire at any time. You can shoot anywhere, as long as you hit him. For a time, a storm surged around the garden. Whether it was the guardian ninja or the professional bodyguards, they all aimed their weapons at Huan En, waiting for Rabbit Ball's order to join the battle. Who knew? Huan En sneered, pointed up and laughed. Old man, you don't think only you have helpers, right? I also have helpers, and they are stronger than yours. Hula, 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 hula. Before he could finish his sentence, 3 Apache armed helicopters appeared several hundred meters above the Kamishiro Imperial Garden with a strong gust of wind. The single-barreled chain cannon and ground-to-ground missiles under the nose of the helicopters also faintly appeared in the airframe, as if they were ready to fire at any time. Armed helicopters? Using this thing in Yodo City? Looking at the 3 armed helicopters floating above their heads, everyone couldn't help but be shocked, and a chill rose from their backs and quickly spread to their whole body. Although the Kamishiro Imperial Garden also had an anti-missile system for bombing, even so, it was impossible to completely stop this level of air attack. Therefore, as long as the other side attacked, at least half of the ninjas and bodyguards in the garden below will be killed. Enough. At this time, Bunkamaru shook his head and said, Huan En, you just want to fight me one-on-one. There is no need to do so much. As long as you don't let this group of minions interfere, then I naturally won't let the guys above ruin your mood. This is very reasonable, isn't it? Speaking of this, the corner of Huan En's mouth slightly raised. Obviously, the purpose of Huan En coming this time was to kill Bunkamaru, or kill Rue Hui. At least before Bunkamaru died, he will adhere to the principle of one-on-one combat, and not continue to expand the fire of war. But if other ninjas and Imperial Garden bodyguards want to fight, then the situation will be difficult to say. Bunkamaru naturally understood his meaning, so he said to the people around, You don't need to do anything, I will deal with him. But leader, deal with me? Ha 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 ha. Huan En heard this and laughed. What are you going to do with me? With your superb dodging skill just now? Unfortunately, running away can't get rid of people. Hearing Huan En's ridicule, Bunkamaru didn't answer, but took out the last 6 long needles from his waist. Bunkamaru usually carried 72 long needles all over his body, and 66 of them were destroyed. This was the last weapon left. But this time, he didn't throw the long needles at Huan En, but held 3 in each hand. Without hesitation, he pierced the needles into his head. What? Seeing Bunkamaru's strange action, the smile on Huan En's face suddenly disappeared. This old man pierced Baihui, Shangxing, Chengguang, Binshin, Taiyang, Fengqi, and stabbing so hard. Isn't this suicide? Although Huan En wasn't as proficient in acupuncture like Bunkamaru, he was still a person who practiced Qi, so he naturally understood the situation of the human body. Generally speaking, there are many vital points in the head, and acupuncture on the head is only used to stimulate the head slightly, so as not to poke too hard. But now, Bunkamaru directly pierced half of the long needles. It doesn't look like acupuncture, it looks like suicide. But is Bunkamaru committing suicide? Yes and no. At this moment, Bunkamaru was using a suicidal acupuncture technique called Final Technique, Dead Meridian. After the acupuncture, it can release the human body's potential to the maximum, to the point of breaking through the limit. Who? Roar. The moment after the acupuncture, Bunkamaru's thin body suddenly swelled up. The hardened muscle fibers tore his clothes apart. The veins on his neck and cheeks popped out, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ferocious aura. A violent, ferocious aura came from Bunkamaru's body, and his gaze towards Huan and became as terrifying as a beast looking at its prey. Sensing something amiss, Huan sneered. What kind of trick is this? You don't think. But before he finished speaking, Bunkamaru had already made his move. Bunkamaru's usual attacks were as fast as lightning, but he was also very calm, like a gentleman from the darkness. But when he suddenly took a step forward, the ground exploded with a bang. Countless rocks shot towards Huan, and like bullets. Meanwhile, the violent figure also charged in that direction. Bunkamaru seemed to only need one step to cross the distance of 10 meters, and a storm of attacks had already enveloped Huan. Inner technique, sacrificial blade dance. Under Huan's shocked gaze, Bunkamaru's arms flashed like a peacock spreading its tail, as if a dozen people were using the sacrificial blade at the same time, bringing with it the momentum of smashing the enemy into pieces. But Huan did not show any weakness. His hands also danced, and his hands turned into sharp blades, quickly waving out. In an instant, a series of dense and shocking sounds of wind breaking and explosions came from between the two of them, causing the surrounding audience to tremble in fear. But after this situation lasted for a second, Huan's right leg could not help but take a step back. That's right, Huan retreated. He actually retreated because he could not block Bunkamaru's attack. Of course, this was not something strange, because only Huan knew how terrifying Bunkamaru's attacks were. So fast and so heavy. Logically speaking, Huan should be much stronger than Bunkamaru in terms of physical strength, but now that both sides were using the sacrificial blade to fight, he could clearly feel a huge force as heavy as Mount Tai, and he was being pushed back step by step. This was the current Bunkamaru. This was Bunkamaru after using the final technique, Death Meridian. When he used this special acupuncture technique, he would release all the potential in his body. At the same time, Rabbit Ball's life would also rapidly wither away because he could not withstand this power. This was a move that would truly cause both of them to perish together. Chapter 320. Right now, Rabbit Ball was like a firework that was burning itself. It could only burn for a short period of time, but it couldn't last for too long. Of course, when he used the final skill, Death Meridian, Rabbit Ball was already prepared to die. He only wanted to make up for the mistakes he made in the past. His body quickly turned, like a ghost in the night, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Huanan, and a sacrificial blade silently stabbed the neck of Huanan. With Rabbit Ball's current strength, even through the combat suit, he could poke a bloody hole. So Huanan naturally didn't dare to be careless. So Huanan quickly stretched out his hand, and with a clever posture, he caught the stab from the bottom, and after catching it, he punched Rabbit Ball's heart. Rabbit Ball didn't want to take the punch, but his figure flashed and once again appeared behind Huanan. At the same time, he used the sacrificial blade to stab the back of Huanan's head. This move was simply impossible to guard against. His figure flickered, and his shadow merged into one on the ground. Finally, when Huan dodged the stab, he took the opportunity to kick him in the shin. Ka. At the same time, Huan felt his leg go numb, and his leg was almost broken by Rabbit Ball's kick, and his body also staggered forward, showing the power of this kick. Taking advantage of the opponent's unstable body, Rabbit Ball's two hands swept out like a gust of wind, and the sacrificial blade almost fell on Huan's body without any pattern, as if he wanted to turn him into a meat paste. Such a violent fighting style made the surrounding Guardian ninjas stunned. Previously, Rabbit Ball's battle gave people a pleasing feeling, but now, it was like a violent storm, raging waves. Sharp blades swept out with a strong wind-breaking sound, and the wind and thunder were strong. In an instant, Huan An's body was covered with injuries. Obviously, even the combat suit that could block bullets couldn't block Rabbit Ball's hands. If Huan An had the upper hand in the previous battle, and Rabbit Ball was injured all over his body, then the situation was quickly reversed. With the blessing of the final skill, Death Meridian, Rabbit Ball has now recovered to the peak of his life, which is the time when he was invincible in the world, around 30 years old. Hee, ha ha ha, delightful, delightful. I didn't expect this old man to be able to recover to the peak of his life at the age of 70, and even kill that bastard grandson of mine. God is really good to me. Incessantly launching attacks at the Mirage Temple, causing it to be riddled with wounds. Although 2-1 felt as though his body was creaking like a speeding old car, he still had a cheerful smile on his face. Of course, happy, too happy. Everyone who went against the Kanzai family had to die. This sentence was instilled into Bunnyball by his father when he was very young. It was almost like brainwashing. Bunnyball had almost forgotten his father's appearance and figure. After all, it had been 50 to 60 years since his father had perished together with the previous leader of the Black Feather Ninjas. Rabbit Ball, Rabbit Ball, Rabbit Ball of the past, Rabbit Ball the guardian ninjas of the ninjas of the Kamiyoshi. Regardless of whether the family has been prosperous or unstable for hundreds of years, this group of ninjas have never forgotten their duties and have always been by his side. This level of service is far beyond the level of loyalty to the master. It is close to the level of faith. That's right, in Rabbit Ball's heart, the Kamiyoshi clan is his faith. Whether it is Lady Rue Hui or Lady Color Glaze, as long as someone wants to harm them, even if it is the King of Heaven, they must die. But while Rabbit Ball was fighting with all his might, Huan An on the other side was miserable. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that 2-1 would actually have a hidden skill that could allow his strength to rise to such a level. This old man in his 70s used his hand as a blade. Every move he made was like an antelope hanging its horn. There was not the slightest trace of damage. Often, before Huan An could react, he felt a burning pain in his body. This kind of skill that replaced the blade with bare hands and super fast speed can be described as a ninja's profession characteristics incisively and vividly. Unknowingly, Huan An had dodged hundreds of steps in a row. At this time, he could only constantly move his body. He didn't even have time to take a breath. His heart was already suffering. I can't stop. If I don't keep moving, there is a high probability that I will be seriously injured by Rabbit Ball's blade, or even die on the spot. Damn it. This old man is crazy. I can't die here. Huan An knew that if this continues, it is only a matter of time before he is defeated, so he couldn't help but think of a way. From the beginning, Huan An was aiming to kill Rabbit Ball. In fact, when he forced out the final technique, Death Meridian, this goal was already achieved. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let those guys directly bombard the Kamiyo Imperial Garden. I can also take the opportunity to escape. Thinking of this, Huan An also steeled his heart. While dodging and gasping for breath, he took the opportunity to make a special hand gesture to the 3 Apache helicopters floating a few hundred meters above. Although it was night, and Huan An's hand gesture wasn't particularly obvious, but he believed that the carefully trained, spread the martial arts mercenary group could see it clearly. After all, the Fighting Under the Heavens mercenary group was a mercenary group directly under Yongji. Every mercenary in the group was an elite that had fought their way out of the battlefield. Moreover, they had long been using binoculars to closely observe the situation here. Sure enough, when Huan An made the hand gesture, the helicopters that were floating in the air quickly turned around and began to fly over here. They are going to make a move. Seeing that the 3 helicopters were preparing to fly at a low altitude, and that the single-barreled chain cannons were about to open fire on the Kanzaki ninjas and the Imperial Garden's bodyguards, even the experienced ninjas couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. This was an armed helicopter, a genuine weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Although the Kamiyoshi ninjas also have weapons, these pistols, submachine guns, and other light weapons are no threat to the helicopters. They can only passively take a beating. Huan An, you, spread out. Everyone spread out. Seeing that Juan and this bastard actually ignored the previous agreement and summoned the helicopters to break into the battlefield, Bunkamaru angrily attacked him while shouting at his companions. But even so, it was all too late. The single-barrel chain cannon below the helicopters began to spin and preheat, and at any time, it could spray out deadly sparks. However, the real magic wasn't this. But in the next moment, a rocket flew from the sky not far away like a meteor. Whoosh! Boom! Before the closest helicopter could open fire, the rocket already drew a beautiful parabola in the night sky hundreds of meters away and landed on top of the helicopter and made a series of loud explosions. What the hell? In the next second, under the dumbfounded gazes of the people below, the helicopter that was flying at a low altitude like an eagle destroying its prey suddenly turned into a huge fireball, falling down shakily like a bird that had been shot down by a stone. Bang! With a loud crash, the helicopter crashed to the ground, and the pilot and the rest of the crew ended their lives with the great feat of smashing through a wall. Rocket launcher? Who is it? Anne's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the helicopter that Lady Yongji had sent to support her crash in the blink of an eye. She hurriedly looked in the direction where the rocket came from. It would have been better if Juan did not look up. At the same time, the other two rockets drew a beautiful arc in front and behind, respectively hitting the other two armed helicopters. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? When the last two helicopters turned into fireballs and fell to the ground, Juan couldn't believe his eyes. The three rockets that flew from hundreds of meters away accurately hit the helicopter's propellers and shot it down from the sky. This kind of thing is extremely difficult to happen. After all, rocket launchers were not meant to be used to deal with aerial units. The accuracy of the rocket launchers could only be described as worrying. Even in civilian battlefields, they had to rely on multiple rocket launchers to shoot down low-flying helicopters in unison to barely be able to take them down. However, the guy who fired the rockets from afar completely ignored this convention. Instead, he directly fired 3 rockets, and one of them hit an armed helicopter. Everyone had a share, and no one missed. What was even more frightening was that each of these rockets had predicted the distance of several hundred meters in advance and the arc of the parabola, and they had accurately hit the propeller that was guaranteed to be fatal. This kind of firing accuracy was simply amazing. Who the hell is it? I don't care. I just need to leave this place first. When the surroundings of the Mirage Nunnery were illuminated by the raging flames of the 3 helicopters, Rabbit Ball, who was not far away, was clutching his chest due to the final skill, Death Meridian, revealing a painful expression. But just as Juanan was about to run away, a hand patted him on the shoulder like a ghost. Hey, don't go so fast. You haven't played with me yet. What? Before Juanan could react, his right hand was firmly locked by a big hand like an iron clamp, and at the same time, a sharp pain accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking came from the first joint. In just half a second, when Juan turned his head, one of his fingers had already been twisted and broken by someone in an executioner's action, and the person who approached the strongest ninja in history like a ghost, and broke his fingers while laughing, showed a malicious smile under the light of the fire. Chapter 321. This guy is Ryuto Kiryu? As the new head of the secret department of the Heavenly Eye Group, Juan also successfully promoted the previous head to the position of deputy head not long ago, so he naturally knows the enemies of the group. Now in the Heavenly Eye Group, as long as the enemy of the group is mentioned, it is impossible to avoid this Supreme Emperor. According to the rumors, although Ryuto Kiryu has a human face, he should be some kind of non-human creature, and there are countless legends related to him. Is it that exaggerated? He is just a 17 or 18 years old kid. Whenever he heard the legend about Ryuto, Juan couldn't help but show a disdainful expression, and secretly said in his heart that he must personally take off that guy's head in the future. However, now that Ryuto has circled behind him like a ghost, and even grabbed his hand and broke his knuckles, Juan knew that the legend was not exaggerated at all, or rather, those legends did not reflect the horror of this man at all. How is it possible? How did he get behind me? For Huan, it is an extremely inconceivable thing for Ryudo to get behind him silently. You know, he is a ninja, an expert at the back, an expert at sensing aura. How can he be easily circled to the back by others? As long as there is a trace of aura, Huan can definitely find someone behind him. But Ryudo didn't even reveal a trace of aura. Of course, if Ryudo knew Huan's doubts, he would definitely laugh out loud. Nonsense, I have full proficiency in the aura shielding technique and silent movement technique. As long as I don't want to be discovered, I can dance in front of your bed in the middle of the night and you won't find out. But now Huan didn't have time to think about how Ryudo got behind him. His attention was focused on his right hand that was caught. Gotcha! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking. Before Huan could react, his thumb had already been twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist. This bastard. Huh. After reacting, Huan quickly rotated his body in the air, trying to use the force of the rotation to get rid of Ryudo's grasp and open the distance. Who would have thought that the moment his body leaped up and spun, the huge force transmitted from that hand directly fixed his muscular and slender body in place, causing him to forcefully stop halfway through his spin. Is there a mistake? Using the power of one hand to block the power of my whole body. Gotcha. At the same time that the escape plan failed, Huan's second finger was also lightly broken, and another heart-wrenching pain was transmitted over. There are 3 fingers. You have 3 chances. If you can't break free before all your fingers are broken, I will twist your head. Long Do looked at the surprised assassin and spoke as if he was talking to trash. Monster. This guy is a monster. Inner technique. The next second, Huan's other arm slammed toward this side like a whip. His 3 fingers, which were in a triangular formation, pierced towards Long Do's face like the sharp tip of a whip. Huan's sacrificial blade was not slow, and it was almost to the point where human dynamic vision could barely cope with it. But even so, Ryudo still saw it very clearly, because his dynamic vision at this time had reached the limit of human vision. LV5 Insight. When Ryudo learned that a powerful assassin had come to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, he had already spent 5 billion renminbi to raise his insight to the maximum level on the way here. Previously, when Tomahawk was raided in Moscow, the Black Hand Alliance had seized a large amount of loot, including a large amount of cash and gold. After exchanging the loot for cash, Long Do had a few billion yuan in his account. He was filthy rich. At this time, with the superhuman level of LV5 Insight, no matter how fast Huan's movements were, it was at best in Ryudo's eyes. Whoosh! As a result, the moment that whip-like hand pierced out, Long Do grabbed Huan's right hand and threw his body into the sky. With this throw, Huan only felt that his whole body lost balance and flew in the sky like a kite. The sacrificial blade that was originally aimed at the opponent's face had already missed. Crack! The moment he landed, another finger was quickly broken, and there were only 2 left. In other words, if Huan couldn't get rid of Ryudo's grasp in the next 2 operations, then he was dead. This was not a battle at all, but an execution. Ryudo knew this and Huan also knew this. The former enjoyed it, while the latter was in extreme pain. This pain was not only from the physical pain, but the most terrible was the mental torture. Why? Why did I, the head of the Tenmu group, the strongest ninja of the era, fall to the point of being executed in public by a 17 or 18-year-old brat? Damn it, there was no other way. Seeing that he still had 2 chances, and the opponent was about to kill him, Huan had to make an extremely painful decision. Under the illumination of the surrounding flames, the strongest ninja suddenly flew up, and the sharp blade on his ninja boots popped out and stabbed towards Ryudo's temple. But no matter what, this kind of attack was a bit too casual. So Ryudo leaned sideways to avoid the kick, and after breaking the 4th finger, he sneered and said, "4th, one last time, you, huh?" Bang! Before Huan's upper body landed on the ground, a few small balls had already landed on the ground, and after a burst of explosion, a thick smoke rolled up. The smoke quickly spread in all directions, and then completely blocked Ryudo's vision, and he couldn't see Huan An's actions in front of him. But is this useful? Your hand is still caught by me. Well, it's fine. Just as Ryudo grabbed Huan An's wrist and was about to pull him back to beat him up, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter, as if the weight on the other side suddenly disappeared. Good guy, ruthless. After the smoke slowly dissipated, Ryudo looked at the arm in his hand that was cut off at the elbow, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Because he couldn't break free from Ryudo's grasp, Huan An actually cut off his own arm, which was really ruthless. When the smoke dissipated, Huan An's figure had also completely disappeared in front of Ryudo's eyes. In the garden of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, there were only 3 military helicopters burning, and the cat house not far away on the ground covered with rabbit ball. Old man, are you okay? At this time, Ryudo walked in front of Rabbit Ball and asked. At least on the surface, Rabbit Ball was indeed in a very bad condition. He was bleeding all over, his eyes were lifeless, and his breathing was weak, as if he was going to the gates of hell in the next moment. You're here. After seeing Ryudo, Rabbit Ball opened his eyes and said earnestly, I can't go on anymore. The mission to protect Lady Rue Hui and Lady Colored Glaze is... Oh? Before Rabbit Ball finished speaking, Ryudo had already taken out a pill from who knows where and stuffed it into his mouth, and then helped him swallow it. What did you feed me? A life-saving medicine. Whether you die or not, it's not up to you. It's up to me, understand? After casually taking out a life-saving elixir that Wu Hong had eaten before and stuffing it into the rabbit ball, Long Do threw the rabbit ball on the ground and leisurely ran inside to find Rue Hui. As for Rabbit Ball, who was originally lying on the ground waiting for death, the moment the elixir entered his mouth, he felt a warm current flowing through his originally tattered body, and the intense pain immediately lessened by quite a bit. No way. What did he feed me? I don't have to die? What kind of person is this? A god? Looking at Ryudo's back, Rabbit Ball couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although he knew that Ryudo was no longer the little extreme Dao young master that he threatened a year ago, he didn't expect this person to become a living god that could even control his own life. Not long after, Ryudo also came to the emergency underground safe room of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, and saw Rue Hui, who was sitting alone with a strange expression, as if she wasn't in a good mood. Lady Rue Hui, don't worry, the matter outside has been resolved, and there are no casualties. Ryudo sat beside Rue Hui and said in a comforting tone, Is that so? That's great. Rue Hui slightly raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and turned to look at Ryudo and sneered, But what I want to know is my cute daughter okay? Her body is relatively weak, so you have to be careful. After being scolded by Lady Rue Hui, Ryudo showed a somewhat awkward expression. After all, when the two were talking on the phone, Lady Rue Hui heard Colored Glaze's angry words on the bed. She must already know what happened over there. His mother-in-law had overheard him having sex with her daughter in front of her, so the situation was somewhat awkward. So Ryudo could only smile bitterly, that, Lady Rue Hui, actually in fact, you two are in love with each other, and you are young and vigorous, it is reasonable for something to happen. I won't interfere too much, don't worry. Rue Hui's tone was somewhat complicated. Of course, her mood was even more complicated. On one hand, Rue Hui also hoped that her daughter could be happy, but on the other hand, she always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. When she thought of Ryudo and Colored Glaze being affectionate and sweet together, Rue Hui didn't know who she was envious of. Forget it. Heaven's Eye has already made a move. Next is the decisive battle with Iam. As the master of the Kamiyoshi clan, I shouldn't think about this anymore. After sending the embarrassed Ryudo away, Rue Hui took a deep breath, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and tried to calm her chaotic heart. Chapter 322. The night of the second day, inside the Heavenly Eye Group headquarters, Unrestrained Sky Tower, a slim figure was walking slowly in the corridor covered with red carpets. Was it because yesterday's new product was too awesome? My waist is a bit sore. This beautiful woman with a cold face opened her rosy lips and yawned as she walked. At the same time, she stretched out her hand to support her slender waist, as if she had gone overboard last night. Just as she pushed open the door and entered a small conference room, there was already a bear-like man in a thick trench coat waiting for her in the conference room. He looked very sturdy. Director Teshima, long time no see. Seeing his old colleague push open the door and enter, the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapons department, Nicholas, raised his head and greeted her indifferently. Nicola, the last time I saw you was 2 years ago. The director of the Heavenly Eye Group, Guard Department, Teshima Linhua, also nodded and sat on the chair on the right side of Nicola. Speaking of which, although there were 4 directors in this group, there was no friendship between the directors, and they rarely met each other. It was not strange to not see each other once in a year or two. After all, the directors were usually busy with their work. Unless there was really a big event, there were few opportunities and occasions to appear together. Of course, the reverse of this sentence meant that when the ministers appeared together, it would really be accompanied by something big. After taking a seat, Lin Hua looked at the 2 empty seats next to the conference table, as well as the very special throne at the head of the table. He smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Lord Yongji actually called you back this time. She should be serious now." I don't dare to guess what Ayam-sama is thinking. I can only say, it's very likely. Just as Nicola and Linhua were chatting in the conference room, a middle-aged man with snake-like yellow pupils and a chicken nest on his head also pushed the door and walked in. "Yo, Yomi, I heard that you were poisoned by hell butterfly before. It's not easy to still be alive." When the old man appeared, Nicola said to him with a slightly mocking tone. It was hard to imagine that the relationship between the two was not particularly good. How can a mere anesthetic kill this old man? Hearing this, Huang Quan could not help but grit her teeth. She crossed her arms and sat on the stool. She sneered. "Compared to me, you should be more concerned about the situation of the new head of the intelligence department. He is still lying in the hospital room this morning." The new head of the intelligence department? Isn't he the one who kicked Heavy Fire out not long ago? I think he's called Huan. What happened to him? Lin Hua had naturally heard about the change in the head of the intelligence department of the Heavenly Eye Group. Before this, the head of the intelligence department had always been the leader of the Black Feather Ninja, Heavy Fire. However, all of a sudden, a young man called Huan defeated Zhonghua in a one-on-one duel and seized the position of minister. According to Ling Hua's understanding of the situation, the new minister Huan should be a very strong person. How could she suddenly enter the ward? Him? Humph. He went to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden to cause trouble last night and ended up losing more than 3 armed helicopters. He even broke his own arm and came back. He's a hopeless idiot. When this matter was mentioned, Nicholas couldn't help but scold him. After all, the 3 Apache armed helicopters were painstakingly built by their weapon department. As a result, the idiot Huan lost them all in one night. He was even better at messing with planes than the Indians. Isn't that right? Now we are still working with the technical staff of the weapon department to install a prosthetic hand for him. This guy has just taken office and hasn't done anything yet. Instead, he has brought us a lot of trouble. At this time, Huang Quan also complained with a tone full of disgust. "Oh, so that's the case. That's really miserable." After hearing the words of the 2 ministers, Lin Hua also roughly understood the general situation. Anyway, it was the new head of the secret department who went a fight with someone and ended up destroying the equipment of the weapons department. He also needed the medical department to treat him and asked the 2 departments to work together to install a prosthetic hand for him. He was indeed a troublesome person. It was no wonder that Nikolai and Yomi didn't treat him well. Clang. But just as the 2 ministers were crazily complaining about the new colleague, the door of the conference room was opened again. The young minister with a bandaged hand and a pale face walked in with heavy steps. After walking in, Huan didn't say a word. He directly walked over and sat on the empty chair. He didn't even look at the 3 ministers of the other departments. It was as if they were air. Seeing his arrogant look, the hot-tempered Huang Quan couldn't help but ridicule him, This guy, you got yourself into trouble, and you still have the nerve to be so arrogant? Humph, my goal has been achieved. Rabbitoshi is dead. I was just attacked by Ryuto Kiryu when I was retreating. What kind of trouble is that? Although from an objective point of view, Huan and was indeed severely beaten up last night, he couldn't say that he didn't complete his mission. After all, Rabbitoshi was indeed dead. Or, he thought that Rabbitoshi was dead, but in fact, Rabbitoshi was just resting. Of course, Nikolai didn't agree with this statement. So he ridiculed him again. Sneak attack? I don't believe you can beat Tongsheng Ryudo in a direct confrontation. I've seen his strength before. Believe it or not, I was just careless at that time. I didn't dodge. After being refuted by his colleague, Huan, In's face turned red, but he still tried to defend himself. For a moment, he kept saying things like he doesn't talk about martial ethics, he didn't fight randomly, and he came prepared. The three of them just treated it as if they were listening to his nonsense, and the meeting room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. However, just as Huan Un, who had lost an arm, was trying her best to defend herself, a crisp sound of high heels could be heard. The lively atmosphere in the conference room came to an abrupt end, and it was as silent as a coffin shop. At this moment, the person who walked out from the other side of the conference room was the most beautiful woman in the world. Regardless of whether it was her appearance, figure, personal temperament, or taste in clothes, there was absolutely no one who would say anything bad about her. Of course, if someone dared to say anything bad about her, then that person would most likely be thrown to the dogs. After all, this was the most beautiful woman in the world, but also the most terrifying woman in the world. Even the four ministers of the Heavenly Eye Group were nervous when facing their boss. They were like a naughty child who met the teacher without doing homework. Nikolai, Lin Hua, Huang Quan, Huan Nin. Every single person sitting here could be considered a dragon or phoenix among men of this generation. Each of them had experienced countless major events, and their hands were stained with the blood of countless people. But even if the four of them were added together, the number of people they killed was definitely not as much as I am, and definitely not as much as the boss of the Heavenly Eye Group. Therefore, when Yongji strode with light steps, contentedly walked to her throne that was one level higher than the other four chairs and sat down, only then did she sweep her bewitching gaze across the four people one by one. It's really a pleasant thing to see the four of you gathered together. When everyone was at a loss for what to do, Yongji said with a smile, and then gently clapped her hands. The four ministers were well aware of their boss's strange and unpredictable words and actions. At this time, Yomi, who was the most senior, took the lead and asked, "Lady Iam, you called the four of us here. There must be something to announce." "That's right. We have been preparing for the previous plan for so long. Everyone has put in a lot of effort for this. It's time for us to test the results." Test the results? Could it be? When they heard Iam's words, all the ministers widened their eyes and revealed excited expressions at the same time. All the core members of the Heavenly Eye Group had always known one thing, and that was that this group was carrying out a plan that could shake the world and definitely change history. And the name of this plan was Enai Hanan Temple. The chaos of Hanan Temple back then caused Hanan Temple to fall into a sea of fire. And this time, Enai Hanan Temple wanted to cause all places except Hanan Temple to fall into a sea of fire. Therefore, the core of this plan was to destroy Japan. To destroy a country with the power of a group, even if there was a group of capable people led by Iam, it was definitely not an easy job. But fortunately, before this, the four major departments had put in enough effort for this plan. Why destroy Japan? Other than Iam, no one knew, but this did not stop them from being excited about this plan. After all, there shouldn't be many normal people who could gather under Yongji's command. And destroying a country was something that would leave a mark in history, so it was natural that they would be attracted to it. It would be able to fully unleash the malice in their hearts. Linhua, has the Ministry of Internal Affairs been arranged properly? No problem, enough pawns and substitutes have been placed. Now, most of the people in the Metropolitan Police Department, the Cabinet, and the Parliament are our people. We can do whatever we want. Nikolai, is the weapon to be sent to the Middle East ready? It's ready. They can carry out a magnificent war there at any time to attract the attention of the world there. I guarantee that the United Nations will have a splitting headache. Yomi, has the production line for mass production of Hell Butterfly been completed? It can start. If necessary, it can be sent to the world's black market in large quantities. At that time, the cities of the entire Western world will be in chaos. Huanan, how's the preparation for the assassination of the leaders of the various countries? It was Chonghua who was in charge of this before, right? Lord Iam, this matter is still being arranged by Chonghua. He will participate in the plan as my best assistant. I can guarantee that when the time comes, none of the people who deserve to die will escape. Very good. Seeing that the ministers of the 4 major departments under her were fully prepared, Iam waved her hand and smiled. Now, I hereby announce that the Inai Hanan Temple plan will officially start from today. Whoa, 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 whoa. With Iam Tenmu and the 4 ministers rallying arms, the Tenmu group that had already started operating behind them began to slowly float up like a huge submarine from the bottom of the bottomless strait to the surface of the water. And the moment they all surfaced, it was also the moment the world was enveloped in the flames of war. Chapter 323. Winter in Tokyo was a pure white winter. When it was December, a light snow seemed to have sprayed the surrounding houses and the ground with a thin layer of white film. It looked white and shiny, clean and beautiful. But Ryudo was not in a good mood, because he was in trouble. 1 month after the attack on the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, Yunie-senpai came to him with a very special message. Ryudo, come here. I have something to tell you. That morning, when Ryudo came to school to slack off, Union mysteriously pulled him to a corner of the school. You have something to tell me? What's going on? Why are you being so secretive? At this time, the first class was about to start. The teaching building was secluded, and there was no one around. Union, on the other hand, had a strange look on her face as she pulled Long Daodu to an empty space behind the teaching building. Union, if you have something to say, just say it. Do you want me to help you read again? Because he was busy this month, Ryudo hadn't read Union's novel for a long time. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a novel written by a normal person. Since the golden heron Iwasaki Yanasuke passed away a month ago, Rue Hui and Colored Glaze quickly used their family's relationship with Iwasaki Reiko to swallow up all of the golden heron's assets and received an astronomical amount of money. After that, Rue Hui, who had money, connections, and influence, struck while the iron was hot. She quickly proposed a proposal to promote Gongxi to the new golden heron. She even hired the Black Hand Alliance to use countless dirty tricks to push Gongxi up. But it wasn't over yet. Although Kyoji became the golden heron of the Yatsuki, he still needed someone to fill the Dark Crow position. Therefore, Colored Glaze took a liking to Ryudo's other father-in-law, Saito Takahiro. As the head of this Saito club, Takahiro had the qualifications to join the Yatsuki. It was just that Takahiro was too lazy to deal with those people, so he didn't join them. But even so, after Ryudo and Dunia's persuasion, Takahiro successfully entered the Yatsuki and successfully took another Dark Crow position. After all this, the Yatsuki could be said to have been infiltrated by Ryudo's forces. Rue Hui, Kyoji, and Takahiro all held important positions in the Yatsuki, and they were constantly trying to recruit other forces. A month later, the Black Hand Alliance, Kamiyoshi Clan, Tsukujiri Group, and Saito Club began to fully display the power of the Iron Four Corners. Black Hand Alliance, Kamiyoshi Clan, Tsukujiri Group, and Saito Club began to fully display the power of the Black Hand Alliance, Kamiyoshi Clan, Tsukujiri Group, and Saito Club. In this case, Ryudo's side naturally made a lot of money, and there were a lot of things to worry about. Recently, every day was happy, until Yunyin suddenly came to the door. At this time, why was Yunyin so nervous to find Ryudo? Seeing that there was no one around, Yunyin boldly said, what I'm going to say next, don't be afraid. Afraid? Ryudo laughed and said, you really know how to joke. Who doesn't know that I, Ryudo Kiryu, am full of courage? There shouldn't be many things in this world that can make me afraid. The reason why Ryudo said this was not to brag, because now his courage had reached the level of LV5 courage, extreme Superman, and he really wouldn't be afraid of certain things. However, not being afraid didn't mean that he wouldn't be shocked. Then I'll say it? Say it. Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll help you. I'm pregnant. What? The moment he heard those words, Long Do was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly leaped into the air and did a 720-degree spin in the air. After landing from a height of 3 meters, he quickly reached out and hugged Yunyan's shoulder and asked nervously, You. What did you say? Are you really pregnant? Are you sure? The reason why Ryudo was so surprised was not unreasonable. After all, although he had been having sex with Yunyan since a month ago, they had been very honest and took protective measures every time. How could she suddenly be pregnant? Speaking of which, the only time Ryudo didn't take protective measures was the night in Moscow with Dunia. In the end, Dunia seemed to be fine, but Yunyan, who had been very safe, was pregnant? Wasn't this too bizarre? If it weren't for the fact that Ryudo had always believed in Yunyan's words, he would even suspect that he had been cheated on and that this child was not his. But when it came to why she was pregnant, Yunyan said in an awkward tone, I've already gone to the hospital for a checkup, and it's confirmed that I'm pregnant. Speaking of which, this matter is actually related to Sister Linhana. Linhana Tajima? What does it have to do with that girl? Can she help me get you pregnant? Something like that. Actually, after I found out that I was pregnant last night, I also asked Sister Linhana, and then she said, What did she say? She said that when she met us in Paris and went into the room with us, she secretly used a needle to pierce a hole in the box of toys we bought. That's why it's like this. Island. Lin. Hua. Is there something wrong with your brain? Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't help but reach out and cover his head. He secretly cursed that perverted woman 100 times in his heart. Psycho. Other than psycho, Ryudo really didn't know how to describe Linhana. Why did she want to stab someone else's condom with a needle? Did she want to have a nephew so badly? Great, that perverted Linhana really succeeded. Yunyan was really pregnant. But now, no matter who it was meaningless to blame anyone. Both of them had to face reality. Some time ago, Yunyan had just celebrated her 18th birthday. In a few months, she would graduate from this Dory No. 1 high school and step into society to start on her own path as a writer. But this unexpected pregnancy suddenly messed up Yunyan's life steps. Before she could have the identity of a writer, she already had the new identity of a mother-to-be. No, I'm a man. At this time, I have to stand up. After taking a deep breath, Ryudo reached out and hugged Yunyan into his arms. He comforted her softly. If you're pregnant, then so be it. Let's find a time to get the marriage certificate and have a wedding ceremony. It can be considered as an explanation to your parents. In Ryudo's view, since he did such a thing to someone else's daughter, then as a man, he must be responsible. There was no need to talk about getting the marriage certificate. He also had to have a grand wedding ceremony to let the woman feel that her 10 months of suffering was worth it. He also had to take care of her for the rest of her life. This was the responsibility of a man. But when he thought of the murderous expression on his father-in-law's face after this matter was exposed, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. And what made him sigh even more was, at this time, Yunyan, who was leaning in Ryudo's arms, raised her head and said with a worried tone, If we get married, what about colored glaze and Dunia? That's right, compared to his father-in-law who was difficult to appease, Ryudo needed to appease colored glaze and Dunia more. In fact, before this, Ryudo had already thought of a solution for himself and his 3 harem. That was to change nationality and run to Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and other countries that allowed polygamy to get married. After all, marriage was the most important thing in a woman's life. They all hoped to have an unforgettable wedding. They definitely didn't want to follow their husband without any status. So Ryudo had already decided to take the three women out of this country to get married abroad after settling Iam's matter. Unfortunately, it seemed like it was too late now. Recently, there were many things happening. According to Colored Glaze's information, that Heavenly Eye Group's actions were becoming more and more obvious. They didn't give Ryudo time to bring them out to change nationality and have a wedding ceremony. However, Union's stomach was about to get bigger. What should I do? Forget it. I have to let them know anyway. It's better to discuss it with Colored Glaze and Dunia. Based on the idea that everyone had the right to know, Ryudo planned to meet the two women at his house in the evening. He planned to have a small family meeting to settle this matter openly. But at this moment, Union took the initiative to say, "Let me tell them. After all, this is the trouble created by Sister Linhua. It's not your fault. What if the two of them get angry? Seeing that I'm pregnant, even if they get angry, they probably won't do anything to me." Speaking of this, Union confidently stuck out her belly that didn't have any ups and downs. Although there was a new life in it, at least from the outside, it was completely impossible to tell. Seeing that Union was so insistent, Ryudo also agreed to let her take the initiative to inform the two of this happy event. The location was at the lunch meeting at noon. During this period, Ryudo and Colored Glaze often didn't come to school because of their busy work. However, it just so happened that they didn't have anything to do these 2 days, so Colored Glaze also obediently stayed in school at this time. Of course, even so, Colored Glaze definitely didn't expect that this lunch meeting at noon where Ryudo was absent would have such a big issue. "Both of you. Because of some things, I accidentally got pregnant. I'm very sorry." Just when Union lowered her head to Colored Glaze and Dunia very apologetically, the two women were stunned at the same time. Then, their attitude was completely different from what Union had thought before. "Pregnant? Really? That's amazing." The first to react was Dunia. She hurriedly ran to Union's side and leaned her little head on Union's belly, as if she wanted to listen to the fetal movement in the belly. "Are you an idiot? How can a 1-month-old baby have fetal movement?" After seeing Dunia's reaction, Colored Glaze first ridiculed her, then calmly congratulated Union. "Congratulations. I hope the child can be born healthy." Although her reaction was quite different from Dunia's, from Colored Glaze's tone and attitude, she obviously wasn't dissatisfied with Union's pregnancy. This completely exceeded Union's expectations. Chapter 324. What's going on? Aren't the two of them always fighting to be the first in all aspects, unwilling to fall behind others? Why did they react so gently to my cheating behavior? In the beginning, Union thought that Colored Glaze and Dunia would have some complaints when they found out that she was pregnant. At the very least, it was inevitable that they would complain a little. But she didn't expect that the two of them would have such an attitude, as if they weren't jealous at all. "What? You don't think I'm jealous of you, do you?" As if sensing Union's surprise, Colored Glaze couldn't help but laugh. Only Dunia would do this kind of thing. "I'm not that narrow-minded." "Huh. What the hell? Is it okay to shoot at me?" Dunia obviously didn't like to hear this, so she raised her head from Union's stomach and replied in a disdainful tone. "The person who would do this kind of thing is obviously you, a woman with a heart as small as a sesame seed." "Heart as small as a sesame seed? You actually have the face to say such things? 2 weeks ago, I borrowed Ryudo from you for a while, and you pissed me off for 3 days. You haven't done this kind of thing before? Didn't I take your favorite dish at the dinner party a month ago, and you were all kinds of sarcastic behind my back? Bringing up old scores, right? 3 months ago, percent at yin asterisk at hashtag yin hashtag asterisk. You're the one bringing up old scores. Clearly 6 months ago, hashtag yin at hashtag asterisk percent. 9 months ago, UXXXXX. 1 year ago, UXXXXX. Seeing the two sisters quarrel in front of her again, Union forced herself not to say, "Stop quarreling. I think the two of you are really narrow-minded." But she also understood why the two of them didn't hold a grudge against her for secretly getting pregnant. The reason was very simple, because the one who was pregnant this time was Union, and not colored glaze or Dunia, so they weren't jealous. After all, Yunyin was very popular, and everyone liked her. And now, in Ryudo's harem group of 3, colored glaze and Dunia were the type that naturally clashed. One was a smart Japanese beauty, while the other was a martial artist. One was an intelligent Japanese beauty, while the other was a martial artist. Even the things they liked to eat were different. Colored glaze liked to eat fish, shrimp, crab, and other seafood, while Dunia liked to eat pancakes, sour cream, and barbecue, and both of them disdainful of each other's recipes. Fish, shrimp, crab? So disgusting. How could they eat it? Bye. Dunia pancakes with pancakes? Barbecue? Isn't that too? Bye. Colored glaze in this kind of situation. The two of them had conflicts everywhere, but fortunately, Yunyin was in the middle to act as a buffer, so they could barely get by. Speaking of which, Yunyin was the kind of person who didn't have any special strengths and didn't have any special preferences. To put it bluntly, she wasn't good at anything and only had the charm of a witch. But it was also this kind of Yunyin that could be the all-purpose lubricant in a team, making everyone like her. Even when she secretly got pregnant, Colored Glaze and Dunia sincerely congratulated her. On the other hand, if either Colored Glaze or Dunia got pregnant first, then the other would definitely flip the table in anger. Then it would become a civil war. But although the pregnancy didn't cause any problems, the two of them always quarreling was really a little troublesome. Seeing Colored Glaze and Dunia start to quarrel again, Yunyin, who was sitting at lunch, couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, is there any way to improve their relationship? Unknowingly, Yunyin started to think about this question in her mind. After all, they were going to live together as a family of 4. If 2 of them quarreled every day, then it was a kind of family misfortune, and they definitely wouldn't be happy every day. What should I do? Right. Why don't I take this opportunity to have a party at Ryudo's place? Everyone can happily quarrel for a night, and if we can relieve some of the tension, their relationship should improve a lot. Thinking of this, Yunyin smiled and said to the two of them, Stop. Do you want to have a party at Ryudo's place tonight to celebrate the birth of my son? Birth of your son? Isn't your son still in your stomach? You don't seem to be able to describe it as a birth of your son. Just as Yunyin finished speaking, Colored Glaze and Dunia ridiculed at the same time, and then fiercely glared at each other. You two. If only you could have such tacit understanding. After secretly sighing, Yunyin convinced the two of them to attend the party tonight, and she told this news to Ryudo, who was a little troubled because he suddenly became a father. A party in my room? To improve the relationship between Colored Glaze and Dunia's relationship? This seems to be possible. Ryudo nodded at this time, and in his mind, he also remembered the glorious daily quarrels between Colored Glaze and Dunia, the beautiful sisters. However, if they were going to have a gathering, then it would be better to prepare some snacks, drinks, and alcohol. Although Senior Yunyin was currently pregnant and could not drink alcohol, those two fellows were still able to drink. As the saying goes, if you drink too much, you'll play with money. If you want to quickly improve the relationship, 3 to 5 glasses of alcohol and a few heartfelt words from the drunken stupor would definitely have a good positive effect. I've decided to get some alcohol, and tonight, I'll get Colored Glaze and Dunia drunk together and let them speak the truth after drinking and become good brothers after drinking. At the thought of this, Long Do immediately arranged for his assistant, Ming Hai, to buy the necessary supplies for the party. In particular, the drinks had to be sufficient, and they had to be the kind that ladies could drink. Then, they waited for the night to come. Just like this, when night fell, a very festive scene appeared in Ryudo's room. Colored Glaze, Yunyin, and Dunia, the 3 girls, very punctually came together to Ryudo's room, and at this time, a large table was placed in the middle of the room, and the table was filled with all kinds of snacks, drinks, party games, and so on, a very standard party scene. Whoa, this situation looks quite fresh. Seeing the 3 girls come together to his bedroom, Ryudo, who had never seen this scene before, couldn't help but nod slightly, and the corner of his mouth raised into an excited arc. During this period of time, whether it was Colored Glaze, Yunyin, or Dunia, they had all been on the bed in this bedroom, resting. But even so, It was the first time that the three of them appeared here together. Especially when Ryudo saw the big bed next to the table, and then looked at the three figures who had slept on the bed one after another. An evil thought emerged in his mind. Speaking of which, my bed is also quite big, if the three of them can sleep together. Hee hee. Creak. But just when Ryudo was thinking of something like sleeping together, accompanied by a creaking sound, Dunia suddenly jumped toward the bed. Oh, I'm so tired. This bed is still the most comfortable to lie on. Hee hee. After taking off her shoes, Dunia, who was wearing a gothic dress and lace stockings, curled up on Ryudo's bed and raised her small feet and rolled on the bed while hugging the pillow, as if she was occupying her territory. Seeing Dunia occupying the bed she slept on, colored glaze on the side couldn't help but quickly stop her. Come down, it's rude. Hey, you're not the owner here. What right do you have to say that I'm rude? You. Colored glaze, who was choked by Dunia, was naturally unconvinced, so she quickly took off her shoes and jumped onto the bed, occupying the other half of the bed that the petite body couldn't occupy. You're a smart one. Shameless. Who's learning from you? When I was lying on this bed, who knows where you were playing with mud? So what if you came early? At least you didn't come late. Chatter. Crackle. Crackle. Seeing these two girls quarreling over his bed, Ryudo could only use a helpless tone to say to them, "Can you two stop arguing? Look at Yunyin. Wait, I have a share of this bed too. You can't exclude me." Before Ryudo could finish his words, Yunyin, who was next to him, quickly threw off her shoes and rushed to the bed in a loose dress, as if she was afraid that she wouldn't have a place to lie down if she was late. Are you kidding me? Yunyin is here too? And these guys, is fighting for territory that fun? Seeing the three girls pushing and fighting on the bed, Ryudo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at first, but not long after, his eyes were fixed on them. Well, how should I put it? After going through the initial chaotic battle and entering the stage of close combat, the current situation on the bed was really pleasing to the eye. Colored glaze, Yunyin, and Dunia were already absolute beauties. Now that they were lying, and sitting together on the bed, it was inevitable that one would see their dresses flipped up and their slender legs entwined with each other. Especially those three pairs of beautiful legs. It was really amazing. Needle-free, needle-free, needle-free. Among the three girls, Yunyin was the tallest. Her legs were also the longest, the fleshiest, the most voluptuous, and the best to touch. At this time, those voluptuous legs were wrapped in skin-tight nude stockings, rubbing on the bed, quilt, and pillow, easily attracting the attention of others. Of course, in terms of attracting attention, Colored Glaze and Dunia were not far behind. Although these two's legs weren't as voluptuous as Yunyin's, they each had their own unique characteristics. The former's advantage was in its boniness, while the latter's advantage was in its petite size. Colored Glaze's legs were in between the other two, but because of her slender figure, those straight and slender legs looked very bony, especially when paired with the black stockings that she often wore. It completely outlined the perfect shape of her legs, making people unable to help but want to hold her in their arms and caress her. Dunia's legs were a little short, but because her body was petite, her legs that looked short were especially cute. Paired with the gothic white lace stockings that she wore today, it brought out her petite and cute side to the extreme, making people want to put them in their mouth and taste them. Speaking of which, Ryudo had seen the legs of the three beauties and played with them from various angles, but he had never seen such a feeling of three flowers at one's prominence, three elements in one, and three parts of the world. Three different pairs of beautiful legs, respectively wearing nude, black, and white stockings, were even entangled and rubbing against each other on the bed. That beautiful scene really made Long Do almost unable to resist the urge to directly pounce on them and have a good time with them. But he couldn't. If Ryudo really pounced on them now, there was a high chance that he would be beaten up by both Colored Glaze and Dunia, so he had to be patient and wait for the right time to make his move. Chapter 325. In the beginning, Ryudo organized this gathering to improve the relationship between Colored Glaze and Dunia. Now that he saw such a tempting scene, his purpose of organizing this gathering changed mysteriously. It became, improve the relationship between Colored Glaze and Dunia so that they can accept sleeping together. At the thought of these three beauties resting here together, and at the thought of being entangled with a bunch of beautiful legs and arms early in the morning, Long Do felt that something was wrong with his entire being. How can I improve their relationship quickly and take advantage of them? Hee, I got it. Looking at the pile of poker cards on the table not far away, Ryudo suddenly had an evil idea, and that was the King's Game. The King's Game was a popular party game among the young people here, and the game required poker cards. If there were 4 people participating, then a total of 5 cards, A, 2, 3, 4, and Joker, would be drawn for each of the 4 people to draw. After drawing, the person who drew the Joker would be the king. If no one drew the Joker, then it would be a walkover. And the king could choose any 2 players from 1 to 4 to do anything without looking at the other's numbers. For example, if the king ordered number 2 and number 4 to kiss, then the 2 players who drew number 2 and number 4 would have to do it in front of everyone. Of course, although the Joker could order others at will, the king himself was not in absolutely safe position. After all, there were 5 cards on the table, and after the other 4 people drew, the last card left on the table would be the king's number, and the king would not know what his number was. In other words, after the king ordered number 2 and number 4 to kiss, he would find out that number 2 was his card left on the table. Then it would be awkward. But this King's Game was special in that other than Ryudo, the other 3 participants were all beautiful girls, so there was no awkwardness. Anyway, Ryudo would not lose out no matter what he did with the other 3, and he would not lose out no matter what the other 3 did, so he would definitely be the final winner. Therefore, Ryudo quickly promoted this wonderful game to the 3 people on the bed, and then he was immediately met with 2 pairs of eyes. You actually suggested this game. Since you can take advantage of them however you want, you won't lose out, right? Although Colored Glaze had never played the King's Game before, after hearing the rules, she roughly knew what Ryudo, this old pervert, wanted to do. That's right, if you become the king, you will definitely give out some perverted orders. Who would want to play this game with you? It's fine in private. The last 6 words were whispered by Dunia. If it was in private, it was not like she couldn't accompany Ryudo if he gave out some perverted orders, but there were 2 other people here. Once she thought about being intimate with Ryudo under the gaze of the other 2, Dunia felt goosebumps all over her body, and she couldn't accept this. At this time, Yunyan obviously understood Ryudo's meaning, so she supported him by saying, "Don't say that, it doesn't have to be Ryudo who becomes the king. If the 3 of us become the king, we can embarrass him." Embarrass him? Yes, for example, let him use his nose to dance in circles on the plate, or learn to bark like a puppy. Ha. Let Ryudo hold. Thinking about that strange scene, Colored Glaze and Dunia couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's play then. Yes, I have no objections. As if they were convinced by Yunyan's humorous description, the 2 of them, one civil and one martial, agreed to the request to start the King's Game. Before starting the game, Luli even carefully checked the playing cards used for the game, wanting to see if Long Do, this rascal, had cheated on the cards. She only felt relieved after discovering that it was a new deck of cards. But what Colored Glaze didn't expect was that Ryudo didn't need to cheat in this way, because he had an item called Rogue's X-ray lens. Rogue's X-ray lens, as a contact lens, can be used to see through things within a certain range, such as seeing through the contents of other people's cabinets. Naturally, it was easy to see through the playing cards. In other words, in this King's Game, who is the king, who is the number, Ryudo knows everything. Hee. You 2 want me to bark like a dog. I'll let you know how the word death is written. When Ryudo and the other 3 sat around the table, and Yunyan was responsible for shuffling the cards, Ryudo's heart was already blooming with joy. The first round of the King's Game begins. Following senior sister Yunyan's command, the 4 of them reached out and grabbed a covered card from the table. TSK. The moment they saw the cards, Colored Glaze and Dunia couldn't help but pout, because the two of them grabbed 1 and 4 respectively. Neither of them was the king. As for who had the king's clown card, thank you. At this time, Ryudo casually raised the clown card in his hand and showed a happy expression to the 3 girls at the table. Humph, what a lucky guy. Hurry up and give the order. If that's the case, then number 1 and number 4 will drink half a glass of wine each. If it's Yunyin, replace it with bitter gourd drink. Because Yunyin was pregnant and couldn't drink, the rules of the game were lenient to her, but the other 2 weren't so lucky. When she heard that the punishment was to drink, Colored Glaze's face suddenly turned sour, but Dunia was relieved and smiled. It's just half a glass of wine, no problem. One had to know that Dunia was a little alcoholic who could drink 50 to 60% vodka like water. Half a glass of vodka was nothing to her. Don't be happy too early. Colored Glaze wants to drink this kind of wine. You'll drink this? Under Dunia's stunned gaze, Ryudo threw a bottle of 96% life water on the table in front of Dunia. 96%. After seeing this, even Dunia couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. How is this wine? It's already higher than medical alcohol. Is this something humans drink? Even Dunia frowned when she saw it. But it had to be like this. After all, everyone's alcohol tolerance was different. If he let Colored Glaze and Dunia drink the same wine, then it wouldn't be considered a punishment. It would just be a one-sided punishment for Colored Glaze. Of course, for Colored Glaze who didn't usually drink, half a glass of wine was already terrible, even if the wine was really good. This wine tastes good. It's not as bad as I imagined. After half a glass of wine slid down her throat, Colored Glaze couldn't help but lick her lips, recalling the feeling of the cold and fruity taste that filled her throat and nose. In the beginning, when Colored Glaze heard that Ryudo wanted her to drink wine, this young lady was somewhat afraid. After all, for Colored Glaze who didn't drink, wine was pungent, choking, and spicy. It was hard to imagine that there was wine in the world that was so suitable for a lady to drink. After Ryudo's careful selection, the sparkling wine that Colored Glaze drank was sweet and not greasy. The alcohol content was only about 5%. It was very suitable for a lady who drank wine for the first time. So Colored Glaze drank half a glass without much effort. But even if that half a glass of wine was good, wine was still wine, after all, and Colored Glaze's little face became a little redder after drinking it. On the other side, Dunia, who drank half a glass of water of life, was even more miserable. She felt as if her throat was going to spit fire. She could only hurriedly grab some snacks and stuff them into her mouth. Because of the party, Narukai also prepared many snacks to go with the wine, including cheese sticks, crab rolls, dried fish, grilled shrimp, small tomatoes, and so on. At a glance, it was obvious that it went well with the wine. Colored Glaze and Dunia put down their wine glasses at almost the same time and shouted to Ryudo, "Continue. Quickly begin. This time, I must take down the king." When it was Ryudo's turn to shuffle the cards, the 2 unlucky girls hurriedly reached out to grab the table, and after grabbing it, they looked as if the sky had fallen and the earth had cracked open. This time, Dunia was a 3, Colored Glaze was a 4, and neither of them were kings. Yay, I'm the king, huh? And King Yunyin, who got the Joker card, jumped up happily. But before Yunyin gave the order, she felt a hand quietly touch her leg under the table and wrote a 3 and a 4 on it. Was it Ryudo? This number is... I understand, hee. Then, Yunyin smiled and said, "Then please hug number 3 and number 4 face to face for a minute." Immediately, hug. Who's number 4? Hug. Who's number 3? As soon as the 2 finished speaking, they looked at each other and shouted, "It's you?" SK. After shouting, Colored Glaze and Dunia couldn't help but turn their faces away, as if they didn't want to hug her at all. What a joke. Face-to-face hug in a full minute. Who would do that? But at this moment, Ryudo casually ridiculed, "The king's order is absolute. You 2 can't afford to play, right?" Of course not. Let's hug. What's there to be afraid of? Let's play, humph." Since Ryudo said so, Colored Glaze and Dunia could only hug each other with a look of disdain. Oh, this girl smells pretty good, and she's also very soft to hug. No wonder Ryudo likes to hug her. When Colored Glaze reached out to hug Dunia's petite body, smelling the vodka mixed with milk fragrance on her body, and feeling the smooth and soft skin, even Colored Glaze couldn't help but think so. What's this smell? It smells like some kind of flower fragrance, and I feel so happy all of a sudden. And when Dunia reached out to hug Colored Glaze's slender waist and leaned her head on the classic young lady's shoulder, even Dunia couldn't help but think so. This was the first time. The two had quarreled a lot, but this was the first time they hugged each other so intimately. After a minute, when Colored Glaze and Dunia separated, their expressions changed a little, and they didn't dare to look at each other's face, as if they were a little shy. Originally, the two drank a little, and now they were in a slightly tipsy state, and after hugging for a minute, they were a little dizzy. However, something even more embarrassing happened in the next round of the game. When Ryudo drew the Joker card again, he grinned and said in an excited tone, "I'm the king. I order number 1 and number 2 to kiss." Chapter 326. Number 1 and number 2 kiss? The moment they heard this command, Colored Glaze and Dunia couldn't help but tremble. But when they looked at the cards in their hands, they found that they had number 3 and number 4 respectively. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Wait. If that's the case, then number 1 and number 2 are, I'm number 1. Aya, Ryudo-kun, you're number 2 yourself. What a coincidence. When Yunyin flipped over the king's number card on the table, she raised the poker card in her hand and waved it slightly at Ryuto. Is that so? Then it's Yunyin and my turn to be punished. So, Ryudo quickly came in front of Yunyin and slowly pressed his cheek against hers. No way. Is he really going to kiss her? Seeing Ryudo and Yunyin's face getting closer and closer, Colored Glaze and Dunia who were next to them felt their scalps tingle. For the two of them, kissing under the gaze of two other people was really a scene that was not inferior to a public execution. If it really happened, it would be very difficult to accept. Naturally, Longdo knew this as well. That was why he didn't choose the two girls to kiss each other during the first kissing segment of the King's game. Instead, he chose to pull senior sister Yunyin, who was more open, into the kiss. Unlike the two of them, Yunyin's personality was not afraid of kissing in front of others. She might even enjoy this kind of situation. In the next moment, Ryudo kissed Yunyin. The soft and smooth jelly-like texture made him feel very comfortable, and Yunyin obviously enjoyed it. She even took the initiative to reach out and wrap her arms around Ryudo's neck. Soon, she began to take the initiative. When Yunyin also began to counterattack, the heated scene suddenly stunned Colored Glaze and Dunia. Unlike Yunyin, who was used to taking the initiative, the two of them were usually the passive party when they were intimate with Ryuto. They rarely did this kind of action. So Yunyin and Ryudo are usually like this? That's amazing. So, seeing the two of them fighting fiercely, Colored Glaze reached out to cover her eyes while peeking through the gaps between her fingers. Dunia directly stared at them with her eyes wide open. Pop. After an unknown amount of time, number 1 and number 2 finally let go of each other's lips. Then, they looked at each other sweetly and sat back in their seats. At this time, Colored Glaze and Dunia, who had been watching from the side, were already blushing. It was as if they were even more embarrassed than Yunyin herself. Yunyin, on the other hand, turned her head with a smile and said, "Okay, let's continue the game. Next, it's Dunia's turn to shuffle and deal." Okay. Not sure if it was because she saw Yunyin's slightly red lips, Dunia's body couldn't help but tremble. Then, she dealt the cards very stiffly. In the first 2 rounds of the King's game, Ryudo and Yunyin were the victors. Logically speaking, it should be Dunia and Colored Glaze's turn to be the King's game. However, that was not the case. The 3rd round, the 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round, in almost every round of the King's game, either Yunyin or Ryudo won. The other 2 basically didn't win, but they were punished the most. After an hour, Colored Glaze and Dunia had already drunk 3 or 4 glasses of wine. They hugged each other once, rolled around on the bed once, carried each other once, confessed once, combed each other's hair once, held each other's hands once. Anyway, it was basically done by them. It was almost time. These two should be drunk soon. Looking at Colored Glaze and Dunia, who were already drunk, Ryudo gave Yunyen a look. After taking down the king's game, he ordered, "Next, let's invite number 1 and number 4. Kiss while filming." Film while filming? Kiss while filming? When she heard this order, Colored Glaze, who was holding the number 1 card in her hand, was stunned. Then she looked at Dunia, who had taken out the number 4 card in her hand. Although she had drunk a lot now and wasn't very clear-headed, Colored Glaze still couldn't help but feel a chill all over her body. After all, although Colored Glaze was no longer a girl, the person she kissed was only Ryudo. When did she do such an intimate action with others? Even though Dunia was a woman, this kind of intimate mouth-to-mouth action was still a very sensitive thing. Even her best friends wouldn't do such a thing. What's more, the relationship between the two wasn't very good. It could even be said that they didn't see eye to eye. Wouldn't it be too awkward to let these two women kiss and even film a video of it? So Colored Glaze quickly waved her hand and said, wait, I'm a little tired. Can this king's game end here?" "You can, but you have to finish this round of punishment. You're not planning to deny it, are you?" "I'm not planning to deny it, but the problem is that this kind of thing." Before Colored Glaze could finish her words, Dunia's drunk little head suddenly appeared beside her. Whoosh! Then two seemingly slender arms, which actually contained a lot of strength, hugged Colored Glaze's waist from behind and threw her to the bed next to her. Plop! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Colored Glaze was thrown onto the bed dizzily. At the same time, Dunia jumped onto the bed and supported herself on top of her, giggling. You can't be scared, right? So timid, he. It's over. This bastard is drunk. She doesn't know what she's doing." Seeing Dunia's blurred eyes and flushed cheeks, Luli knew that she must be completely delirious right now. Presumably, she hadn't been able to endure the devastation of the 96-degree water of life. Although Colored Glaze wasn't any better, she still had some rationality. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you crazy? Is this something you can play with?" "Why? Why not? Didn't Ryudo and Yunyen just kiss? How are they the same as us?" "You." In the next second, Dunia had already lowered her cute little head. Her rose-red lips were less than 5 centimeters away from Colored Glaze. At this distance, the two could see all the details on each other's face, including long eyelashes, delicate skin, gentle pupils, etc. So cute. Her skin is so white, almost transparent. It's so wonderfully smooth. It's even smoother than tofu and jelly. Although Colored Glaze was usually unhappy when she saw Dunia, at this distance, she couldn't help but admire her old rival's stunning appearance. Originally, in terms of appearance, Dunia was the most beautiful of the three women, especially that flawless face of hers that was like a porcelain doll. It was enough to mesmerize Lioli, who was also a woman, just by looking at her. Seeing that the two were already in position, Ryudo also took out his phone and set it to recording mode. He said to the two girls on the bed, "Ready? Counting down 3, 2. Hearing this, Colored Glaze, who was immersed in Dunia's pretty face, finally reacted. She hurriedly shouted to the side, "Hey, wait, are you crazy? Are you really planning to?" 1. Chirp. As Ryudo's last word fell, Colored Glaze only felt a blur in front of her eyes. A smooth and delicate touch like wine and jelly was already pressed against her mouth. For a moment, Colored Glaze, who was almost kissed by force, couldn't help but struggle. But with her physical fitness, how could she move a little monster like Dunia away? It would only make her a laughing stock. But how to put it? After being kissed by Dunia for a few seconds, Colored Glaze couldn't help but feel her head heat up. Unknowingly, she was immersed in this special way of contact. So fragrant, so soft. It's completely different from when she was with Ryuto. Is this a girl? When Colored Glaze also reached out and wrapped her arms around Dunia's neck and even began to wrap around her, Ryuto knew that his plan had succeeded. Whether it was under the influence of alcohol, under the shroud of this gaming atmosphere, or because they were already familiar with the bed, it was possible that some memories were brought back. In short, these two ladies who were usually incompatible like fire and water became one, and physically became one. Oh, that's amazing. It actually made the two of them so passionate. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful painting on the bed, even Yunyan couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand and said in a surprised tone. If someone told her before that Colored Glaze and Dunia would do such a thing, Yunyan would definitely think that person was crazy and spouting nonsense. But now that the reality had happened in front of her, she could only sigh at how deep Ryuto's tricks were. He actually led the two of them step by step into the abyss covered with lilies. Now that there's video evidence, if they quarrel again in the future, I'll play this video for them to see. Let's see if they still have the face to continue quarreling. As Longdo spoke, he looked at his phone. The video on his phone was still recording the battle of words between the two of them. It was really intense. Looking at it, Yunyan couldn't help but feel her body heat up. She reached out and hugged Ryuto's waist from behind and laughed softly in his ear. How about, we do it too? Aren't you pregnant? You can't be too excited in the first trimester and the second trimester. It's okay. Kissing is fine too, This woman is really a vixen. After hearing Yunyan's chuckle in his ear, Ryuto couldn't help but carry her to the bed. As the bed curtain fell, the light dissipated, and the dark room gradually turned into a different kind of battlefield. As for what happened in this different kind of darkness, it was naturally the blooming of the lilies. Then, a man-eating flower swallowed two lilies together, and there was a rose cheering on the side. It was that simple. Chapter 327. Ryuto was naturally very satisfied with what happened in his bedroom last night. When he got up early in the morning and looked at Yunyan, Colored Glaze, and Dunia lying on the side, he actually had the heroic spirit of an emperor that said, "Look, this is my country." After all, other than the ancient emperors, there was probably no one in the world who could have three outstanding beauties at the same time. Moreover, he could let them sleep on the same bed. That feeling was simply amazing. However, early the next morning, when Colored Glaze and Dunia silently washed up, tidied up their clothes and went out for breakfast, Ryuto, who had been smiling since he woke up, quickly stopped smiling. Logically speaking, after last night's unprecedented King's game, Ryuto thought that the relationship between the two women should be much better. At least, they wouldn't quarrel every day like before. Who would have thought that while things were getting better, they were getting better too much? So much so that things were developing in a strange and extreme direction. At the dining table, Colored Glaze and Dunia intimately sat together. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a flash of electricity in their eyes. "Sister Colored Glaze, try this. It's a strawberry biscuit with sour cream. It's delicious." Dunia had an orange smile on her face. She used a fork to pick up a small piece of biscuit from her plate and sent it to Colored Glaze's mouth. Colored Glaze also didn't hesitate to eat the food that Dunia sent over. After nodding, she said in an orange voice, "Sister Dunia, try mine too. This grilled sori with lemon juice is not bad. It doesn't have any fishy smell." "Oh, really? I didn't like to eat fish before, but after trying it, I realized that the taste was really good. I became addicted immediately. Indeed, people have to try everything. If I didn't try sour cream biscuits, I would have thought that I only like to eat fish." You can't be so inflexible. Don't be bound by fixed concepts. You have to accept more new things. That's right. If you don't free yourself, you'll never know what you really like. Just like that, Colored Glaze and Dunia chatted and laughed as they fed each other. It felt like they were a pair of very close sisters, or a pair of intimate lovers, especially the topic they were talking about. Although they seemed to be talking about food on the surface, it felt as if they were talking about something else. They weren't talking about food at all. Clang. Ryudo was so frightened that he dropped his silver chopsticks on the table, making a soft sound. He quickly whispered into Yunyan's ear, "What's going on with these two guys? Why did they become so close after last night? Don't you think it's too good?" Yunyan was also surprised by the sudden change in her two sisters. She could only reply, "Well, maybe they developed a new hobby." "New hobby? Don't tell me. It's the kind of thing you think. There can be love between women? It's not a rare thing." "No, it can't be. Colored Glaze and Dunia. They got lesbian?" Boom. When he saw that the harem at the dining table had become a couple and a pair of lesbians, Ryudo felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him from the sky. It made his hair stand on end. God, I arranged the King's game yesterday in hopes that their relationship would improve a little. At least, they wouldn't quarrel all the time. But in the end, it did improve, but it became too good all of a sudden. They became a pair of lesbians? Great, now that my two wives have become lesbians, what am I left for? Just when Ryudo was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him, Colored Glaze, who had finished her breakfast, held Dunia's hand and stood up. She smiled and said, "We'll be leaving first. Don't bother us if there's nothing. We're busy here." That's right, that's right. How about staying at your place tonight? Sister Colored Glaze's bed must be very soft. Sure, you can stay as long as you want. It's definitely better than the bed here. My, harem, harem, harem. As Colored Glaze and Dunia held hands and left while blooming lilies, Ryuto, whose brain was boiling, could only gasp for air and fall into Yunyan's magnanimous motherly embrace. However, when Ryudo was stunned by his King's game, Colored Glaze and Dunia, who were holding hands and walking out of the Rulon Group headquarters, let go of their hands and looked at each other. Especially when the two got into the dancing costumes car and drove towards the Dory First High School. Dunia finally couldn't hold back her laughter and said, "Ift. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Ryudo's stunned expression just now. It was so satisfying. Serves him right. That bastard teamed up with Yunyan to mess with us." After getting into the car, Colored Glaze's face quickly returned to her usual calm expression. The previous blooming look of love immediately disappeared without a trace. From this angle, the two were clearly acting just now. They teamed up to put on a classic Lily's Last Forever, Men Get Lost, scene for her man. Wasn't that right? How could Lioli and Dunia be lesbians? They clearly both liked men. Even if they got drunk last night and got intimate in bed for a while, they wouldn't change their orientation so quickly. The reason why the two acted in front of Ryudo was mainly because Colored Glaze was unhappy, and so was Dunia. When the two woke up early in the morning, it wasn't difficult to think carefully. What happened last night was obviously that bastard Ryudo teamed up with Yunyan to set a trap for the two of them. If it wasn't for the trick, it wouldn't have been possible to play so many rounds of the King game. In the end, it was Colored Glaze and Dunia who got intimate with each other. This wasn't a coincidence. It was completely treating them like fools. Therefore, Colored Glaze teamed up with Dunia to put on the scene in the morning. The purpose was to teach Ryudo a lesson and let him know not to treat his wife like a fool. Otherwise, his wife would treat him like a fool. But I didn't expect our acting to be so realistic. It really gave that guy a big scare. Indeed, it seems that after quarreling for so long, we more or less developed some tacit understanding. At this point, Colored Glaze and Dunia couldn't help but look at each other and smile. It was more or less a feeling of forgetting their enmity with a smile. Speaking of which, the two of them didn't have any huge grudges between them. It was only because of their personalities and hobbies that they often had some minor friction, which was why they quarreled from time to time. However, after the indescribable incident last night and the lily-blooming incident in the morning, Colored Glaze and Dunia looked at each other more or less pleasing to the eye. Their conversation was also much smoother and more harmonious. From this point of view, Ryudo's goal of playing the King game last night had been completely achieved. The relationship between the two of them had indeed improved by quite a bit. But just as the two of them were chatting and laughing as they sat in the car in the dancing costume to head to school, a sudden commotion came from the street not far away. The commotion started with a woman's scream. Accompanied by the screams of that woman, a man whose muscles swelled unnaturally, and veins popped out from every part of his body. Like a mini bulldozer, he rampaged through the streets. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. I'm the strongest. I'm invincible under the heavens. No one can stop me. When the man crazily ran through the street, and from time to time, he would use both hands to pull out fire hydrants and smash phone booths. The surrounding pedestrians were scared by this madman and fled in all directions. The scene suddenly became chaotic. That guy he's not normal. It seems like he took some kind of strange drug. The moment the man went crazy on the street, Dancing Costume unconsciously stopped the car and looked at the guy who was violently smashing phone booths about 100 meters away on the street. When anyone saw this guy, they would probably define him as a madman in their mind, because his actions were too terrifying, and that crazy expression and tone of voice made people feel that he wasn't a normal person. But before the arrival of the police, the surrounding pedestrians could only hurriedly flee in order to avoid being accidentally hit by this guy's fist. If they were hit, it would be no joke. Even the aluminum phone booths were as fragile as a piece of paper in his hands. Seeing this situation, Dancing Costume, as the guardian ninja, quickly asked Colored Glaze, "Miss, should I?" Originally, Dancing Costume wanted to ask, "Should I go deal with that guy?" But she didn't expect that before she could finish her sentence, Dunia's petite figure had already quickly opened the car door and rushed over there. When Dunia rushed over there, the somewhat cumbersome dress on her body was violently torn by the wind, as if she was using all her strength to whip it. Fast, too fast. Almost everyone present only saw a blur, and that petite figure had already arrived in front of the crazy brawny man. Then, that slender hand grabbed and pulled, and in the midst of the claw, 4 waves of bone-cracking sounds came from the brawny man's 4 limbs. Boom! Even the brawny man himself didn't have time to react. His knees and shoulders were already shattered, and his body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. What's going on? Why can't I move? I'm the most. Shut up, you idiot. Seeing that the burly man was still talking nonsense on the ground, Dunia casually kicked out with her foot, kicking his consciousness out of the sky. From the moment Dunia appeared to the moment the brawny man's limbs were shattered, and he fell to the ground unconscious, only about a second had passed. This scene was more magical than a movie, and all the surrounding audience were stunned, and they even mistakenly thought that they were daydreaming. Chapter 328. That guy just now was obviously abnormal. He must have taken some strange anesthetic. This is the 3rd time I've seen this situation recently. Not long after, when Dunia got back into the car and drove toward Dory First High School, she couldn't help but say to Colored Glaze, who was deep in thought. Indeed, there had been a sudden increase in similar situations recently. Whether it was in the underground arena, in various dojos, or in dark corners, Dunia could always see or hear similar strange things. Today, it even happened on the street. Luli naturally knew the reason for this abnormal situation better than anyone else. That's because the Heavenly Eye Group is secretly distributing Hell Butterfly in batches. Although it's a weakened version, it's enough to make some people lose their self-control. When this matter was mentioned, Colored Glaze also had a headache, because this was indeed not a problem of 1 or 2 people, but a problem that had developed to the whole world. Since a month ago, this kind of thing had been happening from time to time. Asia, Europe, South America, Africa, almost every country in every continent had this kind of abnormal physical state caused by the use of anesthetics and cases of the mind becoming manic. According to the investigation of Colored Glaze and the others, these signs were very similar to the Hell Butterfly that Ryuto encountered before. However, the anesthetics that appeared in large batches now were not as strong as the Hell Butterfly. The increase in physical ability was more limited, and it was not to the extent of sudden death on the spot after the effect of the drug. At most, they would become disabled. From this point of view, the anesthetics that those people took should be called weakened Hell Butterfly. After taking it, It would only cause the physical ability to increase and the mind to become extremely excited. It was not as exaggerated as the original version, as if they had become a modified monster. But even so, the appearance of this kind of weakened hell butterfly in such a large area really confused many people in this world. Where did this thing come from? Where did it come from? Needless to say, Colored Glaze and the others knew that the Heavenly Eye Group deliberately let these anesthetics flow into the market. In addition to the anesthetics raging under the surface of the water, the already chaotic situation in the Middle East had become even more chaotic this month. The small countries and forces that were fighting against each other suddenly obtained a batch of elite weapons and instantly expanded the scope of the war by a few levels. The group of terrorists even kidnapped a large number of foreign journalists and staff stationed in the Middle East and demanded large amounts of ransom from the countries they belonged to. Because of this incident, the international community had long been thrown into chaos. There was the threat of war on the outside and anesthetics on the inside. Under such circumstances, the stock prices of various countries plummeted. The world was like a powder keg that had been squeezed to the limit and could explode at any time. In just 1 month, the world had become like this. It was unimaginable that it was definitely that woman, Tinmuayam, who was calling the shots behind the scenes. Good heavens! I still underestimated her. I didn't expect her to be able to go to such an extent. If she was allowed to complete the final decapitation operation, then the world would really be in chaos. Thinking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. According to Ryudo, the Heavenly Eye Group provided a large number of weapons and equipment to fund the war, played the economic card to mess up the financial system, and sold anesthetics everywhere to cause chaos. Her last move should be the decapitation operation. The so-called decapitation operation was to set up black feather ninja assassins around the leaders of the major countries in the world. When the time was right, all the assassins would take action at the same time and directly assassinate the leaders of more than 100 countries. This situation had already been experienced by Ryudo in Red Album 2. No one survived, so Ryudo could completely predict it. It could be said that the Heavenly Eye Group was preparing to play a set of combination punches that had been planned for a long time. Anesthetics, firearms, kidnapping, assassination. With such a set, the result was that the world was in chaos. The other countries were in deep trouble for various reasons and couldn't pay attention to other countries' affairs. At this time, Ayam, who had already controlled the cabinet, Congress, Metropolitan Police Department, and other institutions, began to do whatever she wanted in this country and eliminate dissidents until the sixth demon's wrath, a large nuclear bomb, was completed and Japan was annihilated. This plan sounded somewhat whimsical, but the problem was that Ayam really had the ability to realize it. This was the most terrifying part. After listening to Colored Glaze's explanation, Dunia couldn't help but sigh. Then what do we do now? Watch them do things? Not necessarily. Ryudo has already begun to gather the various forces of the underground world to prepare for a counterattack. Let's hope their plan can go smoothly. Speaking until here, Colored Glaze couldn't help but turn her head to look at the Rulong Group HQ that the two of them left. If she didn't remember wrongly, Long Do would be meeting with the leaders of the underground world tonight to explain the cause of the anesthetics epidemic in the underground world and discuss how to solve it. The leaders invited this time included the former leader of the Rulong Group, Ima, the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance, Kaiyong, the leader of the Black Snake Alliance, Tessa, the leader of the Sai River Plain, Huashong, the leader of the Amon clan, as well as 4 to 5 other underground forces, and so on. Because the people invited to this meeting were the most powerful figures in the underground world, this meeting could be considered as a major event in the entire underground world. In order to increase his influence, Ryudo even invited his old man back from overseas. He had almost called all the people he could call. Therefore, on the same night, in the underground meeting room of the Lawless Land, Sai River Plain, a huge round table was already filled with people. The people around the round table were men and women, old and young. There were tough men in neat white suits, greasy uncles in gamblers' cloaks, beautiful young women, and stern men. But no matter what their appearance was, this group of people without exception emitted a peculiar aura. They emitted a gloomy aura that was obviously caused by living in the underground world for a long time and lacking sunlight. Boss Yima, long time no see. I didn't expect Boss Ryudo to call you back. It's great to see Boss Yima here. With you and your father here, it's as stable as Mount Tai. Speaking of which, is this meeting to discuss the recent anesthetics incident? Those lunatics have almost driven me crazy. Who was the one behind the distribution of those strange drugs? Taking advantage of the time when the person who called this meeting had not arrived, the group of leaders seated around the table greeted their acquaintances. Some even started chatting. Excluding their special identities, if one only looked at the actions of this group of people, perhaps no one would think that this was actually a group of underworld bosses gathering here. It didn't seem too different from a normal gathering of friends. Especially Yima, who had just returned, he naturally received a warm welcome. Even the flower merchant and the others were concerned about his well-being and paid extra attention to him. Yima also exchanged greetings with everyone while sighing at the changes in the world. If it was a few years ago, although he was considered a figure in the extreme Tao, he wouldn't have been able to receive so much respect from these underworld bosses. The reason why Yima was able to receive such treatment was mainly because his Rulon group had an excellent successor. In the more than a year when Yima was on the run, Ryudo had almost made the Rulon group the king of the country's extreme Tao. Now, when the underworld mentioned extreme Tao, the first thing that came to mind was Ryudo. At the same time, only the current dragon battle could gather more than half of the leaders of the underground world to participate in this meeting. This was something that could only be done with a lot of face. Tap, tap, tap. Not long after, along with a series of almost inaudible footsteps, a young man wearing a white suit with a black dragon pattern entered the meeting room and sat at the head of the table. The moment he appeared, the clamor in the room became incomparably quiet. Almost everyone obediently shut their mouths and looked at this young leader of the Black Hand Alliance and even the entire underground world. First of all, thank you very much for accepting my invitation to participate in this meeting despite your busy schedule. I'm sure everyone is very clear about the purpose of this meeting. It is the various chaos that has occurred in the underworld and the surface world recently. As the convener of this meeting, Ryudo first briefly introduced the weakened hell butterfly that was currently rampant in the underworld. Then, he brought out the source of this matter, which was the Heavenly Eye Group. Good Lord, it's actually the Heavenly Eye Group? What are they planning to do? Are they crazy? They are arms dealers. They probably plan to mess up the world so that they can reap the benefits. Aren't all arms dealers like this? From the looks of it, they are also involved in the situation in the Middle East. What a bunch of scum. After hearing about the Heavenly Eye Group, the group of extreme Tao bosses couldn't help but start to angrily scold. After all, this time, the Heavenly Eye Group spread the weakened hell butterfly on a large scale in the black market. The residents of the underworld were the biggest victims. Naturally, they had been suppressing their anger for a long time. Seeing that the emotions of the participants had been stirred up by him, Ryudo continued, "So, now we should, not good. Boss, watch the TV. Something big is happening." Just as Ryudo was about to announce the establishment of the Underground Alliance Army to attack the subordinate companies of the four departments one by one, Sensible's voice suddenly came from the electronic screen not far away. Immediately after, the live TV program immediately popped up on the screen. The Prime Minister's special announcement. When everything was over, Ryudo and the others immediately saw the thin old man standing on the podium in a suit. The current Prime Minister of Nippon and Yatsuki. Golden Heron, Shinzo Tanagawa. Chapter 329. Shinzo Tanagawa? As the Prime Minister, why did he suddenly start this kind of public speech? Why wasn't there any news beforehand? Long Do, who was sitting in the main seat, couldn't help but frown when he saw the skinny old man on TV. He had to admit that the timing was really sensitive. There were just signs of chaos in the world, and the underground world's ghetto were also preparing to crusade against the Heavenly Eye group. But the Prime Minister on TV suddenly gave a public speech. The most important thing was that he didn't receive any information about this speech. Even Kyoji, who was also a golden heron, didn't know that this golden heron would do this. At the same time, the Prime Minister on the television took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, to the viewers in front of the television, "I'm very sorry to disturb your daily lives with this emergency announcement. But even so, I have to explain the current situation to the people of our country." The people? Give an explanation? What kind of explanation is he going to give? Hearing this, the ghetto bosses sitting around the round table couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. A situation like this where the Prime Minister suddenly came out to make an emergency announcement was rare even in the past. Basically, it was only possible to see it after some very special natural and man-made disasters. At this time, the current Prime Minister, Shinzo Tanagawa, who was in the studio, reported solemnly, "I believe that our citizens have recently discovered that some strange drugs have appeared in various cities of our country. After being taken, these drugs will cause mental and physical problems, which will then lead to all kinds of riots." When the Prime Minister said this, the television began to play some strange muscle-bound men fighting on the streets, brawling, or rampaging. For this situation, the ghetto bosses present were very familiar with it. After all, since the weakened hell butterfly was widely circulated in the black market recently, such muscular men often appeared. But why? Why did the Prime Minister suddenly interrupt this kind of emergency announcement at this time? Wait, could it be? That guy isn't planning to. Just when Ryudo followed this thought and thought for a while from the perspective of Shinzo Tanagawa, his eyes suddenly widened as he thought of a very troublesome possibility. Today's Ryudo had already reached the level of LV5 resource, Extreme Superman in Wisdom. Although he usually didn't like to use his brain, when he really needed to use his brain was still very fast. So when he saw the Prime Minister suddenly mention that drug in front of the whole country, Ryudo quickly thought of the worst possibility. As expected, Ryudo's guess was correct, because at the next moment, the Prime Minister on TV slammed the table and shouted in an impassioned tone, "Who is it? Who secretly allowed this drug to circulate everywhere?" I believe that the people already have the same answer. It's the extreme gangsters who live like rats in the underground world. What? When the Prime Minister on TV changed the topic and put the blame on everyone present, even the calmest Itsuma couldn't help but widen his eyes. And the hot-tempered flower merchant quickly slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Bullsh**T. This bastard actually intends to put all the blame on us. What is this? Is he picking on the weak?" Everyone present was well aware that the weakened hell butterfly was not a drug that was circulated in the underground world at all, because this anesthetic destroyed the order of the underground world. Who would do such a thing in their own territory? But it was useless. No matter how angry they were, they had to admit one thing. That was, the residents living in normal society would never think that they were innocent. For ordinary people, the gangsters and gangsters who lived in the underground society were a group of dregs of society. They were a group of evil people who would do anything for money. It was natural for them to sell illegal drugs. In other words, from the moment the Prime Minister raised his arm and shouted on TV, they had already firmly shouldered the blame, and there was no room for protest. Just when this group of extreme gangsters of the underground world were angry, the Prime Minister on TV still did not stop his performance. He said in a very provocative tone, "Why did this happen? It's because we are too weak. It's because we turned a blind eye to the evil under the sun. It's because we didn't put all the gangsters in prison. But it's not too late to make up for this mistake." Voila! As the Prime Minister stretched out his hand, a huge screen fell from behind him, and the names of many organizations were densely written on the screen. Looking carefully, such as Rulon Group, Big Dipper Alliance, Black Snake Alliance, Sai River Plain, almost all the underground organizations that could be named in Japan were neatly marked on it. Is this our organization name? Is this old man planning to? Seeing these densely packed names, some of the people present had already guessed what Tanagawa Jinzo would say in a while. Remember these. These are the people who made trouble in Japan. These are the group of cockroaches that made this country fall into chaos. Sure enough, the Prime Minister walked to the screen and slapped the names on it one by one, and his tone gradually became gnashing teeth. Finally, he suddenly picked up the microphone and shouted, "So now I officially announce that Japan will launch the most severe extreme gangster bill in history from tomorrow onwards. This group of trash that brings disaster to the world will not be spared, and all of them will be expelled. Banish them from this beautiful and sacred country." Immediately afterward, the specific content of the so-called extreme gangster bill began to play on the screen. It included, but was not limited to, all extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from attending any school. All extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from joining any company. All extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from applying for bank cards. All extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from taking trams, subways, trains, planes, taxis, and other operating means of transportation. All extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from entering restaurants, hospitals, hotels, supermarkets, entertainment venues, and other operating places. All extreme gangster members and their immediate family members are prohibited from buying any real estate. Because they were too shocked, they didn't even know what kind of expression they should make. Good. Good gangster bill. It really wants to drive people to the brink of extinction. Even if Ryudo had already expected that the Prime Minister would be ruthless to the extreme gangster chosen by them, he didn't expect that guy to be so ruthless. If this bill was really enacted, then almost all the residents of the underground world would be completely exterminated, and it would be difficult for them to even survive. Because according to the bill, the group of people defined as extreme gangster could do almost nothing in this country. They couldn't work, they couldn't study, they couldn't shop, they couldn't take public transportation. And it wasn't just them. Even their whole family would be punished. This punishment was really killing. This meant that it was impossible for an extreme gangster to go out and buy a pack of cigarettes. Even if he asked his wife, mother, or daughter to go out and buy cigarettes, they would be refused to sell because they were the extreme gangster's immediate family members. In other words, when a person's identity as extreme gangster was exposed, he would have to face a real social death in this country. That is, his whole family would be separated from the whole society, as if they were on a deserted island. No wonder Tanagawa Jinzo said that he wanted to expel all the extreme gangsters. Wasn't it just expulsion? Under this extremely harsh bill, how could there be any extreme gangsters living here? Not long after, when the emergency program ended, the underground conference room in the Sai River Plain was dead silent, as if everyone was stunned by what they had just heard. Life and death. Now the entire Tokyo, and even the entire Japan's underground world had truly entered a period of life and death. And it was because they were the scapegoats that caused it to become like this. Crack. A few minutes later, Tong Shankazuma, who was sitting at the round table, couldn't help but hit the table with his fist, smashing a clear round hole on the table. Then he said in a tone that sounded calm but contained a raging fire, "If it's because of our fault that we are being treated like this, then there's nothing to say. But if it's because we have to be punished for others, and let the real mastermind behind the scenes go unpunished, I'm not convinced." I know, I'm convinced. 3 simple words, but Tong Shangyima, the leader of this old Taoist clan, was crying bitterly. Of course, he wasn't convinced. Why should he be convinced? The anesthetic was obviously spread by the Heavenly Eye group, but in the end, the Prime Minister's side targeted the underground world and wanted to exterminate this group of extreme Taoists who had been driven to live in the dark like mice without seeing the light of day. Who would be convinced by this kind of thing? Who wouldn't feel aggrieved in their heart? They even wanted to go out and find someone to fight to vent their puzzlement. However, even at this moment, there was still a person at the round table who maintained a calm expression. And this person was naturally Ryuto Kiryu, who was the first to see what Tanagawa Jinzo wanted to do and had already thought of countermeasures. Chapter 330. After thinking for a while, Ryudo could only use the word absolute to describe the response of the Heavenly Eye Group this time. That's right, it's the Heavenly Eye Group, not the Yatatoru or the Japanese government. Because in Ryudo's view, Tanagawa Shinzo's sudden attack was definitely the arrangement of that old fox, Ayam, and not a spontaneous action by the government. The reason was very simple. Ryudo had long known that Ayam had been planting flags in the official departments in the past few years, such as the Metropolitan Police Department, the Cabinet, the Parliament, and so on. These important departments had probably been infiltrated by the Heavenly Eye Group long ago. Moreover, in the original world of Red Album 2, No Survivors, Ayam had assassinated the Prime Minister of Japan and arranged for a substitute who had undergone plastic surgery to replace him, thus achieving total control over the government. In other words, the Japanese Prime Minister who just appeared on TV was probably not the original Shinzo Tanagawa. He was just an actor arranged by Ayam. If Ayam was the one pulling strings behind the scenes, then it was completely understandable that such a situation would occur, because this was part of her set of combo punches. Judging from the current situation, that Heavenly Eye Group had spread anesthetics everywhere, causing everyone to panic. Then, through the officials, they could push the blame onto Ryudo and the others. On one hand, they could stabilize the position of the puppet prime minister, and on the other hand, they could eliminate one of their biggest opponents. Although Ryudo and Ayam had never met before, the two of them had long regarded each other as their mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, the only path left for them was Mount Hua. Through the extreme law, Yongji not only cleared the suspicion of the Heavenly Eye Group, but also forced the Black Hand Alliance to the edge of the cliff. It was a brilliant move. After the emergency notice sent to all the citizens of the country and the filing of the Extreme Deportation Act on TV just now, from tomorrow onwards, Ryudo and the others would become rats on the streets. Every time they went out, they would probably be surrounded by people throwing rotten eggs at them. Their range of activities would also be greatly restricted. This method was equivalent to turning more than 100 million people in the country into the enemy of the underground world. It was equivalent to Ayam having more than 100 million spies and free mercenaries. This was not like eating Mickey's House of Wonders. It was extremely wonderful. At the same time, this bill also dealt a huge blow to the underground world's morale. The group of bosses sitting around the round table couldn't help but feel dejected. Although they were indignant, they were more confused and worried about the future. After a while, Ryudo smiled and said, "Everyone, let's not talk about what happened just now. Let's follow the original plan and discuss how to deal with the Heavenly Eye Group first." Hearing Ryudo's words, Kayang took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "Although that's the case, from tomorrow onwards, we will definitely encounter all kinds of survival problems. Should we postpone the confrontation with the Heavenly Eye Group ? If it was said that before seeing the emergency report, this group of underground world bosses really wanted to teach them a lesson when they found out that the anesthetic was spread by the Heavenly Eye Group behind the scenes, but now, their mood had already become much lower. After all, what was in front of them was a real problem of survival. They didn't even dare to think about how many of their subordinates would run away when the sun rose as usual tomorrow. How could they be in the mood to deal with the enemy? On the contrary, the matter just now was instigated by the Heavenly Eye Group. If we want to clear our names, we have to completely defeat them. What? The moment these words were said, everyone was shocked. When Yima heard this, he frowned and said, "The Heavenly Eye Group is behind this. It can't be, right? That's the Prime Minister of the country. Could it be that even the Prime Minister of the country has to listen to their orders? It could also be that the Prime Minister who didn't listen to orders is already dead, so they replaced him with this Prime Minister who listens to orders. Leader who listens to orders. So that's how it is. Is it a substitute?" After being hinted at like this, most people immediately thought of this possibility that sounded a bit ridiculous, but could be the truth. If the current Prime Minister had already been replaced by a substitute by the Heavenly Eye Group, and then stuffed a large number of their own people into the cabinet and parliament, then they could indeed achieve such a level of power. Too scary. Hearing this, Tessa couldn't help but frown. Then how powerful is the Heavenly Eye Group? They plan to control this country? They don't intend to control this country, but to destroy it. As far as I know, they're secretly building the largest nuclear bomb in history. The kind that's 100 times more powerful than Fatty and Little Boy. Hiss. Instantly, everyone around the round table was shocked. After all, these words were a bit too exaggerated. If the largest nuclear bomb in history were to explode in this small island country, wouldn't that mean Japan would sink? Phew. Hearing this, Kai Young sighed. Although I don't care if this island sinks or not, my family business and brothers are all on it. I can't lose it just like that. Indeed, although there is an option to retreat, that should be left for the end. When we are sure that we can't stop the Heavenly Eye Group, then we will consider it. From the looks of it, this country is already controlled by the Heavenly Eye Group. Then wouldn't we, who are going against the Heavenly Eye Group, become saviors in a sense? Ha ha ha. To think that a bunch of underground extreme Tao cultivators like us would become the saviors of the world, and that group of upper-class people would become the big bad guys. The world is really changing fast. Just like this, everyone started chatting and laughing. The surrounding air gradually became less oppressive. Even a bit of heroism appeared in everyone's heart. Creatures like humans would become very strong when there was something they needed to fight for. When they found out that the Heavenly Eye Group did not only want to occupy this country, but also wanted to destroy everything, everyone present understood that they had no way out. Even if they could escape, under the shroud of the upheaval that might happen next, their relatives, friends, and acquaintances might not be able to escape. Since that was the case, they might as well fight with all their might. They might as well fight until the sky turned dark and the earth turned bright. Seeing that everyone finally had some momentum of unity, Ryudo clapped his hands and smiled. It's decided then. After returning, calm down your subordinates. Tomorrow afternoon, we will begin the battle distribution plan and begin an all-out attack on the Heavenly Eye Group. We must let the whole world see the backbone of the extreme Tao. Oh. Attack them. We must let the whole world see our backbone. Following Ryudo's adjourn, all the extreme Tao bosses in the Tokyo region walked back with their heads held high and chests puffed out to prepare for the next battle. Perhaps it would also be their last battle. In this battle, there might be... No, there would definitely be a lot of deaths. But even so, no one wanted to retreat, because they couldn't retreat. After the meeting was adjourned, Yima came in front of Ryudo and said in a praising tone, "Since ancient times, the so-called extreme Tao is the aggregation of people who are free from society. Those who are isolated by society and have no place to stay, the extreme Tao will give them a place to stay." Ryudo also replied, "And as the leader of the extreme Tao, what we need to do is to protect this place and become the power that the lonely people can always rely on. Is that right?" "That's right. You are now a more qualified and powerful extreme Tao than me. It seems that I really misjudged you back then. I'm very sorry." Although he was facing his own son, Yima still reached out and patted Ryudo's shoulder and solemnly expressed the most sincere apology to him. Thinking back, Yima had always been unwilling to let Ryudo walk on the path of extreme Tao. He hoped that his son could live out his life as an ordinary person. Now it seemed that that kind of thinking was simply wrong. In just a year or two, Ryudo had already climbed to a height that even Yima couldn't reach. This was something that Yima never dreamed of. At this time, Ryudo also said to his physical father, "Next is the time to determine the winner. Pops, I will also take revenge for your wrongful imprisonment back then." Until now, Ryudo still remembered how Yima was imprisoned and how he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. There was no doubt that it was the Heavenly Eye Group behind this. This was great. New hatred and old hatred, all paid off in one go. This time, Ryudo wouldn't wait for Iam to use some dirty tricks to mess with him. Instead, he planned to take the initiative and completely eradicate the Heavenly Eye Group. However, after hearing his son's words, Yima shook his head and smiled. "My hatred doesn't matter. The key is you. You are still young, and you still have 3 women. You must go back alive to reunite with them. Do you understand? Okay, after I finish this battle, I will go back and marry the 3 of them. In front of his physical father, Ryudo patted his chest and promised, as if he didn't notice that he just made a huge mistake. But so what? A true powerhouse dared to face a bloody life, and dared to plant a flag before going to the battlefield. Just like that, following the end of this unprecedented Tokyo-Kyoto conference, an unprecedented war slowly began to surge under the surface of the water. It had to be said that for this war, Ryudo and others would probably pay a huge price and be forced to give up a lot of things. What Ryudo didn't expect was that in the morning of the second day, the first thing he had to give up was also a phone call. Chapter 331. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. The next morning, Ryudo, who was sleeping, was woken up by a phone call. Ryudo didn't lie down to rest until late at night because he had a lot of work scheduled last night. He didn't plan to go to school again, so he decided to sleep in. From the moment the Extreme Tao Expulsion Act was introduced, Ryudo no longer had the right to go to school. After all, according to the law, it was illegal for him, the leader of the Extreme Path organization, to go to school. The principal of Dori First High School, Adolf, was a good person and had taken care of Ryudo many times. Ryudo didn't want to cause trouble for him, so he simply stopped going to school and quietly cut ties with the other side. Who knew that Ryudo thought so, but the others obviously didn't think so. Hence, early in the morning, Long Do picked up the phone and heard Gao Yuan's unhappy voice from the other side. "Hey, boss, something happened at the school." "The school? What happened?" A bunch of bastards gathered at the entrance of the office building early in the morning to protest. They said they wanted to force the principal to expel you. Then asked the principal to expel me. But Headmaster Adolf insisted on not expelling you, and he also refused to acknowledge the Extreme Tao Expulsion Act. Was old Master Adolf that stubborn? Long Do's brows furrowed when he heard Gao Yuan's words. The reason why Ryudo didn't go to school himself was that he didn't want to be a burden to Adolf, the staff, and the other students. However, if something like this happened, it would go against his wishes. "I'm on my way. I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Ryudo immediately called for the fastest driver and rushed all the way to Dori First High School. At the same time, just as Ryudo was rushing here, a series of verbal sparring was going on in front of the First High School office building. Early in the morning, when everyone should have just arrived at school, a large group of students did not go to class. Instead, they ran to the office building where Adolf worked and raised a large banner with the words, "Ryudo Kiryu Get Out, Extreme Hooligan Get Out," written on it. It wasn't as simple as just holding up a banner. Under the leadership of Yamado Tanaki, a young man with an overbearing expression on his face, they even shouted some insulting slogans in the direction of the principal's office. 3, 2, 1. Fire this damn hooligan, or get off the stage. Fire the damn hooligan. Otherwise, get off the stage. One more time. Fire the damn hooligan. Otherwise, get off the stage. Under the leadership of Watanabe, a group of students shouted their slogans vigorously. The scene looked somewhat intimidating. Upon closer inspection, almost all of the protesters were boys, and most of them were strong and athletic boys. They should be the ones who were humiliated by Ryudo at the first martial arts tournament. Watanabe, who was in charge of leading them, was even more influential. He was one of the culprits who was beaten up by Ryudo and thrown into the ICU, which led to the royal family breach incident. He was also one of the culprits who indirectly caused the death of Watanabe. Maybe it was because he was in the ICU, but after watching the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, Watanabe took full advantage of his family's tendency to cause trouble and brought a group of athletic boys to Adolf. Just as this group of guys was protesting outside, there was also a chaotic scene in the principal's office. Principal Adolf? Why don't you do me a favor and write an expulsion notice? Then this matter will be settled. Looking at a large group of students outside demanding the expulsion of Ryudo, a school board member could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief and said to Adolf, who was sitting behind the principal's desk, "I've said it many times. That's impossible. I will never expel Tongsheng. But Adolf still shook his head and once again refused with righteous words. At this time, the old gentleman in a suit had a cold face and a serious tone. He was completely different from the usual old man who liked to dance. Principal Adolf, why are you so stubborn? Isn't it just expelling a student? And that is the Extreme Expulsion Act. You are just abiding by it. Didn't you teach law before? You should be very law-abiding. Seeing that Adolf still refused to expel Ryudo, the school board member was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It is precisely because I am a law teacher that I cannot abide by the Extreme Expulsion Act, which is obviously abnormal. I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen such a law trampling on the law. When he said the second half of the sentence, Adolf could not help but sigh. As an old professor who taught at the Tokyo University of Law and Politics for decades, Adolf naturally knew the laws and regulations like the back of his hand, but he had never seen such a shameless piece of garbage as the Extreme Expulsion Act. In particular, it involved a series of provisions that deprived the life rights of Extreme Dao. It was simply shameless. Anyone with a little legal knowledge should know that it was completely unreasonable. Therefore, Adolf was determined not to expel Ryudo, because it meant that as a professor, he lost to unreasonable power, lost to the shameless prime minister. But it was useless for Adolf to think about it. Now the public's resentment toward Extreme Dao had been mobilized. Looking at the tsunami-like protests outside, it was clear that it was no longer Adolf's business whether to expel Ryudo or not. Unknowingly, more and more people gathered outside the office building, and the wave of protest was getting bigger and bigger. After all, Ryudo's reputation in the school was not too good, especially some of the boys. After learning that the bastard had a scandal with the two campus beauties, Union and Colored Glaze, they saw him as the murderer of their father and wanted him to die as soon as possible. Expel Ryudo. Expel Ryudo. Expel Ryudo. Extreme Dao go to hell. Extreme Dao go to hell. Extreme Dao go to hell. Unknowingly, under the leadership of Awatanaki, the protests were getting louder and louder, and the surrounding crowd was getting bigger and bigger. Some people even began to use their mobile phones to broadcast the scene online. The situation was getting more and more out of hand. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Adolf could only go downstairs with a few school board members and teachers with resentment. He sternly said to the group of students, "Are you done?" No. When the leader, Awatanaki, saw the principal appear, he suddenly smiled and said loudly, "As long as you don't expel Ryudo Kiryu, we will continue to cause trouble, right?" Yes. That little bastard Ryudo Kiryu has no right to study here. Let all the Extreme Dao go to hell. A bunch of social trash. How can they be here? Expel him quickly, then publicly apologize. Otherwise, you won't be able to continue being the principal. After seeing the old principal who had been working here for many years, the group of boys became more and more excited. Their voices became louder and louder, and some even began to use foul language and personal attacks. Quiet, quiet, don't make a ruckus here. The other teachers began to try their best to calm the students, but it was to no avail. Even Awatanaki, who was standing at the front, laughed and said, "Don't think that you can suppress this matter with your status, old man Adolf. You are not worthy. This is the law that the Prime Minister is pushing. Does the Prime Minister know? Compared to the Prime Minister, you are nothing." Adolf replied righteously, "No one can distort the justice of the law. Ryudo has the right to study here. This is my judgment as a law professor." Professor? So what if you are a professor? Give me some face and I call you a professor. If you don't give me face, you are just an old dog. Just as Awatanaki was pointing at Adolf's nose and scolding him, he did not notice that the noisy voices behind him had quieted down. Is that so? At this time, Adolf sneered. "You are now pointing at my nose and scolding to your heart's content. Do you dare to say the same thing to Ryudo when he comes here?" "Why not? Who does he think he is? A stinking hooligan. Everyone has the right to punish him." Pat pat. When Awatanaki was scolding to his heart's content, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't pat me. I am not done yet." That guy should have died a long time ago. If my sister was still here, Terusei Ryudo would be hanging on the gallows by now. His tongue would be hanging out of his mouth, and I would still be on top of his head. Terusei Ryudo's voice trailed off. Pat, pat, pat. Before he could finish his sentence, the hand behind him patted him on the shoulder again. After being patted for the second time, Awatanaki turned his head impatiently and scolded, "What are you patting? Can't you see that I am?" In just a short sentence, Kawada Tamaki's tone changed from passionate to terrified. His face turned paler than a sheet of paper, as if he would faint at any moment. "Go on." Suddenly, Ryuto, who was standing behind Awatanaki, showed a relaxed smile and encouraged him. "What do you want to do on my head? Do you want to break dance?" Dragon, Brother Ryuto? I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously." The moment he saw Ryuto, the muscles on Awatanaki's face twitched, and he forced a flattering smile. His legs began to tremble violently, and yellow water stains even appeared on his crotch. However, Ryuto didn't even look at him. Instead, he walked past Awatanaki and came in front of Adolf. "Ryuto, why are you here at this time?" "Principal Adolf, I am here to deliver the withdrawal application. Please accept it." After nodding to Adolf, Ryuto took out a small envelope from his pocket and handed it to the principal. Long Do had casually written this letter of withdrawal when he was on the way here. Although the handwriting was a little ugly, it was enough to convey the meaning of the letter. Chapter 332. Ryuto, do you really want to do this? Looking at the withdrawal application in front of him, Adolf's feelings were somewhat complicated. Without a doubt, Ryuto wrote the application at the last minute after knowing the situation here, in order to not make things difficult for Adolf. Compared to Adolf's appearance, he was actually very stubborn. He would probably rather resign than expel Ryuto. In this case, Ryuto submitting the withdrawal application himself was obviously the best solution. Adolf didn't have to go against his beliefs, and he didn't have to be besieged by this group of stinky brats. "Take it. After the matter is resolved, I will come back." Ryuto nodded and forcefully stuffed the application into Adolf's hands, but said in a very gentle tone, "Yes, after the matter is over, after the matter of the Heavenly Eye Group is over, the completely unreasonable extreme expulsion law will naturally be abolished. At that time, if Ryuto wants to continue studying, he can still come back here. But now is not the time. In this situation where war is about to break out, Ryuto can't continue to stay here. Otherwise, he will only cause trouble for Adolf and the others." Adolf naturally understood this, so he had to take Ryuto's withdrawal application and nodded to the young man who was both a student and a friend. "Okay." Suddenly, Ryuto grinned, turned around, and faced the protesters led by Kawatanaki. The moment he turned around, Kawatanaki couldn't help but sit on the ground, and the hundreds of protesters also trembled. "I have now submitted the withdrawal application. I am no longer a student here. Can you get out now?" When he said this, although Ryuto had a smile on his face, his tone and eyes were not smiling at all. For a moment, the hundreds of people were silent. No one dared to say yes to Ryuto, and no one dared to say no to Ryuto. In fact, the group of students who came to protest were already scared silly. They could curse Ryuto Kiryu behind his back, but when he really appeared, they didn't even dare to fart. Nothing to say, right? Seeing this group of trash was scared into silence, Ryuto sneered, "If you have nothing to say, then leave. If you dare to come here in the future, I will. Wait, I have something to say." Just as Ryuto was about to say, "If you dare to come here in the future, I will twist your heads off and then leave," a very familiar voice came from the back of the crowd. This voice is Yunyin? When he heard the voice, Ryuto couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. And under the gaze of the protesting students and a large group of students, the second-year school beauty, Yunyin, walked with firm steps from the back and came in front of Ryuto and Principal Adolf. "It's Yunyin. Great. Is she going to come over and scold this stinky hooligan?" Almost all the students present knew very well about the rumors between Yunyin and Ryuto. So when they saw Yunyin appear, they couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. Especially Wakata, who once pursued Yunyin but was ignored by her, looked at Yunyin with the expression of seeing the Virgin Mary. He couldn't wait for her to scold this stinky hooligan on the spot and publicly draw a line with him. In many people's opinion, Yunyin would definitely fall out with Ryuto. After all, Ryuto has become a bug that everyone wants to beat up after yesterday's live broadcast, and Yunyin can't always stay with him like before. However, when Yunyin came in front of Principal Adolf, she did something that everyone couldn't believe. She took out a letter from her pocket and respectfully handed it to Principal Adolf with both hands, and said seriously, "Principal Adolf, this is my withdrawal application. Please accept it." Did I hear it wrong? The words that flew out of Adolf's mind were also the words that flew out of the minds of the surrounding crowd. Yunyin? Wild geese in the moonlight? The third-year school beauty? She wants to submit a withdrawal application? Why is she doing this? What reason does she have to do this? After being shocked for 2 seconds, Adolf quickly asked, "Wait, Student Yunyin, you're going to graduate in a few months, right? Why do you have to do this at this time?" "Because this is the Extreme Path Expulsion Act that was issued yesterday. Isn't it written that all relatives of Extreme Path members can't enter the school? In order to avoid making things difficult for you, it's better for me to take the initiative to withdraw from the school." Relatives of Extreme Path members? Which Extreme Path member are you a relative of? Faced with this question that everyone wanted to know, Yunyin turned around naturally, reached out and hugged Ryuto's arm, and said with a smile, "Of course I'm Ryuto's relative. I'm his wife, he's my husband, and the father of the child in my belly. We're considered direct relatives." From a legal perspective, spouses are indeed considered direct relatives. But the problem is that Yunyin's speech just now was not inferior to a super bomb explosion, and it has already shocked everyone around to the point that their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Yunyin and Ryuto Kiryu are married? And she's pregnant? Seeing the two of them leaning against each other and hearing the explosive speech just now, the group of boys who originally wanted to watch Long Do make a fool of himself couldn't help but feel deeply heartbroken. Some of them almost couldn't help but cry on the spot. Are you kidding me? They originally wanted to see the school beauty cut ties with this stinky pervert, but who knew that their relationship has developed to the point of having a family, and now they want to withdraw together? This was especially true for Watanabe, who had originally planned to continue pursuing Yunyin after Ryudo left. When he found out that the goddess in his heart had a bloated belly, his mouth was wide open, looking very comical, just like a big toad. Unfortunately, he would never be able to eat swan meat. Ha ha ha. When everyone around was shocked to the point of vomiting blood, Principal Adolf let out a burst of bold laughter and said with a smile, "I see. Then I wish the two of you a happy marriage, and when the two of you have a wedding, remember to invite me to the wedding wine. Of course, at that time, we will—" "Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean by the two of you have a wedding?" "That's right, Yunyin, you can't run away." Just when Ryudo wanted to say, "When the time comes, we will definitely invite you, and there will be plenty of wine." Not far away from the crowd, two familiar voices came from behind. Before the people around them could recover from the shocking scene just now, a voice rang out from behind them. The second year's campus belle, Kamishiro Ruri, and the first year's campus belle, Saito Tagunia, also made their way through the crowd and stood in front of Ryudo, Yunyin, and Principal Adolf. Very coincidentally, the colored glaze and Dunia also had a letter in their hands. These two. Could it be? Because this had already happened before, some of the quick-witted people already had their mouths wide open, and some even reached out to slap their faces, as if wondering if they were daydreaming. At the same time, the two ladies also came in front of Principal Adolf, and they both handed over the withdrawal application in their hands. "Principal Adolf, thank you very much for your care in the past 2 years. Well, my time here is relatively short, but thank you for your care. This can't be right." When Adolf received the withdrawal application from Colored Glaze and Dunia, he was completely stunned. Just now, Yunyin wanted to withdraw with Ryudo because the two of them were a couple, and Yunyin was also pregnant. In order to support her husband, they naturally had to go through thick and thin together. But now, Colored Glaze and Dunia also did the same thing, which meant, hey, did the three of you discuss this? Seeing this scene, Ryudo couldn't help but ridicule with a wry smile. From the beginning, Ryudo only planned to withdraw himself. He didn't think that Yunyin, Colored Glaze, and Dunia would also do the same thing. We didn't discuss it. Colored Glaze shook her head, looked at the two sisters and smiled. It just happened that we thought of the same thing. That's right, and if you're not here, there's no point for us to stay here. We have to see this group of disgusting people every day. It's really disgusting. While saying, Dunia glanced at the group of protesters who came with Konami and Tanaki with her sharp eyes. She bluntly described them as disgusting. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, among the group of boys who came to protest, there were countless heartbroken sounds again. The third-grade campus bell, Yunyin Suki. The second-grade campus bell, Colored Glaze Kanzaki. The joke of the first grade, Dunia Saitu. These three campus bell each had a very stable fan base in Doichi First High School. It could be said that more than 90% of the boys were fans of the three of them. After all, their appearance and temperament were far from ordinary high school students, and they even surpassed the level of idols, so it was natural for them to be able to get so many people's support. But today, just as the hooligan Tong Sheng Ryudu was about to leave, the three school beauties all said they wanted to leave with him. What the hell is this? It seems that your wedding will be very lively. Looking at the three beauties around Ryudo, Principal Adolf couldn't help but show a teasing expression. It's okay, just remember to come when the time comes. Goodbye. Finally, after shaking hands with Old Man Adolf, Ryudo took his three future wives, passed through the crowd of heartbroken, crying, and screaming people, and walked out of Doichi First High School in a dignified manner. His departure marked the end of a legend. At the same time, it was also the beginning of another legend. Chapter 333. Oh, this is great. We don't have to spend time in school anymore. Just when the four of them left Dori First High School together and rushed back to the Rulon Group headquarters, Dunia stretched slightly with a refreshing smile on her face. For Dunia, if she had the time to go to school, she might as well spend it on cultivating her martial skills. Recently, Dunia had almost mastered the Saitoryu Palea martial arts passed down by her family. She was pestering Furamaki every day to learn his Furamaki Palea martial arts. It had to be said that Dunia was indeed a martial arts genius. In just a short year, she had changed from a useless person who couldn't resist when assassins tried to assassinate her to a powerful martial arts master. In terms of combat power, the current Dunia was very close to the demon child, Saitu, who was killed by Ryudo half a year ago. Although there was still a lot of difference in skills, with the monster-level LV5 physique, it was enough to crush a large number of opponents. Is that so? But after hearing Dunia's words, Yunyin said regretfully, actually, I still like to stay in school. I can get in touch with my classmates, and it's convenient for me to collect materials for my novel. But there's no other way. Compared to her own preferences, at this stage, it was obviously more important to support her husband. Yunyin couldn't let Ryudo leave school alone. If he had to leave, then everyone should leave together. At this time, Ryudo also reached out and held Yunyin and Dunia's hands and sighed. It's good to have you here. I swear, I will give you a chance to come back to school in the future. That doesn't matter, as long as you treat us better. Especially senior sister Yunyin. She's pregnant. Speaking of this, Dunia smiled and reached out to touch Yunyin's belly. Although there was no protrusion yet, Dunia seemed to be able to feel the existence of the little life inside. She also liked to reach out and touch it as if she was greeting the child in advance. Ahem. Just as Ryuto, Yunyin, and Dunia leaned together warmly, Colored Glaze, sitting opposite the three of them, coughed. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the atmosphere that she couldn't integrate into. Let's talk about something serious. Colored Glaze, what are you going to do next? Seeing that Colored Glaze seemed to have something to say, Ryudo also let go of Yunyin and Dunia's hands and asked in a serious tone. Since a few months ago, Longdo and Luli had already been in charge of different areas. Longdo was in charge of extreme Dao-related matters in the Black Hand Alliance. Luli, on the other hand, was responsible for the affairs of the Yata Crow Alliance. After a few months of hard work, the Iron Triangle formed by the Kanzaki clan, the Tsukujiri group, and the Site Ukla has already grasped the absolute dominance of the Hagakure. Although they hadn't completely controlled the organization, as long as they were given a little more time, they would be able to push Kaneshiro Rui to the position of another Golden Heron. At that time, the organization would really become Colored Glaze and her daughter. In fact, during this period, Colored Glaze and Rui were also doing work in this area, but judging from the situation of the Tenmu group, the speed of controlling Yatsuki might have to be faster. So far, among the 3 Golden Herons of Yatsuki, Prime Minister Shinzo Tanagawa, who was in charge of politics, had already become IM's man. He had become an enemy force. They had to find a time to get rid of him. Tsukujiri Kyoji, who was in charge of business, was originally one of Colored Glaze's own people. That left the last Golden Heron, who was in charge of religion, in an uncertain position. The leader of the religious circle was Japan's largest and oldest shrine, Ise Grand Shrine, the highest clergy, priest, Takehara Miya. In the religious world, there was no one who didn't know about Takehara Miyagi. He could be said to be the true leader of Shinto. Almost all large-scale Shinto celebrations would be completed by this old man who was now 100 years old. But because Ise Grand Shrine was located in Ise City, Miya Prefecture, and because Takehara Miya was already old, it was difficult to see him in Tokyo. If they wanted to find him, they had to go to Ise City. I originally planned to slowly pull Takehara Miya down, but now it seems that I should be more direct. Ryudo, please. Colored Glaze then nodded to Ryudo. No problem. Ryudo sneered. Let's go to Ise Grand Shrine and find the old man. If he's willing to give up his position, then it's fine. If he's not willing, then I can only wish him a long life. Living a long life was a blessing for most people, but for an old man who was just 100 years old, it was a real threat. Now that Colored Glaze and the others wanted to further seize the power of Yatsuki, they had to push Rui Miya to the position of Golden Heron. If that was the case, the Takehara Temple would either retreat or die. There was no other way out. If it had been someone else, they might not have dared to kill the sacrificial master in a country where Shintoism accounted for 80% of the population. But Ryudo didn't care about that. If he really couldn't come to an agreement, he could even burn down the Ise Grand Shrine. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Although Colored Glaze knew that it wasn't appropriate to deal with a 100-year-old man like this, it wasn't the time to care about this. According to the situation this morning, ever since Shinzo Tanagawa published the infamous Extreme Extinction Bill last night, the situation of the Black Hand Alliance, led by Ryudo, had become very difficult. Even if it was Ryudo, a notorious extreme boss, there were people who dared to protest against him and tell him to get lost. Needless to say, the other extreme hooligans in Tokyo were simply in the state of a rat crossing the street. This situation could be said to be a great blow to the morale of the underground world. If it wasn't resolved quickly, even a behemoth like the Black Hand Alliance had the possibility of collapse because all the extreme members couldn't live normally. Not to mention other things. Just the fact that they couldn't go to regular stores to shop and couldn't take transportation was terrible. Although the underground merchants led by the flower merchant quickly found a way to buy necessities through the black market, it wouldn't last long. Once the black market was closed down, the extreme dojos would be in absolute chaos. So now they had to be fast. They had to counterattack before the extreme dojos were forced to the limit. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Ryuto. Then I'll go to Ise first. I'll leave the house to you guys. After nodding to Colored Glaze, Yunyin, and Dunia, Ryudo opened the car door and jumped out. Okay, this guy is becoming more and more inhumane. Looking at Long Do, who didn't even need to stop the car and left halfway to find a transportation to ISE City, Liuli couldn't help but sigh. After Ryudo left, Dunia asked, "Then what should we do now? The situation is a bit chaotic now. Just in case, it's better for everyone to stay together. Especially Yunyan. She can't leave our sight." Suddenly, Colored Glaze glanced at Dunia, the strongest combat power on their side other than Ryuto. Colored Glaze already had a good understanding of the dirty woman Tenmu Ayam. In this war, Ayam would undoubtedly lay her hands on Ryuto's 3 women, namely Colored Glaze. Especially after Yunyan was pregnant, she might accidentally become an important hostage. In this case, it was best for the 3 of them to stay together. At least with the protection of Dunia, the little superhuman, they would feel more at ease. Even if the fighting under the heavens mercenary group came, they might not be Dunia's opponent. Hearing Colored Glaze's words, Yunyan chuckled. "It's great to be able to stay with you too. It feels like we're a family." "We're a family. Don't forget, the one in your belly has to call us mom in the future." "Really? Then he's so lucky. Not only does he have a good father, but he also has 3 good mothers." Thinking of this, Yunyan couldn't help but reach out and touch her belly, revealing a happy smile full of maternal aura. However, just as the family of 4 over there was going home happily, Ryudo, who flew away from the car, quickly found a corner where no one was paying attention and took out a small aircraft from the air. Dang 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 dang. Rogue stealth jet. Accompanied by the sound effect of Doraemon taking out a new item, a small one-person jet about 4 or 5 meters long appeared in front of Ryudo, and this plane was also named Wallace by him. Although this small jet plane could only carry 1 person, it had a very special stealth flight system. It could be undetected by the naked eye and most radars during flight. And the most important thing was that this small plane was a prop purchased from the Krypton shopping mall. It could be stored in the prop bar regardless of the number. It could be taken out and used at any time. It could be said that it was very convenient. Of course, such a useful small plane was not cheap in price. The price of a single unit was 2 billion. Even with Ryudo's current wealth, he didn't dare to buy it casually. Boom. Rumble rumble. Take off. Wallace. Accompanied by the roar of the plane's engine, the small plane quickly flew forward from the dark corner of the street, and it turned into a phantom and quickly disappeared above the clouds. Generally speaking, from Yodo to ISE, it took at least 2 hours, but with the speed of the Wallace, Ryudo could reach the destination in less than 15 minutes. That was to say, from the time he went to the ISE Grand Shrine to the time he finished his business, it took at most more than an hour, which was quite fast. I hope there are no accidents during the time I'm out. Especially Colored Glaze's side. When driving the small jet plane quickly toward ISE, Ryudo couldn't help but think in his mind. At the same time, he silently planted a flag. Chapter 334. The ISE Grand Shrine, located in ISE City, Mie Prefecture, was the most special existence among the more than 80,000 shrines in Japan. It was the leader of all shrines, and even the spiritual pillar of the entire Shinto religion. ISE Grand Shrine was not a specific shrine, but a general name for the surrounding 125 shrines. Among them, the largest inner shrine was dedicated to the ancestral god of the royal family, Amaterasu Amakami, and the outer shrine was dedicated to the Fungsho Amakami. The main shrine worshipped Amaterasu Amakami was located in the center of the inner shrine. The main shrine was a forbidden area, isolated by several wooden walls. Except for the royal family members, no one was allowed to enter. When Ryudo quickly flew to ISE City on the Wallace and arrived at the ISE Grand Shrine, according to the navigation map, he almost laughed out loud when he saw the so-called spiritual pillar shrine. What the hell? Was the Divine Palace serious? Looking down from the air where Ryudo was, the entire interior and exterior of the ISE Grand Shrine entered his eyes. It was rumored that the architectural style of the ISE Grand Shrine was derived from the rice warehouse of the Yayoi period in Japan. The so-called rice warehouse was naturally a place to store rice, which was just a small warehouse. Such a warehouse-type building was pitifully small when looking down from above, as if hundreds of small wooden warehouses were stacked together. The most interesting thing was that these small warehouse-like shrines had names such as Imperial Grand Shrine, Baron Sacrificial Shrine, Tsukuyami Shrine, Takahara Shrine, Kazushi Shrine, and so on the navigation map. But in fact, when taking a closer look, it was nothing more than a mess of rice warehouses piled together. It felt like entering a strange wood art exhibition, which was simply a waste of the word shrine. Not long after, Ryudo found the main shrine of the Ise Grand Shrine in the sky. It was said that the shrine worshipped Amaterasu Amakami, and only the royal family members were allowed to enter the forbidden area. Looking down from above, he could see many tourists around the divine palace. However, there was no one around the main hall because tourists were not allowed to enter at all. They would be blocked by the clergy who worked here. Unlike other shrines, the security guards of Ise Grand Shrine are all policemen of the self-defense forces. This in itself shows that this shrine has a special political significance. No wonder its priest has been able to take over the position of Yatsuki Golden Heron for generations. According to what Colored Glaze said, that Takahara Miyagi should be in the main hall. Let's do that. The corners of Long Do's mouth curled up as he flew the plane towards the main hall. He even arrogantly stopped the plane above the wooden main hall. Crack! When the heavy Wallace landed on the wooden roof of the main hall, Ryudo could clearly hear a strange cracking sound. Therefore, he quickly got off the plane and put the small plane back into the prop space. Then, he flipped down from the corner of the roof and slipped into the main hall. When Ryudo slipped in, several clergy ran out of the main hall and looked towards the roof. What's going on? Did I just hear a cracking sound from the roof? Did something fall on the roof? Go get a ladder. I'll climb up and take a look. Just as the clergy were about to climb up to the roof, Ryudo quietly slipped in from the side of the main hall. The main hall was not big. After entering, one could almost see the end of it at a glance. In the middle of the wooden shrine filled with the smell of incense, there was a statue of the Amaterasu. However, the decorations around it were a little too boring. If it wasn't for the explanation, it would be hard to tell that this was the legendary king of shrines. However, there was no one in the depths of the main hall. The centenarian, priest, Takahara Miyagi was naturally not here. Strange. Is that guy resting today? Or, when Ryudo curiously walked behind the statue of Amaterasu Amakami, he suddenly stopped because he felt a slight cold wind coming from below the wooden floor in front of him. Creak. So Ryudo came to the floor and felt around. Then, he lifted it up and revealed a rock tunnel that led to the underground. So that's how it is. Is the main body of this main hall below? Above is just a decoration used to deceive others. What a joke. When Ryudo went deeper into the underground tunnel, he saw a huge double door at the end. The ancient-looking door was painted with vermilion red paint. In this dark tunnel, it looked particularly scary, like the door to hell. But of course, Ryudo did not care about this. He gently pushed open the door and walked in. What appeared in front of him was a huge inner hall. Yes, an inner hall buried in the ground. It looked dignified, but in fact, it was emitting gusts of cold wind. It was a clear morning, and the bright sunlight shone through the light gaps in the ceiling. Under the light, it looked like there were mirrors sprinkled with silver everywhere, illuminating the entire underground hall. And in the deepest part of the inner hall, there was a magnificent golden statue. Different from the Amaterasu Amakami in the main hall, this statue was actually made of pure gold, and its shape was also different. It looked very expensive. Around the statue, there were a large number of hand-carved wooden tablets. In front of the wooden tablets, there were a large number of offerings. The number of these wooden tablets was so large that in the inner hall, except for a 3-meter-wide aisle, the rest of the space on the left and right sides were almost occupied by these things. Long Do took a closer look and saw that the wooden tablets were filled with the names of gods and gods. For example, Ujia's soul control god, Cheong Zun, Sujuwu Zun, Ebisu Zun, Jiaju Tu, and so on. Walking in here, it was like walking into a Shinto god exhibition. Almost all the Shinto gods' names were engraved on the wooden tablets. You finally came. Ryudo Kiryu. However, when Ryudo came to the depths of the inner hall, the old figure kneeling in front of the huge pure gold statue said without looking back. According to the information, Takehara Maegiu was very old, at least 100 years old. When he knelt in front of the golden statue, Ryudo didn't realize that this was a living person. He thought it was some kind of statue. This is the golden heron, Takehara Maegiu. Not bad. He does have the aura of a Shinto leader. Seeing the stooped old man slowly stand up from the cushion, Long Do walked over and said with a smile, "You seem to know that I'm coming." Although Ryudo suddenly appeared, Takehara Maegiu didn't seem to be surprised at all. He even casually greeted the leader. "Of course, I'm a person who gave my life to the 8 million gods. Naturally, I'm protected by the gods. How can anything in the mortal world escape the eyes of the gods?" When Takehara Maegiu stood up, Ryudo found that his body looked very thin, as if he would be blown away by the wind. However, his slightly turbid eyes exuded a strange aura. This was an old man who wore the traditional costume of Shinto and stayed in the underground hall where 8 million gods were worshipped. He seemed to be able to see through everything. When most people met Takehara Maegiu, they would have a feeling of being seen through and would even think that he was the messenger of the gods. However, Ryudo naturally wouldn't be fooled by him, because in the rogue's analysis mirror, the old man's attributes were completely seen through. At this time, the personal attributes of this ISE Grand Shrine Priest were: Name: Takehara Maegiu. Age: 100 years old. Attributes: Wisdom LV4, Constitution LV4, Courage LV4, Insight LV4, Charm LV4. Amazing! Even from Ryudo's point of view, Takehara Maegiu was a top genius among humans. Years of religious life gave him a pair of eyes that could see through everything. This was directly reflected in the attributes of LV4 Insight. Extreme Superman level of eyesight. Such amazing insight coupled with powerful wisdom and charm, coupled with the mysterious aura brought by years of cultivation. This gave Takehara Maegiu the ability to lead the entire religious world. And other than that, this old man was very cunning. After hearing Takehara Maegiu's pretentious words, Ryudo smiled and said, "When you say you're protected by the gods, are you referring to the camera installed at the entrance of the underground passage? By the way, which one of the 8 million gods is in charge of the camera?" In fact, when he came in from the underground passage, Ryudo had already noticed the camera installed in the passage. He just pretended not to notice it. Takehara Maegiu just said that he knew Ryudo was coming because of the protection of the gods, but in fact, he just saw it in advance from the camera installed at the entrance. Who was he trying to fool? After being exposed by Ryudo, Takehara Maegiu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he still said without any expression, "Everything in the world is given by the gods. Technology is also the same. Of course, it is the blessing of the gods." Ha 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 ha. When he heard this extremely shameless words, Ryudo couldn't help but clap his hands and said, "You religious people are really shameless. Anyway, it is the work of the gods. It has nothing to do with humans, right? You can say that, compared to the thousands of years of foundation of the gods, the short 100 years of human life is just a drop in the ocean. It is not worth mentioning. I won't watch the next debate without you. Forget it. Since you know everything, you should know why I am here, right? Of course, you are here to take my life, that's all." Although he knew that Ryudo was here to take his life, Takehara Maegiu still showed a strange smile. Chapter 335. Even though he knew that Ryudo was here to take his life, Takehara Mia wasn't worried at all. In fact, he looked very relaxed. It was clear that he was prepared for this. Ryudo smiled and said, "I don't have to take your life. If you are willing to retire and give up your position, I can guarantee that you will live until you are buried." Retire and give up my position? Kenzaki Ruehue is really greedy. Not only did she steal Iwasaki's position with Tsukujiri Kyoji, she also wants my position? Takehara Miya couldn't help but sigh. It was clear that he had a headache because of that woman. It was clear that even though he had lived in the Ise Grand Shrine for many years, he had a thorough understanding of the outside world. He could even roughly guess Ruehue's plan. Since you know, that's great. One word, are you going to give up or not? Give up? It's impossible. With just you, you don't deserve to make me give up my position. Very good. Seeing that Takehara Miya rejected his proposal without any hesitation, Ryudo's mouth cracked into a cruel smile. However, before Long Do was ready to take the old man's head, Takehara Miya's right hand, which was hidden in his robe, quietly pressed a button. In the next second, the situation in the underground palace changed drastically. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the floor that Long Do was standing on suddenly loosened. It was like magic that the floor suddenly moved to the side. Ryudo, who had lost his footing, fell into the pitch-black trap under the cold gaze of Takehara Miya. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Those who don't respect the gods will be punished for eternity. Looking at the pitch-black pit in front of him, Takehara Miya couldn't help but laugh. In the caves below, there were countless poisonous insects, snakes, ants, bees, and other poisonous creatures. These poisonous creatures would inject their toxins into the human body to cause paralysis, and cause pain so intense that the person would want to die, but would not be able to die even if they wanted to. Just as the Takehara Miyagi had said, below was the netherworld purgatory. Anyone who came to this underground palace to look for trouble would fall into the netherworld purgatory with just a flick of his finger. They could neither live nor die. It was because of this special mechanism that Takehara Miya wasn't afraid of the Supreme Emperor who came to look for trouble. He even felt lucky that he could kill him so easily. Shushu. Next is that woman Kenzaki Ruehue. I have to teach her a lesson and let her know that my position as the Golden Heron is unshakable. Takehara Miya smiled as he watched the hole slowly being filled up by the movable floorboards that extended out from both sides. He then turned around and prepared to leave through the small path behind the statue to deal with Kenzaki Rui Rumble. But at this moment, the floor, which was at least a meter thick, let out a burst of explosive sound. What? Takehara Miya's eyes suddenly widened. He turned around and saw a big hole in the slowly closing floor. At the same time, a palm pressed against his bald head. It was like the hand of a devil that had returned from hell, causing chills to run down his spine. Hey, what happened to the eternal punishment? It won't end like this, right? Takehara Miya turned his head stiffly and saw that Ryudo Kiryu, who had just fallen into the pit, was standing beside him with a happy smile. How is this possible? How did he get out of there? In an instant, Takehara Miyazaki was completely dumbfounded. His previous appearance of a strategist and a demon-like intelligence had long since disappeared from his mind. One had to know that the vertical height of this cave was about 10 meters, and the surrounding walls had been specially treated. It was so slippery that it was impossible to climb up from the inside. One could only fall onto the soft cushion and be slowly poisoned to death by the poisonous insects that came from all directions. But Ryudo seemed to ignore the 10 meters of vertical height. It even directly shattered the hard, movable floor that was at least 1 meter thick. Was this something a human could do? But now was not the time for Takehara Miya to think about these things. The most important thing was, his head was still in Ryudo's hand. Takehara Miya suddenly felt that the purgatory was very close to him, as if it was between the palm. After a moment, Takehara Miya laughed dryly. That, Ryudo Kiryu-san? I think we should sit down and discuss this. Io, why did the great high priest suddenly become so easy to talk to? Aren't you going to send me to the netherworld purgatory to receive eternal punishment? No. That's just an adjective, a description. After feeling the displeasure in Ryudo's tone, Takehara Miya swallowed his saliva and said obediently, Didn't Mrs. Ruehue want me to be the Golden Heron? Actually, I also want to retire recently. Why don't I do Mrs. Ruehue a favor? How about that? Very good. I like your current attitude. Then, but even if you like it, you still have to go down to the netherworld. Before Takihara Michio could react, Long Do had already taken out a rope that was usually used for climbing from the prop bar and wrapped it around the limbs and waist of the priest of Ise Grand Shrine. In the next second, Takihara Miya's old body was pushed forward by Ryudo and flew into the hole that was just broken open. Hey! Ah! In an instant, the old priest's panicked voice echoed in the deep hole, and then there was a plop sound. There was a thick cushion at the bottom of the hole that was about 10 meters deep. It could ensure that people wouldn't die on the spot after falling down. Of course, it wasn't set up out of kindness. Rustle, 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 rustle. Zap, zap, zap. When Takihara Miya's body landed on the mattress, he could hear countless tiny crawling sounds coming from the darkness around him. No. No way. As the palace lord of this underground palace, Takihara Miyagi naturally knew what kind of demons and monsters were being raised in this cave. Those poisonous insects, snakes, ants, bees, and other poisonous creatures would not eat humans. They would only bite humans and inject their venom into their bodies, causing them to slowly die under the double torture of the venom and insect bites. That scene was extremely cruel. In the past, Takihara Miyagi had personally witnessed the tragedy of falling into this cave many times. Every time, he would happily hope that the people inside would die a little slower. However, this sacrificial lord never thought that there would be a day when he would fall into this cave. Hearing the group of people quickly approaching him, Takihara Miyo's face turned pale with fright and he shouted, "Help! Help! Ryudo Kiryu, help me up. I'll agree to whatever conditions you have." Before he finished, the ropes that bound Takihara Miya's limbs and waist quickly tightened and pulled him up. Before the poisonous creatures could reach the priest's body, Ryudo quickly pulled him up. "Do you really agree to any conditions?" Long Do looked at Takihara Miya, who was about to pee his pants in fear, and asked him with a smile on his face. Takihara Miya didn't dare to speak now, and he could only tremble as he replied, "Yes, yes, any conditions. But now I don't want to talk about conditions with you. I just want to see if the so-called 8 million gods really exist." "What? What do you mean? Didn't you say that you are the one who gave your life to the 8 million gods, and naturally you will be protected by the gods? Since you are protected by the gods, then the poisonous creatures won't hurt you, right? What is this guy thinking?" Just when Takihara Miya seemed to understand Ryudo's intention, he saw Ryudo's other hand also stretched out a long rope and swung it like a whip towards the pile of wooden tablets not far away. Crash! As the rope swung, a large pile of wooden tablets with the words "Shinto Gods" engraved on them fell into the hole in the middle. Then, Long Do waved the rope a few more times and swept the large pile of wooden tablets into the hole in the middle, into the deep purgatory of the netherworld. After doing all this, Ryudo smiled and said to Takihara Miya, "Now, the gods you believe in are with you. Accept their protection in peace." "Wait, I still have something to say." "You can't." "Ah!" Before he could finish his sentence, his aged body once again fell into the cave below. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, he smashed into a large pile of wooden tablets and divine positions. This time, Long Do took the opportunity to retrieve the rope that was wrapped around his body. This also meant that the huge hole below was the life tomb of the priest of Ise Grand Shrine. Ryudo Kiryu. Yen at hashtag. %*%yen at hashtag. Hashtag. When countless poisonous insects crawled over the wooden tablets engraved with the names of the gods and finally climbed onto Takihara Miya's body, the old man, who was stimulated by the intense pain, finally couldn't hold it in anymore and began to roar like a madman, cursing something that no one could understand. But not long after, the sound from the hole became weaker and weaker. Obviously, the owner of the hole had been paralyzed by the venom of countless poisonous creatures below, or his mouth was full of poisonous insects. What awaited him next was a purgatory that was 100 times more terrifying than death, being bitten by countless venomous insects and soaked in terrifying venom. Even if he had the protection of a large number of gods, it was obviously of no use. "Idiot, why didn't you just choose to retire and give up your position? I gave you face, but you don't want it." After taking one last look at the hole, Ryudo, who had just smashed the golden statue and was about to transport it away in batches, couldn't help but shake his head as if he was lamenting someone's recklessness. If Takehara Miya could still shout, he would definitely be furious when he saw Ryudo smashing the golden statue at this time. After all, this golden statue was passed down from the era when Ise Grand Shrine was built, and it was one of the most commemorative pure gold Buddha statues in the world. But under Ryudo's hammer, the golden statue that had weathered hundreds of years of wind and rain in the inner temple turned into a pile of gold. Then, Ryudo transported them away in batches on the Wallace. It was really a pleasant morning. When Long Do transported a large pile of gold nuggets to a mountain not far away by plane and lit a fire in the Ise Grand Shrine, he even sang happily when he enjoyed the rare beauty, although his singing was worse than crying. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.